Round 4 of the London Chess Classic, the last stop on the Grand Chess Tour. After 3 rounds, the best chess players in the world are treating the fans to fighting chess in virtually every single game. Tournament leader Wesley So took on Anish Giri, but after a few inaccurate moves, he was unable to break the Dutchman's defense and had to settle for a draw. American superstar Hikaru Nakamura went all out against former world champion Vasily Topalov, and with some wild and aggressive play, Naka was able to seal the deal and surge into a tie for second, showing why he is one of the pre-tournament favorites to win the event. We're at the midpoint of the Classic, just before the rest day, and the players will be giving it their all to move up the leaderboard. Round 5, live from London, starts right now. Hello and welcome to round 5 of the London Chess Classic. I'm at Kensington Palace on the lovely Kensington Gardens, the official London residence of the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, better known as Prince William and Catherine Kate Middleton. Well, round 5 is about to start. Let's go down to Tania, Yasser, and Alejandro to start the show.
Hello and welcome. We're at the halfway mark of the 2016 London Chess Classic. The final leg of the Grand Chess Tour. Round 5 is about to begin. I'm Tania Sachdev in the studio with Grandmaster Yasser.
Tania, delighted to be with you and looking forward to another great round.
Absolutely, yes. Now, round 3 and 4, Hikaru Nakamura was the only player to deliver the goods, and that too against former world champions. Today is his third against Vladimir Kramnik. Your thoughts on the match?
Oh, it's great. We've had Wesley So show, and now it's become the Hikaru Nakamura show. So he's playing his third former world champion in a row. Can he pull off a hat trick? That's what we're all asking ourselves.
A very important question, because don't forget, Hikaru Nakamura is the only player who can snatch the GCT away from Wesley So. Let's take a look at the current standings. Wesley So leads the pack with 3 points, hot on his heels. Hikaru Nakamura, Levon Aronian, and Fabiano Caruana, and Vladimir Kramnik at 2.5. Vishy Anand and Anish Giri yet to impress are on 2. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave also on 1.5. Mickey Adams and Veselin Topalov having a terrible tournament.
He's in a
still
bit
at
of
the
a
basement.
Yes, he's in a bit of a death spiral. Let's take a look at the format.
Absolutely, yes. It's a 10-player round-robin event, 40 moves in 2 hours, the remainder of the game in 60 minutes, and the increment only begins from move 41. So no additional 30 seconds from move 1, but just from move 41. And now, yes, that has been a very, very crucial feature, as we've seen the players in a bit of a time flurry.
Yes, in the first 2 rounds most especially, but the players have adjusted themselves, and now they're getting used to the fact that the increment only begins on the 41st move.
Well, it always takes a while for the players to settle into the time control, and yes, they've done that. Let's also take a look at the world rankings of our players. World number 2, Fabiano Caruana. World number 3, Vladimir Kramnik. We've got 3 former world champions. We've got 8 of the world's top 10 playing at the London Chess Classic. World number 4, Vachier-Lagrave, in the live ratings has actually dropped down, and Wesley So has taken his spot, entering the elite 2800 club with his performance at the Classic so far.
It's all been fantastic.
Well, let's also go to Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez with his thoughts on the key matchups.
And you guys are absolutely right. Everybody's paying attention to Wesley So in this tournament, leading the Grand Chess Tour, leading in London. He has a tough opponent today in Vishy Anand. But hey, Wesley So has been saddled with a lot of blacks in this tournament. He's finally getting his second white of the event, even though it's already round 5. However, Vishy Anand, a very strong player. Let's remember the first time they ever played against each other. Vishy sacrificed a piece and demolished Wesley So with brilliant preparation in the 2015 Shamkir Gashimov Memorial. That was a legendary game. Can Wesley try to even the score between these two players today? And another absolutely fantastic matchup, the clash of styles, the aggressive Hikaru Nakamura on fire after defeating 2 world champions in a row. He's facing against the Russian legend, Vladimir Kramnik, an ultra solid player with the black pieces. You know that he's going to put up a very strong fight. They just met against each other in the Baku Olympiad, in which Vladimir Kramnik easily held Hikaru Nakamura to a draw with the black pieces, neutralizing any opening advantage from the get-go. But both of these players want to take this tournament for themselves. Hikaru trying to win the entire Grand Chess Tour. I expect a thrilling battle. And of course, we have with us, live from London, Grandmaster Maurice Ashley.
Well, it's been a fabulous year for the American players so far by all measures. First of all, Fabiano Caruana, he has not only did well in the candidates matches, he's the U.S. champion, and he led the team to the gold medal at the Olympics. Right now, he is in striking lead of first place, although the chances of him catching Magnus seem to be dwindling. He has 5 games, and he probably has to win 3 out of 4, 3 out of those 5, or maybe even 4 out of those 5 in order to catch Magnus. Not likely at this point, but I spoke to him just before the game, and he seems quite well. I asked him, how you doing? He said, fine, as usual, the stoic one. Magnus doesn't have to worry about Wesley So just yet, but Wesley So is absolutely the story of this tournament. Everybody talking about him. The fact is, he won the first 2 games. He sort of settled in with a couple of draws. He's got a pack of definite contenders chasing him, and one none other than Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru started off badly, losing to Wesley So, but he has surged in the last 2 games, defeating 2 former world champions. Now he has his hands full with a third, Big Vlad, who's got to say, oh, hold on a second, I'm also a contender as well. It's an exciting day here in London. Hundreds of school kids, they spent the whole day here. It was a field day for them, and they're excited to see the matchups, as are we, and we'll be bringing you the action live from London as the games are about to start.
Thank you, Maurice. How exciting, a field day trip. And what's our schedule, Tanya?
Let's take a look at what your diary should look like. Today we begin at 10 a.m. Central Time, and tomorrow is a rest day, so no games on Wednesday, December 14th. We resume play from Thursday, starts at 10 a.m. Central Time, and on weekends we start at 8 a.m.
2 hours earlier. I'm looking forward to that rest day, but what are the players playing for?
Let's take a look at the prize fund. $300,000 at stake at the London Chess Classic, and an additional $150,000 for the Grand Chess Tour winners. So a total prize fund of $450,000. The first place goes back home with $75,000, second with $50,000. Yes, what a way to end the year.
Oh, ideal, of course. And it's not just the bonus money itself, 100 and 150, but the top 3 places are crucial because those players will automatically be seeded into next year's Grand Chess Tour.
Absolutely, a big scramble for second spot at the Grand Chess Tour. Let's take a look at the Grand Chess Tour points as of now after round 4 of the London Chess Classic. Wesley So leads with 36 points, and now remember, these are after round 4 of the London Chess Classic.
Projections.
A projection, yes.
Yeah.
And you've got Hikaru Nakamura right behind him, Levon Aronian. The only player who can catch up with Wesley So is Hikaru Nakamura, but to do that, he needs to finish clear first at the London Chess Classic, earning him 13 points, which will enable him to overtake Wesley So in the final number of points. Now, how that is calculated is the top 3 events out of the 4 events that the players have played, which comprises the entire tour, are taken into account to determine your GCT standings.
And I'm just looking at that fight for second and third. Ooh, that's tight. But let's go to Alejandro now and get his thoughts on the key matchups.
Well, one key matchup definitely will be to watch out what Levon Aronian is doing, because this is a player that needs to qualify for the Grand Chess Tour next year by being in one of the top 3 spots here. Remember, there's going to be 3 spots by rating, 3 wildcard spots, and 3 that actually qualify from the Grand Chess Tour. And since he is going to not qualify by rating, he needs to start accumulating points, making sure that he at least gets 3rd in the Grand Chess Tour. He wants to get 2nd, and that $50,000 bonus, of course, he cannot fight for 1st anymore. He's playing against Anish Giri, and this guy, Levon Aronian, has a massive record against the Dutch player. 5-0 start already in between their matchups with 12 draws. That's quite a domination. We've seen a couple of those in this tournament. For example, Hikaru Nakamura with his excellent score against Vishy Anand, he was able to add another victory to that list. But Levon Aronian against Anish Giri, I think that has been a story of a domination by the Armenian. Can Anish break the spell? He is a player, Anish, that is very young, very talented, but he has not had a good year this year. A lot of people projected him to keep his 2,800 or at least cross 2,800 and as soon as possible. He actually dropped in rating considerably. He hasn't really won any tournaments. He's been known as the draw master this year. It's something he wants to shake off. He wants to actually win a tournament, stop coming in second, stop coming in third. He's been having a very shaky 2016. I think he wants to finish in a very strong note.
Thank you, Alejandro. And what do you think about the hat trick? Can Hikaru win third time in a row against 3 former world champions? He's going up against Vladimir Kramnik, a big ask.
That would be really something. I mean, his game against Veselin yesterday, I have to say, showed some inspired play, yes. I mean,
definitely.
he really did go for blood and with black pieces too, and that is a huge confidence boost. And before that, just the round before that, he beat Vishy Anand.
Right.
I mean, with that kind of confidence, really anything can happen. But I have to say that if I take all the 3 former world champions, how they're playing at the London Chess Classic, I have to say that I've been most impressed with Vladimir's play here.
Yeah, and yesterday he had that incredibly disappointing result against MVL. He had just the type of game that he just plays so exquisitely well. We had almost all of us chalked up a victory, but MVL pulled it out with a very interesting defense of sacrificing a second pawn. He was 2 pawns down in a game that MVL held.
Indeed, very skillful defense by MVL and Giri yesterday. Also, what I'm extremely taken aback with is the fact that Aronian has got a score of 5-0 against Giri, as Alejandro was mentioning.
Absolutely. You just don't see that kind of lopsided result amongst these elite players. But keep in mind that a lot of Levon's wins were coming up, occurred in the formative years of Anish, as he was coming up. As Victor Korchnoi likes to say, beat them while they are young. That was what happened in that particular rivalry.
True, but yes, they also met at Tal Memorial earlier this year, which Aronian won as well, which was in 2016, and Giri is now noted to be one of the most solid players in the circuit.
Beat them when they're older as well. That'll
Well,
work.
why not?
Of course.
Absolutely. A lot of exciting matchups coming our way, and the other big one, Wesley versus Anand. Yes. I mean, despite the fact that Vishy, yes, despite the fact that Vishy has had a tough day, but he is still showing a lot of good play, and Wesley's got to keep that momentum going.
Oh, yes, and Vishy, by the way, of course, has the only victory between them. Their other games have been drawn. As we see in our graphic, 4 draws out of the 5 games that they've contested, and a victory for Vishy. Very impressive, and something that he likes, the veteran Vishy Anand, to be ahead of this young star, Wesley So. I mean, it seems right now like the sky is the limit, as Wesley has just been doing great throughout the Grand Chess Tour, great in 2016, a gold medalist on his individual board for the winning gold medal team in Baku.
And there we see the players at the Kensington Olympia before the start of the round. Let's join our host in London.
Playing white from the USA, Wesley So. And on my left, currently lying second in the Grand Chess Tour with the white pieces from the USA, Hikaru Nakamura. And playing Hikaru from Russia, former world champion, in fact won it down the road in 2000, Vladimir Kramnik. On my right, with white.
You didn't forget about Vishy by any chance, no?
Sorry?
You didn't forget about Vishy by any chance?
I think I did forget about Vichy, actually, because I'm going to give him a special mention. Don't worry, Vichy, not being disqualified for anything. On my right, French number 1, Maxime Vachier-Legrave. He's playing Fabiano Caruana. Now, if we can make a little bit of space. We have 2 players who recently had birthdays. Hikaru, we have Vishy, For some reason, it doesn't seem to be great luck to play on your birthday unless you're Magnus Carlsen. So, we wish the best of luck to our two recent birthday boys. Please welcome from India, former world champion Vishy Anand. Wild card at the London Chess Classic this year, with the white pieces, the England #1, Michael Adams. Tomorrow, Mickey will be presenting the trophy at a special match that we're running at the House of Lords. The charity is going to reinstitute the traditional chess match between the House of Commons and the House of Lords. That will be taking place tomorrow, and we're very grateful for Mickey to coming along and to give the trophy. There is, in fact, a chess room in the House of Commons. There's actually a room that, in the 19th century, the MPs decided that they liked chess so much, they wanted to have a special room there, and so there is a room where you're allowed to play chess, although right now, unfortunately, it has lots of catering equipment in it. Lots of knives and forks and plates and no chess sets, which is something we want to change. Anyway, so tomorrow we'll be having that special match. I think that's the first time we've had that match in the House of Commons or House of Lords since 1999. And there are a lot of good players who are Lords and a lot of good players who are MPs. Some of you here might remember that Boris Johnson, the Foreign Secretary, came to the London Chess Classic not so long ago, and he's a keen player. I don't know how good he is, though, because when he was on the stage, those of you remember, he played 5 or 6 moves against the Chief Executive party card, and then stuck his hand out and said, "I accept your surrender." So we never really got to find out how good Boris Johnson actually was. Maybe he'll turn up tomorrow, who knows. So enough about that match, now to the real business. Please welcome from Bulgaria, former world champion Veselin Topalov. And from Holland, Anis Jiri. And from Armenia, Levon Aronian. And the London Chess Classic is delighted and indeed honoured that we could welcome today to make one of the ceremonial first moves. Don't worry, children, you're missing out. From the Armenian Embassy, please give a warm round of applause to Hayapi Dromian. Now, I know Hayapi's been thinking long and hard about which pawn to move. There are 2 possible good moves here. Have you decided?
Yes.
Okay, on we go. D4, Levon.
Thank you.
Good luck. Are you going to stick with that one?
Not this time, but it's a good move.
Okay, so it has the seal of approval from the Grandmaster. Thank you, Hayapi.
Thank you.
Now, those of you who were here earlier will have seen we had hundreds of children coming from schools all around the UK for a day of activities. I've got 2 of them who are going to come up and make a ceremonial first move. So first, from Stainhill School in Manchester, will you please welcome 10-year-old Jack Gaskell. He's not hiding, he's just coming up the other side. Good. Okay, Jack. So you're going to make the move for the tournament leader. Have you decided what you're going to play? Yeah. You have? Okay, off you go. E4. Wesley?
Well, have you read of the book Opening for White according to Anand?
Oh, there is a book, an opening for White according to Anand, yes.
Like 15 books, but
Yes.
that's maybe not today.
Not today, okay, because I think Anand, that whole series of 15 books recommended 1E4, didn't it?
Yeah, 1E4.
Yeah, so maybe, you know, it's a great move, but not against the world expert. Thank you very much indeed. And from Bristol, from Victoria Park School, Amelia Topolska. Amelia, where are you? Oh, you sit at the back. Okay. Bad planning, sorry everyone. Come on down. you can make Maxine's first move. Come on this way. Okay, you decided?
Yeah.
Okay, well, go for it. Knight F3, that's a cultured move. Very good, yeah, okay, very refined. I like that move. Maxine?
I like it too, but too much, so you know, I had to stop. It was like an addiction.
Oh yeah, he's played that move a lot, but he didn't have enough success with it, so he's going to have to do something else. But a great move, and thank you very much, Amelia. All right, we will play the London Chess Classic video, and then we'll get the games underway. Thank you.
All right, it seems like we're about to start this round 5 before the free day. Love those kids as they
The traditional London Chess Classic kickoff.
Well, if you win the competition in the Scholastics, you ought to be able to make a move for a world champion now and then, right?
Absolutely,
Very
and
nice.
I loved Wesley's explanation of why he doesn't want to employ the e4 against Vishy Anand. Well, Vishy's pretty much defined e4, written tons of books on it, so
exactly.
not a great idea.
Yeah, I love the, I recall with the House of Lords, oops, I've lost my mic, that Phillips and Drew, I played in Parliament, in the British Parliament in the 80s in the Phillips and Drew tournament. And, well, it's great to see the House of Commons and the House of Lords have a competition. That will be tomorrow.
Absolutely, and while talking about events, there are a lot of other events also taking place at the Kensington Olympia. Yes, besides the London Chess Classic, like we've said, it's a massive festival in London right now. Just two things, Christmas and chess.
And let's see, we do have some moves as we're starting, I think. Oh, I'm sorry. I think I've made a move on my board myself.
You're very excited about the games to begin.
That
Can't
was the
wait.
opening move, D2, D4 from the young child in Levon's team.
Absolutely, yes. It's going to be a very, very crucial round because it will determine not just the London leader, but also the GCT leader. Alejandro, your thoughts?
Well, actually, I'm a little curious on what Aronian is going to be playing, since he said he's not playing d4 as somebody put on his board. But I'm guessing he's going to try in English against Giri. e4 is not usually what Aronian plays, but he does try it once in a while, especially if he has some kind of special surprise. You know that Giri has been playing the Slav. And is that a g3?
G2,
G3. Yes, you can see Giri already thinking on move 1. I'm trying to figure out what Aronian is trying to avoid with the move g3. Because usually you can just play the English right away if you're going to play a g3 immediately. Interesting decision on move 1 already by Levon.
Absolutely, and
Quick
D5.
D5.
I remember in the day Tony Miles was playing B7, B6 on move 1 against virtually everything. And I opened up with the move G2, G3 as white, and he leaned across the board and he told me, I love these moral victories. I think it was the only time I played G2, G3 in my career. It's a very unusual opening move. Normally, of course, white is trying to occupy and control the center, and G2, G3 just gives black a whole variety of options, and they quickly transposed into a symmetrical Grunfeld instead of knight b1 to d2 as we saw yesterday in the game between Vladimir and MVL. Just the common c2, c4, and immediately captures a knight a3. These players are moving it right along, aren't they, Alejandro?
Yes, they are, Yasser, and the slight deviation that we have already from the game yesterday between Kramnik and MVL, in which Kramnik decided to play c4 right away. Now, this position, though, is going to be something that transposes directly back into the game between Kramnik and Topalov if Aronian here decides to take on c5, which he can do. Kramnik expressed in that position that he thought white was better in those variations. So interesting that Giri, perhaps already knowing this game, has come up with some kind of new idea. The move c5 is actually relatively rare in that position. Usually, instead of putting the pawn on c5, black goes either knight c6 quite early or an even more common c3 in order to shatter the structure there on the queen side. c5 is a little bit more on the rare side, of course, perfectly possible. Aronian has basically the decision whether to take on c5 or ignore the threat on his pawn on d4 and just take on c4 himself. Positional struggle in which Black is trying not to be worse early from the opening, basically. Very solid for Geary. No big surprises, I think, that he chooses one of these setups.
Exactly. He's
But
a big Grunfeld player.
Aronian is taking a think, which means that he was obviously not expecting Geary to go for this C5 line, especially after what we saw in round 1 between Kramnik and Westlin.
True, and I suspect just at this moment, Levon is reflecting on his preparation and which line he wants to go. Big surprises, super sharp game, just exploded right out of the opening between Wesley So and Vichy Anand. And then it's so tough. These players are moving targets. I would have never guessed Fabiano would be opening with the Petrov or the Russian defense as Black against MVL. Who would have guessed the Petrov?
I would have.
Oh, the Oracle speaks.
I think Fabi and I were looking at it a couple of months ago.
Ah.
So I'm not totally surprised that he's using the Petrov, but I wasn't sure if it was completely ready.
Now bring us up to date on the game between Wesley So and Vichy Anand.
I am just looking it up on the database real quick. They're playing really fast here. We got the move Knight BD7 in this type of Queen's Gambit's decline, a quick Bishop F4, which is normal in this situation, and D takes C4, which I am not that familiar with in this position. After E3, Vichy quickly play the move B5, some kind of very deep prep, because after Knight takes B5, Bishop B4, Knight C3. Let me just show you how the game made progress as we can refresh the board. Knight D5, attacking this Knight on C3, also turning this Bishop on F4 in certain variations, A3. Knight takes C3, and there's a tactical justification of this variation is that I can play Queen D2, and I don't have any good squares for the Knight. If I retreat, I can take the Bishop with the pawn. If I double attack the Queen, I can take the Bishop directly with my Queen. So Black is not actually winning material in this variation, so very quickly here, Vichy played the move Bishop takes A3, not the recommendation of the computer, at least for now. It seems a little risky in my view. For example, if I take here on C3 with the Queen, although I might want to take with the pawn since I'm attacking the Bishop anyway, and the Bishop retreats, I guess it has to retreat to D6. You're going to get some kind of structure like this after Bishop takes C4, where White recovers the pawn on C4. There is some pressure here against the A5 pawn, but I think the point that Vichy is trying to make is that I'm also going to eventually make some kind of pressure against the pawn on C3, so perhaps this strategically compensates for the weaknesses. I'm going to try to look up the theory of this variation because I have to admit that I am not completely familiar with it.
Me either, and that move Bishop takes A3 is quite a confounding and confusing move. Again, the play in the fifth round has really gotten off with a bang, and the players are quickly showing their preparation. Again, the very surprising game between Fabiana MVL and Fabiana Caruana opened up as a Petrov or a Russian defense. Black simply mimics White's attack against the E4 pawn. As you can very well imagine, the theory these days is well developed. Entire books, I mean tomes, 500-page tomes, Petrov 1 and Petrov 2 were written by Artur Yusupov and many other authors. Today, strangely enough, this move Knight C3 is the most topical way of meeting the Russian, Petrov. And after the trade, the players quickly got straight to their preparation, where both sides castle long or queenside. Now, White has these double pawns, which means that his king is going to be very safe standing behind them, but to create an imbalance in this structure where it's 4 versus 4, 3 versus 3 on the queen side, it's very difficult. The results have been tepid at best, just small edges for White, lots and lots of draws in this particular variation. So again, a kind of a surprising decision by Fabiano, and maybe he was hoping or expecting that MVL would have played a sharper choice.
I have to say, though, Yas, that Black should not be unhappy with the way things have turned out in this position at all. So, in fact, throughout the tournament, I haven't been very impressed with MVL's choice of openings. He really hasn't gotten much out of his preparation. In fact, he's often been on the back foot coming into the middle game after the openings. And here as well, just looking at the position, like you pointed out, the pawn structure, I mean, even even if the game was to go into any endgames, black would be absolutely fine, if not slightly better, just simply because of a better pawn structure.
Yeah, but again, it's just so very balanced. For example, in this position, white could play the move knight d4 with the idea that after knight takes d4, queen takes d4, there's simply a double attack going on the a7 and g7 pawns. If you protect the pawn with a move like king b8.
Bishop b5?
Well, you haven't really even prevented.
Queen d4.
You could
That's
still
right.
go for this particular variation. So there are still things that black has to do,
Bishop
like
f6 and
bishop
then bishop
f6,
b5.
bishop b5, these types of things. Well, if you win the two bishops, you know, there's some kind of a compensation. So, for example, bishop takes d4, bishop takes d4, a6. Yeah, it's getting closer and closer to a draw.
Yes.
There's not really too much going on. Let's go for some action elsewhere across the stage. This is the bishop.
This is really blown up.
Well,
I
this
mean,
bishop takes a3. That's not the first move you think about in such a huge position like this.
And Vishy is such a classical player who sticks to his opening and his preparation, and of late he's also been extremely experimental with his opening play, and I think that also has a lot to do with his general movement of going away from the established theory and coming into more unknown grounds.
Well, there's no question about it that he works very, very hard indeed on his openings. I'm still like puzzled by this move, bishop takes a3. There were lots of other choices, knight d5, ab, knight takes f4. You know, both side structures are being badly mangled in this particular position. But let's go to Alejandro. Maybe he's got an update on the latest and greatest theory. Alejandro, what's going on?
Well, I do feel a little guilty for not recognizing the position, as this was played in the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen in the Grand Chess Tour Blitz. Perhaps that day I was looking at some other Blitz, so much action happening in the fast-paced games. And it's been played in several other games. I'm just looking at the database. Karyakin has played it, Naidish has played it, Grashev has played it. Very, very recent variation in every single game. Black has taken on f4 after the move queen d2. Now, the funny thing is they've done it through two different ways. Knight d5 is the more common one, but some people have played the more cheeky knight e2 simply because they can. And after pawn takes before, they take on f4, pawn takes, and you get this kind of structure in which both sides have a bad pawn formation, but on the other hand, the trumps that are given by the bad pawns are considerable. There is some pressure here on the a file. There's good development for the white pieces. The bishop has now completely been opened in the diagonal, a complicated struggle. Most of these games have ended in draws, with the only exception being the Carlsen victory over Nakamura, although, as we mentioned, that is a blitz game, so sometimes they're not so dependent on the opening as classical games would be. It seems that Vishy's novelty here, bishop takes a3, has stumped Wesley, who's now thinking about the position. Vishy has shown amazing preparation here so far in this tournament, pretty much outclassing everybody. And when you outclass somebody like MVL in a Najdorf, you know that you're coming in hot with theoretical knowledge. Now, another game that's really going deep into prep is this line. We are just going to take it from the beginning because I don't think we've covered this game at all. Between Hikaru Nakamura and Vladimir Kramnik. And we have a very traditional Queen's Gambit decline with an early bishop f4. And after castles, e3, Hikaru is going to be trying this relatively new idea of playing c5. It's been around for maybe 6 or 7 years, to close down the queen side and just expand. There's a very famous game in this variation in which Vishy Anand won against Magnus Carlsen, the only game that Vishy Anand defeated the world champion in one of the world championship matches. Here, after knight h5, Vladimir immediately eliminates the bishop on f4. This is considered to be the easiest way to equalize. A lot of people were trying to just play c6, b6 in the past. And after bishop d3, they played a lot of moves here. White's going to be expanding on the queen side, finishing the development. Black's going to be trying to solidifying that side of the board. You can see black has the pair of bishops. That's completely irrelevant in a situation that is so close. It's not going to be shattered at any point. So b4, a5, a3, and c6. Castles, and for the reason that these bishops are not very powerful, usually black is in a hurry to exchange this bishop on c8 because it's so bad. You can imagine that if I don't exchange it, it can easily be locked behind a very dumb pawn chain here in the center. So bishop a6 is done to exchange this bad bishop, rook e1, bishop f6, and everything here so far has already been played very recently, actually, as Pavel Ilyanov played this with the white pieces against Vladimir Kramnik himself in the Olympiad only a couple months ago, or a few months ago. So after bishop f6, they're still following that game. Knight e5, bishop takes, pawn takes, bishop takes d3, queen takes d3. So far, the players have not thought at all. They are just repeating a game that they know quite well.
Wow, thank you, Alejandro. Always a Mr. Excitement, Veselin Topalov is facing off against England's #1, Mickey Adams. We saw earlier in the tournament when Veselin Topalov plays the Berlin defense, the Berlin Wall, it's not boring. It definitely is not boring. And how did the game get exciting? Well, after d2, d3, bishop c5, all of these moves are, of course, very well known. And Mickey borrowed a page from this year's Russian championship, where after this move, bishop d6, defending this pawn on e5, basically white gets in this quick strike in the center, d3, d4, knight d7, and while Veselin's got his much beloved two bishops advantage, white's pawn structure, he's got a majority on the king side, is more mobile than the static double pawn structure of black. So very sharp position, and we can see that, for example, things could go badly wrong for Veselin if he were to drop his bishop back. He's basically coaxing the white pawns forward with f4, f5. I think more normal, I don't think this is theory. The theory does develop quickly, but this looks like bishop check and f7, f6 in order to drop back with the bishop. But first, let's go to Maurice Ashley in London. Maurice.
Thanks, Yaz. Well, as you know, the psychology of chess is extremely important at this level. And I was backstage behind the players, looking at them closely as they play the opening moves, checking each and every move to see how they were responding. And Wesley, on seeing this move, you could just tell the shock in his face when he saw bishop takes a3 land on the board, and he's still thinking about what to do. Anand, when he played the move, immediately got up and walked away from the board. It was just like, you know you're walking into my prep. I've looked at it deeply. Watch out, because this is no finger failure, if you will. This is something that he is completely ready for, and Wesley knows that he's in the clutches of the champions the former world champions preparation, so he's going to be very careful on the next move. Moving to another board, Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Fabi looks like as cool as a cucumber. Normally he looks pretty cool, but every move has just been like, so what, so what, so what? And the question is, what is the test that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave can put to Fabi? Because as we know, he's one of the most prepared players on the planet. Another game of interest is the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Vladimir Kramnik. At first, it looked as though Hikaru was trying to remember some prep, and then he blitzed out some moves, and then it was Big Vlad's turn to just, like, no problem. I'm here, too. I'm staying with you. We're definitely inside my computer, so we got to know whose computer is better at this point. We'll see in a few moments. There was one point when both of them were actually not even at the board. They were just playing so quickly, you can't even get up because the preparation is still so superb. So we'll see what happens in that game. Body language in the game between Levon Aronian and Nish Giri is all Giri. Giri saw the move g3. He paused for a second before blitzing out the move d5. But now Giri is just strolling in this position like, yep, this is exactly what I've looked at. I'm completely prepared. And you know he can make a draw with the best of them. So I think he's going to equalize this position pretty readily. At least that's what it looks like when you look at him, because he's just calm, cool and calm versus Levon. And Levon has been frozen at the board as well. And this game is the hardest one, the most paradoxical to look at. I look at Michael Adams moving quickly, but Topalov seems like he's in his preparation as well. But I would give edge Adams here. Easy to say the way Topalov has been playing. It's just been way below his level. No matter what position he gets, even the great ones, he seems to be spoiling. So he's going to have to watch out, because he has tumbled to number 19 in the world right now, and he could go further if he continues to play badly in this tournament. So the Bulgarian will look to see if he can pull himself together, get his psychology right as the round continues.
Thank you, Maurice. Definitely big things going on. This game of Levon Aroni and Anish Giri. Anish played this move B7, B6. Crazy things are happening. Alejandro.
Well, let's take it back from when we left off here. After knight takes c4, Levon had the decision of taking on c5, playing the way Vladimir Kramnik played earlier in the tournament, or simply taking on c4. He decided for the latter. Here after bishop e6, b3, Anish showed very good prep. Knight c6 was played, bishop b2, and then a very curious move. At first I thought this looked like a mistake. C takes d4, simplifying the position in the center. Knight takes, and bishop takes d4. And I was analyzing this situation, and the computers kept saying equal, and without looking at the engine, I was trying to figure out why this looks so pleasant for white. And I was trying to figure out if you could play bishop d5 and simplify the bishops. You cannot do that because bishop takes f6. So I was like thinking, why? This pawn on b7 looks so awkward to defend. If I play queen c7, rook c1 is coming. Actually, I thought white was doing pretty well here. But Anish finds a move that just solves all of his problems. He plays the move b6. And well, we're taught that bishops are worth more than rooks.
Right.
But this is actually not a sacrifice. The bishop can take on a8. It's not like white is losing, but he doesn't gain anything either, and I'm going to explain why. After bishop takes a8, queen takes a8, you are threatening as black to play bishop h3 and immediately recover the exchange. So if you, for example, defend against this threat by playing either rook e1 or f3, it doesn't really matter, then to simplify things, rook d8 immediately is stronger. But just to make the point, if I take on c4, and play rook d8, there is no way to avoid the move e5 on the next move, eliminating the bishop because of the pin down the d file. So even though it looks like black is sacrificing an exchange, he's actually not. After bishop takes a8, queen takes a8, I could just move the queen, but then after any move, actually even rook c8 gives black enough compensation in certain variations, but just play bishop h3 immediately seems to be the simplest. f3, takes. You can see that white has pretty much nothing in this position. Symmetrical pawn structure, but he doesn't have any real pressure to say anything about. He doesn't have any attack anywhere. So this position has comfortably been equalized already by Anish Giri. I don't see anything much better than taking on a8, even though that leads to pretty much only equality. I think Levon is going to try to find something along the lines of knight e5, for example. But the problem is that black always has the resource of bishop d5 and simplifying the position in the center of the board.
Thank you. That was a star move, b7, b6. Not intuitively obvious at all, but it does solve so many of black's problems.
No,
Tania.
absolutely. Very inspiring way of solving your problems. And I think this gets us to the point of how, in general, theory evolves over time. I mean, and how fast it does. The first round, we saw a similar opening where Kramnik got such a crushing position with white against Veselin Topalov in this very line.
Right.
And you might think with black, if you're trying to prepare, that, you know, maybe going into this variation is not such a great idea because white has found this great way in the symmetrical Grunfeld to get this long-lasting advantage. And then on players like Anish Giri, they go back and on the very same day or at the very same time, they come up with the truth in the position.
Right.
They find the right way to play, and, well, black's back in business in...
I've seen this so often, as you were saying, theory evolves. You take a line like the Dragon Sicilian, picking one. White comes up with a fantastic novelty, completely refutes the whole sub-variation. Black returns the next day with a new novelty that makes it playable as well. It's really great. Opening theoreticians, they live for these moments. Yeah.
And yes, just looking at
Yes.
Levon, I mean, it's clear that he was not expecting Anish to enter this line.
No.
So it's also a great psychology approach in a tournament, that a line that your opponent might feel is not great, so clearly does not spend that much time looking at it. If you're able to find some idea, some way to kind of put questions to them, it's actually a great way to prepare for your opponent.
Oh, without question. And for professional chess players, being well prepared, armed with that opening theoretical novelty, it's like gunfighters in the West. It's a fast draw, you know, having that novelty in the pocket. I just wanted to turn to the game of Michael Adams and Veselin Topalov for a moment. We had left it after the move f4. I was expecting this approach by Veselin Topalov, bishop d4 check, f7, f6, in order to preserve this bishop on the g8, a2 diagonal. But if you play another move or two, I'm beginning to think that Mickey Adams has the possibility of launching pretty serious attack. We'll play the move f4, f5.
Bishop f7.
Bishop f7. Queen g4. Now, what I'm trying to do is actually be very sneaky. I want to exploit the bishop on d4 by playing moves like rook d1 and knight f3, hoping to catch black in the pin while threatening the pawn on g7. Now, if you play along with me and you castle, now you'll see what I have in mind. I'm going to play knight f3 with the double threat of both bishop h6, eyeballing this pawn on g7, as well as the move rook d1, pinning the knight. So that's something of consequence. Sorry, Tanya,
No,
please.
that's clear that this would walk right into queen g4, short castle is a bad idea.
Yeah, bad idea. Don't do that.
I'm just looking as if the g7 pawn can actually be
Captured.
No,
You
can
like-
it just be given away? For example,
Yeah.
a move like bishop e3, could that be interesting here?
Bishop e3, absolutely.
Knight f3?
Knight f3, you could capture my bishop. I think I'm getting in.
Can I go queen e7 here?
Yes, queen e7. Well,
Because
now
I
you're
want...
losing.
Sorry.
Yes, you're losing this pawn purposefully.
Yes,
of course.
because I want to go long castle and I'm putting pressure against e4. The g file will be open. I feel that I would have enough compensation.
But don't you think that by trading the bishop, you're making white's life a little bit easier? For example, queen takes g7,
Okay.
accepting your gifts, castles, e5. I'm a pawn up, and I'm greedily eyeballing a second. At the moment, your attack along the g file doesn't seem to be full compensation. Should we just continue?
F6? Or you don't
I was going to
just
capture.
take on e5?
I mean, I understand the bishop's going to post up nicely one day on the square d5.
But
like-
you
like-
feel it's not enough.
At the moment, but go back a moment here when you played. I was expecting you to play queen e7 actually, so that after knight f3, bishop back, we can take this pawn,
Long castle?
castles, and maybe it's still all about the move e5. Not sure I'm going to be able to make these sacrifices work for black.
Just looking at the position that we have on board, I'm trying to understand how black, if he doesn't go for this position with compensation, how is black going to try to solve his problems?
Right. So that's the whole point. The question is whether this move f4, f5, which is very strategically direct, followed by attack. If it works in white's favor, it could net Mickey a pretty sizable advantage. Again, if it works. Let's just go back to the game of Wesley So for just a moment, our tournament leader, because Anand really put that move, bishop takes a3, his preparation, Vishy's preparation to Wesley, and Wesley's still in the tank.
But I have to say, yes, I'm looking at this position and after, the sequence of move that comes to my mind, I feel like white should be doing fine. For example, even if I take your knight on c3 here, I was thinking of taking the knight instead.
Well, you've got two choices,
Yes.
with the queen or the pawn.
I wanted to take it with the pawn.
Okay, so you got it. You got it. I'll drop back with my bishop,
Right, and let's say I take on c4.
and I'll develop the bishop on
b7.
b7. So I'm eyeballing opportunity.
You are, but I'm
giving
not
you
sure if you
triplets.
want to. Yes. And I'm just seeing this position, and if I was to even take on d6, for example,
Very good. Takes.
or not, no, I don't want to take on d6 because that solves your problem with the pawn structure. I want to go bishop g5 here.
Whoa, bishop g5. Now that's, you want to play rough?
No, I feel like if I'm able to get shock castle, bishop a6, my rook's on b1, a1, like, I would love my position.
Well, basically what you really love
Is the pawn on a7.
Is the pawn on a7.
Which is
and
here
an
to
active
stay.
rook. Okay. I'll play ball. I still want to trade bishops.
Yes,
Bishop
so
e7,
I take now
queen takes.
I think if you're going to trade bishops, you might as well have done it on f4.
on d6.
You
Oh, you
want me
mean-
to take on f4 earlier?
Yeah. Why are you allowing this instead of shattering the structure on f4?
Okay, so bishop takes c4.
So maybe after bishop
Alejandro is
d6, I can,
advising me to capture right away.
so maybe I can go bishop g5. I can like change
Alright.
my move order first,
Okay,
right?
but then you haven't won the pawn back on c4, and you may have
Troubles
to
with
struggle.
that?
f6, bishop h4, knight b6.
Yeah.
Now
right.
you've got to work a little bit harder.
A little bit more.
Yeah.
So what's after bishop d6? I have to go bishop c4, bishop f4, ef4, and now you go bishop b7, right?
Something like that. Yes. Alejandro's advice was
interesting.
very well received, as we would say in Spartacus.
I still like White's
Gratitude.
position. I'm not sure why, but I have to like do
Well,
something
you like
about
the
the threat.
visual aspect of having your pieces nicely out, your structure you feel is a
Somewhere
little
I'll
bit
get
better.
f5. I'll be very happy. I've got this a7 huge weakness.
But these lines, I know them very well from Queen Gambit accepted positions. The moment Black dissolves the c7 pawn, trades it off, a lot of the defects of his position simply disappear.
Right.
And I'm sure Vichy has this in mind.
The other
when-
option is that
Now-
White just decides to take the bishop instead of the knight.
Now, yes, that's the one that I would be the most attracted to myself, is taking this bishop. I like this beauty, so to speak. If you come back with the knight, now in this case, one of the things that is encouraging, let me put it that way, is this rook on a3. Jennifer loves the rover expression, is ready to go over. The problem is with the trade of two minor pieces, the attack isn't quite as deadly looking for Black. Overall, I'm very impressed at this moment with Vichy's novel idea of bishop takes a3. It's really stunning.
No, his preparation throughout the tournament has been absolutely stunning. Yes.
Yes.
In every game, he's come out very happily out of the opening. Even the one that he lost to Hikaru Nakamura, I mean, there were no complaints out of the opening
Not
from
at
that
all.
one.
Not at all. I definitely thought there was all three results were possible.
And well, we would also like our viewers to call in if you've got any questions about the games, about chess, about our players, any message at all. That's the number on the screen. Just give us a call.
314-361-3545. Turning to the game of MVL and Fabiano Caruana, we left it just about the parts we kind of were expecting the move knight d4 to appear on the board. Fabi played the move a7, a6. You had mentioned, Tanya, that this move bishop b5 could be more than annoying for Black, so a6. And MVL immediately snapped off the light square bishop with the move knight takes e6, recaptured with the pawn, fe6, and g3. This is a crafty move. White's eyeballing the opportunity of playing bishop h3, bringing out the light square bishop and putting pressure on the pawn on e6. Whoa. d6, d5. I was going to say, if I gave this position to a lot of players, I'm doubtful that d6, d5 would come to mind. I think a lot of players would be thinking, okay, let me get off this diagonal, play something like bishop f6, pardon me, let me just put that on the board, bishop h3, again, just getting off the diagonal, just playing some moves that are pretty common.
His
and play
development.
and queen f7, stuff like that. But that was not Fabi's choice. Wow, d6, d5. I'm going to turn that one over to Alejandro and say, did that move come as a surprise to you, Alejandro? Would you have essayed d5 in that specific position?
I think it makes a lot of strategical sense because when you're playing against a light square bishop, sometimes you want to have a lot of pawns and light squares in order to cover those weaknesses. For example, if I ever play the move e5, I'm starting to get worried that this bishop on g2 just becomes too active. Imagine that I make a break on f4 and some pawns get traded. I don't have a good answer for the bishop on g2. So I do strategically want to keep a lot of the pawns that I have currently on light squares in order to restrict the opponent's bishop. I think d5 does make a lot of sense in that point of view. And it also allows the bishop to come to a3 in certain variations and tickle the king if necessary. It might not lead to an attack, but it might be an important tactical element, and it is currently in the game. If after bishop h3, king b8, rook he1, rook he8, which is the moves that have been played by the players, you would think that there's a tactical device of bishop takes e6, because if queen takes e6, I have bishop a7 check, picking up the queen, but it is easily met by the move bishop a3 check, and the rook can now take the bishop. So a little bit of a detail there. After rook h8, it's clear that black has a weakness on e6. The thing is that, as we've known since the beginning of time in chess, one weakness is not enough to lose the game. You need to have at least 2 targets. And in this case, e6 is weak, but black has some compensation for it. For example, the pawn on c3 can also be targeted. This bishop is going to come to f6, and there is no way for white to really make a breakthrough in any other side of the board, especially now that I've played d5. You don't have the possibility of going c4 yourself, and I think that's why Fabi played d5, because if you play c4 here as white, you're starting to restrict black's pieces a little bit. So the computers are suggesting something along the lines of f4, which is a move I like. It takes control over the position on e5. It allows me to play f5 in certain variations, and trying to play for some variation like this with bishop d4, eliminating the powerful bishop on f6, and trying to grasp weaknesses, and especially try to exploit the weakness on e6. And in the meantime, I think that Fabi might even be looking at transferring the knight on f5 if he's allowed to do so. I like white just a little bit more because that's the nature of the position, but I think that Fabi only has very minor problems in this situation.
Remarkable.
Thank you, Alejandro. Well, we do have a caller with us, so we're going to get back to the game, but first let's see what he has to say.
Your name and where you're calling from, please.
I'm calling from Reading, Pennsylvania. My name is Michael.
Hi, Michael. Welcome to our show.
You have the best chess show on TV, and everything is just great. I have a question for you and other grandmasters. When you choose your openings, what did you choose for the white and the black pieces? And are these chess players playing the opening by rote or what the computer tells them? And my second question is, why aren't there more women playing in these tournaments? Like if you have a woman who has won the World Chess Championship for her and one where Magnus Carlsen won, why don't you have the woman who won play against the man?
Well, thank you, Michael, for your question. And of course, where openings are concerned, this has been the great challenge for all chess grandmasters, which openings to choose. In the older days, you would see many, many specialists who only chose one defense and stuck with it for their careers. Today, the problem is the players have such versatile styles. They're willing to play so many different openings, and we talk about Fabiano today. And really, it's a preparation on a level that's extraordinarily deep, as we're seeing, for example, Vichy and Wesley today. The opening choices are extremely difficult, and it takes a great deal of preparation and knowledge. And how are you going to trick one of these elite players and get a position you want? It's really an art form. For club players, I would advise just finding a system that suits and stick with it until you get bored or tired. Yes, exactly. Stick with it till you get bored or tired or you're not getting the results. Change gradually. These guys are professionals. They devote their lives. Now, regarding women and the Grand Chess Tour, I'm telling you, I'm really impressed by Hu Yifan. She's without doubt the greatest chess player in the world, a female chess player in the world behind Judith Polgar. Absolutely. Judith could fit right into this group of players, but the reality is, with the exception of Hu Yifan, I really can't think of a lady who would compete and compete well. Sorry, but you'll have to defend now, Tanya.
No, I mean, like, if you're going to pick the top 10 players from the world based on rating, yes, it's going to be difficult to have a woman player on this circuit. But I think what is really important is to have a similar circuit for women. And that is something that I have brought up with Rex already, that there has to be a Grand Chess. We've got the Grand Prix for women, but, it's kind of not the same.
It's the FIDE Grand Prix for women.
It's the FIDE Grand Prix, but, this format where you've got these elite events and you've got the world's top 10 women participating. I think that would be amazing for women chess and bring them to another league. Yes.
Yeah, inspire a generation of women. Alejandro.
A little bit about both topics. First, how do you choose your openings? I think that stylistically it's very important to choose something that really suits you, that you'll be able to find comfortable positions that you can play in. Now, sometimes finding your first opening or your first love in the opening, it can be complicated. For me, it was not that complicated. It's pretty simple, actually. I chose the book that had the prettiest cover out of a bunch that I saw. I was like 7 years old, and it was just the most colorful one, and that's how I ended up playing the Benko Gambit. That's the story.
There it is.
But sometimes you just take an opening from when you're a child and you try to improve it over and over again, and I'm proud to say that I've played the Benko Gambit against players well above 2,700. And it's just something that happened by chance. And very successfully. I drew against Rustam Kasimjanov. I've used it in the World Championship in 2004 with a draw, and I've had really good results. Sometimes you just kind of stumble into something that you'll actually like. Now, as far as the women players go, in this particular tournament, we're just simply inviting the players by the ratings that they had last year. It's a top 10. That's all there was to it. So
no politics.
There was no politics. There was no
lobbying.
There was just straight up, who is the top in the rating, and that's how they got invited. It just happened that there were no women in that field. Now, since we are expanding the Grand Chess Tour to allow more wildcards in certain events, I would not be surprised that one of them goes to Ho Yifan, who has been doing a fantastic job in improving herself. But she does play against some of the top contenders very frequently. She's played Vaikanse, where she's faced against Magnus Carlsen. She just had a match against Vladimir Kramnik in Rapid and Blitz in Germany. So she does play against some of these top contenders. Just happens that not in this cycle of the Grand Chess Tour. Now, as far as the other ladies are concerned, I think that they're just not quite at the level of playing against these players. Some of them are very close to the 2,600 mark, but not quite there, and that's sometimes up to a 200-point rating difference to the average field of these players. Is just a little bit too much. But of course, as soon as we see somebody improve well over the 2,650 mark, as Yifan has done, they will be easy contenders for a wild card spot in any of these events.
But I have to say, Alejandro, that every time that we talk about a woman player who can take part in these events, the only name that does come to everyone's mind, and rightfully so, is Hu Yifan. Yes. And now the main thing is how to change that, how to have more women who are off that same level, so that the only person one does not think about is Yifan. And the only way you can do that, according to me, is to have this sort of a circuit with many women taking part, especially for women.
Yeah, so I couldn't agree with you more. I got tricked into it, Tanya. It was terrible. It was terrible. Got tricked into being the women's team captain in Baku for the U.S. Olympic team. And as I was talking with my team... I was
in Baku, yes, and I saw you had a really good time.
It was a dirty job. Somebody had to do it. But the point was, I was talking with the ladies on the team and learning about their lives and their careers, and there's no question about it, more opportunities. They were just crying for more and better opportunities. And for sure, if there was such a circuit as the Grand Chess Tour for ladies, I think there would be a generation spree across the world of appreciation and thanks. So a shout out to the tournament organizers. Let's get a Grand Chess Tour for the ladies going. Come on, tournament organizers. I think it would be great. I really do.
Absolutely. Well, and another great thing is the position on the board of Vishy and Wesley. Great preparation from Vishy there. He's again, the knight on c3 was taken, and I was just looking at, unfortunately,
with the queen. We were looking rook takes.
Rook takes a3 is difficult because of knight b1, right?
Yeah.
You're just walking into a fork.
Oh,
so rook a3 was...
I didn't see it. How embarrassing. Rook takes a3. Let me just show...
Just walks into knight b1.
Beautiful elementary fork of the... and that would cost, of course, material in the exchange.
Right, but it's a really nice idea if you can get the rook lift in. You want to do that.
I wanted to do that, yes. And, okay, so queen takes e3, bishop d6, and now Wesley is still thinking. He hasn't quite come to terms with the position.
Alejandro, take it away.
We always talk about styles in the game of chess, and Michael Adams is known to be one of the most solid chess players, not only in the tour, but in the entire world. He is a classicist. He plays all these very solid defenses with the black side. And Vasily Topalov is known to be one of the most aggressive, wild, speculative player. He sacrifices, but, you know, guys, sometimes the roles are reversed. Grandmasters sometimes have to do what they have to do on the board, depending on the situation. If the position demands sacrifice a pawn, you have to be sure that Michael Adams will sacrifice that pawn, and that's what he's done against Vasily Topalov. He's actually decided to kick out this bishop here on c3. And Yasser, you were wondering why to play c3 and kick out the bishop. It seemed like it was a vulnerability, but actually he has a very specific thing in mind. Bishop is retreating to b6, f5, bishop f7, and in certain variations, if I had kicked out the bishop, I can always retreat to e5, where it would be very solidly placed. For example, the variations that you guys were looking at here after f5, bishop f7, queen g4, you're absolutely correct that after queen e7, the computer's not even considering taking on g7. It just says it's suicidal, giving black that much initiative. But it's white that wants the initiative. After c3, bishop b6, f5, bishop f7, you can see that this structure is terrible for the white side. A couple of moves and white will be in real trouble. I'm just going to castle play the rook on e8, start pressuring this pawn on e4, and Miki's not going to let that happen. He plays the move e5. We see on the board, Topalov has no choice but to accept this pawn, and he has done so. He cannot let this pawn go all the way to e6. It would just be a huge monster. And now comes the compensation part for the pawn. There is no way to regain the pawn immediately. He's simply going to play for activity. I'm assuming he's going to start with the move queen g4, here hitting g7, and this is an important difference. Now that the pawn on g7 is also attacking e5 and h8, I can't really go around sacrificing it. You probably do have to castle in this position. And after knight e4, you can see the first step of the compensation is this beautiful knight on e4, an octopus really controlling part of the queen side, allowing you to break on f6. This king feels very unsafe. Suddenly f6 is a possibility on the board, as is the simple bishop h6 winning an exchange in this position. So already some problems to solve for Veselin Topalov. I like Michael Adams' position. The computers are saying that Veselin is still doing quite okay. Give the chances about balanced. But from an optical point of view, I really like white. And you can see there, Michael has played the move queen g4. We have seen Veselin in bad shape, especially in the defensive side of positions. Can he actually pull himself together in this game?
Good questions, all yet to be answered. I was going to say that this is the kind of position Miki wants, but let's go to Maurice Ashley in London. Maurice, what do you got?
Well, all the GMs are excited about this position. First of all, you had guys like Julian Hodgson, John Spielman, and one John Nunn, Dr. John Nunn, all here, the illustrious names of British chess, and they are in the VIP room. And I walked in there, strolled in there, when I saw this position, I got super excited. This is my kind of position. Sack a pawn, go after the king, go wild and crazy. And so I suggested this idea pretty quickly, f5 with the queen g4 idea. Actually, I started with queen g4, then e5. Then we started defending, and I said, this has to be good for white. Come on, compensation for a pawn, no problem, you have to play it. And then the computer started defending, and it started throwing some crazy moves. First, it started with the move h5. This is a move no human is going to play. It doesn't look natural at all to weaken the king even further. And after queen g3, now the move bishop to c4, hitting this rook. Who cares about rooks? Bishop h6, threatening mate. Well, hold on a second, let's defend the g7 point. And now I said, well, let's go for it. f6, all these moves look extremely natural. Then the computer flicks in the move h4 out of nowhere, trying to chase the queen away from this bishop. Queen to g6, keeping everything under control. And this just looks like a completely dominant attack. It looks like mate's going to happen somehow, crashing in on g7, knight g5. Everything looks like it's all over. Except when you see the move queen d3, you start to hesitate a little bit. I can't play knight g5. The rook is hanging on the f1 square. So, all right, one more calm move. You're not really happy to play. And then suddenly, bishop f2. And this is why computers dominate humans cold-bloodedly, ignoring the attack, the geometrics along this pin. This knight can't move. Suddenly, white is the one who has to bail out and play the move bishop takes g7. And after bishop takes on e1, do your worst with the discovery. Turns out you have to continue like this. And after king h8, repeat moves and go home with certainly heart-palpitating draw. Just an incredible line. Will Topalov find all this? My guess was if I get a perpet in this line, I'm going to dare black to find all these defensive moves. This is a very razor-sharp position, and I think that Michael Adams is going to absolutely go for it, while Topalov, who's not in great form, could find himself in a world of hurt unless he could find these kind of computer moves.
Thank you, Maurice. A gorgeous variation.
Very imaginative variations.
And confounding, of course, because optically as white, you get such a position, you're expecting it to be in your brilliancy book of best games, and suddenly tables turn. The computers find these defensive resources that humans would somehow block out of their mind as possible. That's amazing. I thought that position was overwhelming for white.
Absolutely, yes. Well, this game has got us on the edge of our seats, and we are going to go into a break, but jump right back into it once we're back.
Mr. Matheny, what's your favorite part about this sport?
I think the strategy.
How much do you hate to lose?
I don't like it at all.
What about being second guessed?
I don't like that either.
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't have moved that rook. Checkmate. Sorry.
Whether you've played chess for years or never before, come experience all the sport has to offer at the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis.
welcome back. This is round 5 of the London Chess Classic. Compelling opening play all across the boards. But what has really caught our attention is the Wesley-Vishy game, where Vishy has yet again come up with some brilliant preparation.
And neutralized White's advantage.
Let's take a look how he did that before we left. It looked completely crazy, Yasser.
Absolutely. This is an extraordinary situation. We've just seen this move, Queen D1, D2 by Wesley. Both black pieces are hanging. You would expect that this bishop on B4 would be the one that returns. No, this stunning move. Bishop takes A3, a very visual one, by the way, in passing. That other stunning visual move, 92. I must say.
Or 95, which has been played a lot of times.
92
Just is so pretty.
It's so pretty. But bishop takes A3 was a new choice, a very nice twist by Vishy. And after a long think, Wesley came up with queen capture C3, regaining the piece. Bishop D6. There was a trade on D6. Regaining the pawn. Bishop takes C4, castles, castles. Everything looks so smoothly by Vishy. Bishop B7, eyeballing the knight on F3. Wesley felt compelled to return the bishop to E2 to defend his knight, and after queen B6, black suddenly has emerged with a very comfortable, I would say, equality. At this point, we have the move rook to C1. I'm expecting rook on F8 to C8. And
Black
again,
is doing great out of the opening.
Great preparation, in equal position to be sure, but, well, I just sit there and say, well done, Vishy. I mean, very, very nice preparation.
Yes, just going back a couple of moves,
please.
What is interesting for me here is that, yes, exactly this point. I mean, White had the option to either take bishop on D6, which kind of solves all of black's problems.
Structurally,
I mean, at least
correct.
Structurally, and as we saw, you know, with the development becomes easier, bishop comes to B7, queen comes to B6, once the C7 pawn is gone from there.
Exactly.
I was thinking that probably more interesting would have been to go for this position with bishop C4. Now, obviously, that is very debatable because you're also destroying your own pawn structure if black captures on F4. But
let's take a look at what you had in mind. So takes, let's say
I thought
castles.
This was probably what Wesley would go for.
Castles. And after bishop b7, the problem that I think White is facing is how is he going to prevent a future, a very quick future move, c7, c5. Also keep in mind, now that the pawn is on f4, and this is important, the square d5 can't be protected. The knight could easily swing its way around either through the f6 route to d5.
And guys,
and let's go to London for a moment.
Very likely result here, as Levon Aronian and Anish Giri are currently repeating moves. We see this queen on d2 by Giri. It was just chased out by Aronian, actually, and he played the move queen d1. Giri returned to a5, and I believe that a5 is a threefold. Let me make sure. No, not quite. Queen d2. Yeah, that would be a threefold.
And we've got handshakes. It is a draw.
It is a draw. Nice preparation, actually, from Giri as well. This idea of b6, seemingly sacrificing the exchange, but not actually. And that neutralized any advantage the Levon could have hoped for from the opening. Nice prep from the Dutchman, keeping his title of the draw master
intact.
Very solid game, actually. I think Giri will be very happy of just surviving a black without any effort.
No, I thought that was brilliant preparation on Anish's side to take Veslin's game from round 1 forward and come up with the best way for black to respond. And, well, that did leave Levon quite gobsmacked with the position because he was clearly hoping for Anish to walk into his preparation. Instead, he landed up walking into Anish's preparation.
I'm still recovering from gobsmacked.
Well
done. That was great. Where did that come from? But I'm with Alejandro all the way on this exact moment in the game. We just saw this move, bishop takes d4. I'm thinking to myself, why would Anish voluntarily go into a position where White's bishops are so alluring? Look at that bishop posting up against the pawn on b7, against the pawn on a7, and this stunning move, b7, b6, saying, take my rook if you dare. And after some thinking, I'm sure, Levon had to admit that the preparation was excellent. He played rook c8, rook c1, rook c8, rook c2, and after a rather forcing sequence, The players had to agree for repetition. What can you say? Great prep once again by the black pieces. Anish Giri, Drawmeister, your record is intact as he's the only player to draw all of his games after 5 rounds of play.
You know, it's quite interesting, as with all this preparation and the kind of games that we've been seeing on the black side in this tournament, as well as generally in the tournaments over the last couple of months and last few years. I wonder if that opening advantage still remains with white. I mean, I agree that a draw is a great result with black, and black is looking to equalize. But with good preparation, we see more and more that he's able to do that. And actually, which probably is the reason why now white is going for lines which are, you know,
soft.
Which are soft, yes.
G2, G3, and things like that. Well, I mean, I'm really stunned by this modern development because my whole career has been spent trying to find ways of equalizing the white pieces. These players seem to have no troubles in so many lines. We've seen from Grunfels to Najdorf, lots of lines being rehabilitated. And you're right, it's very, very tough to get that opening event. But having said that, still statistically, we are being shown time after time there is a statistical advantage amongst elite players for the white pieces. So
another
you just
game
got to get lucky against the right opponent with the great preparation.
Talking about advantage from the white pieces, Mickey Adams has definitely gone for the initiative with white here against Veselin Topalov. But first, let's go to London. Maurice has Anish Giri.
Well, we're seeing spectacular preparation in quite a few games today. With the black pieces, Anish Giri showed off his incredible knowledge in the opening by showing that he can neutralize with the black pieces. Anish, this position, certainly Aronian was coming in, looking for a win, looking to at least try to pressure you, but it seemed like you just neutralized everything from the word go.
Yeah, I mean, I've had a lot of experience in this variation on both sides. You know, I like to fianchetto my bishop. Here, both bishops are fianchetto, so I looked from black and from white. And I've had lots of rapid games, blitz games with, you know, people like Kramnik. And sooner or later, you learn. Although I still have a black game ahead with Kramnik, so maybe he will show how to put pressure here. But the way Levon played, I think he was not aware of this move c5. In fact, after d takes c5, we transpose into the game of Kramnik Topalov. And obviously, I mean, I was not planning to lose like Topalov did. I had something prepared there. But here...
mind telling us what you have prepared?
We might see it in my game against Kramnik later.
Okay.
But here, it was a very important moment and a very nice one too. White seems to have some sort of pressure, and bishop d5 doesn't work, but b6 is a very, very nice way to solve the problems. And
I assume you had this on your board or your computer at home.
I mean, I maybe would have found it myself, but it's nicer when the computer confirms that, you know, black will win the exchange back, because I think if white becomes stubborn, black is simply winning here because of the pin. And the way
the move e5.
Yeah, at some point, I think he cannot really unpin himself.
We should show that to the audience.
Yeah,
after
bishop
move
c4,
e3,
BC.
bishop c4, bc, and then the move e5, and suddenly the pin wins.
Yeah, and the way he played, I thought maybe e3 here was a way to continue, because here for a second I thought I might be slightly better, but then after queen a1, I saw that after rook c8, knight e3, knight e8, which was my plan, he might have some bishop d5, and I don't think I'm fighting for anything, so I just forced a repetition here with queen d2. In general, it's not the most spectacular game I've ever played, but he's definitely the one who should you know, regret his opening plan.
After the first half of the tournament, you've drawn all your games. You haven't lost any games. What do you need to do to get a punch in?
Well, today was not. I did not think that I should blame myself for today. You know, when you play black, you should. It's, you know, in such a strong tournament, it's always up to both players how exciting the game will be. So, you know, generally with black, I'm not making any crazy movements. But with white, I tried to put some pressure. I had just 2 white games, and yeah, it didn't quite work out. I mean, yesterday I was full of ambition, but after 15 moves, I had to dig in and fight for a draw. So the way the tournament went, my score is fine. But of course, I'm hoping, you know, to at least get some chances in the coming games.
Again, the coming games, 4 games left. Are your thoughts, given your tournament standing, you you're even with Wesley at +2. Maybe being able to make a surge in winning this event?
Yeah, I'm going to try. The danger when you have I've had quite some drawing streaks, obviously. I have no idea why that many, but yeah, for me to make 5 draws in a row is business as usual. And I know myself the danger is to start getting annoyed at that and make it affect your judgment, you know. But yeah, I'm trying to, you know, I'm trying to fight. My next game with Anand, I'm playing black, but who knows? Maybe we'll get some sharp night off there, like Vichy against MVL. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the upcoming games, and I cannot guarantee anything. But you know, if there is anybody who wants me to win, then I'm the first person who wants to do that.
Understood. Well, thanks very much for joining us, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Anish Giri at the halfway point. He's right after the halfway point. With 5 draws, he needs a couple of wins to jump to the leaderboard.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Anish.
Happy Maurice, happy Anish. Well, Maurice is always happy, but
right.
Yes, Anish has got no reason to complain after today's game. It was, if anyone, Levon had to be the one trying, so nothing to worry about for Anish going into the rest day in a good mood.
Absolutely, and over to Alejandro. Anything heating up in the game of Fabiana Caruana?
Well, I'm just very baffled about MVL's last move. He hasn't been in the best form over there in London. We've seen him some kind of shaky games, some kind of not so accurate moves, and I'm not really sure about this last move, Queen D3. We had this position on the board. As you can see, Black is preparing to at some point play the move E5, and I think Queen D3 is just kind of encouraging it, so I'm not entirely sure why he's playing E5. Let's take a look at a couple of variations. First, after E5, taking on H7 immediately is completely suicidal. As after E4, you're running into huge problems on the C3 square. The bishop is too active. His queen is out of play. You have to watch out for rook H8. Yeah, this is kind of silly. If you take a knight takes E5, also here the pawn on H7 is poisoned. Both the move knight F3 or the, I think, more clever move G6 win on the spot. G6 is threatening not only to capture the queen with rook H8, but there's also problems on the H file. You can see that this bishop is not defended. Once the rook comes to H8, that's pretty much game over. It doesn't matter if you go queen H6, rook H8 is still going to win a piece. So I'm not entirely sure why he's encouraging Black to play E5, because it seems like you gain a tempo after you take with the knight. If you go queen D4, which is the only thing that computers can think of, then I can have knight C6 defending both A7 and attacking the queen. And on queen D2, I already have to be a little careful as white, as there are ideas of either taking on E3 directly, and I'm going to explain why in a second, or queen A3 with the decisive threat of knight B4 already. So it seems that MVL is not lost by any means. He's still in control of the game, but I do not understand the point of encouraging the break that Black wanted to play anyway.
Absolutely. Thank you, Alejandro. Very good point. It's quite clear that Black's last few moves were queen D6, bishop F6, rook E8, preparing the E5, and he walks right into it. But before we came on the show, there was a challenge for everybody. Our challenge that we made for ourselves is to predict the top 3 finishers of the London Chess Classic. Tanya, ladies first. Who was your predictions?
Well, I want to say wishy, wishy, and wishy.
but you didn't.
But I didn't. I go with Levon Aronian, Wesley So, and Vladimir Kramnik are my top 3 finishers in that order. In that order.
And they might, okay, very good. I went with Fabi, and I didn't know that he was going to have such a great game today. Vladimir and Wesley. Even though Wesley is leading, I thought that some players are going to catch up. Alejandro.
I was simply impressed by Wesley So's games. I think he's been showing that even on bad position against Aronian, he was able to save it almost effortlessly. He's been putting pressure in the games that he's not actually winning. I think he's in great shape. I think Fabiano Caruana, one of my favorite players in the entire world, he's always showing very, very good. And Vladimir Kramnik, I think he's also showing very solid chess. As I said, as you guys said, we didn't do these predictions knowing how the positions were on round 5, but I'm happy with Vladimir Kramnik's position, not for a win, but I think he's holding Hikaru Nakamura to a draw quite comfortably. And Maurice, your predictions?
Well, no surprise here. I'm going with the 3 Americans. I see Wesley So winning the event, Fabi trailing behind, and then Naka right there. I think his play has improved dramatically. So to me, those are the top three. In the audience right now is Anish Giri, so he's overhearing my predictions. He may not like me too much for saying that, but that's my guess at the moment.
Well, there you have it. And for those viewers, were we in the right ballpark or not?
Yes.
It'll be up to you to tell us.
Well, you can send us your predictions on social media, Twitter. You can get in touch on the phone number that is provided to you. Give us a call. Tell us who you think is going to win the event. In fact, we do have a caller with us. Let's see what he has to say. Hi, tell us who you are and where you're calling from.
My name is Donald Hooker.
Hey.
Hello, Donald. Welcome to the show. And you're calling from Minneapolis. What is your question, Donald?
Yeah. This is where Wesley So kind of live up this way now.
Yes, indeed. He's a homeboy.
Yes. So we're cheering for Wesley right now. But my question is about, just the World Championship or classical chess. In a way, it seems like it's like perfect chess when you got a lot of strong players. And I kind of prefer a 40 and 10 time control or the rapid time control with more games, like 24 games, game 25.
Mm-hmm.
Does that not work or not, something?
Okay, well, thank you, Donald, for the question. And again, we can't get away from the World Championship match questions because, of course, the match just took place in New York. Controversial 6-6 tie. Should we solve it by tie breaks? The tie breaks were brilliant. Magnus won in fantastic form. And I think the caller's question related more specifically to, do you want to play longer games? Did we just have a result? I was looking at the webcam.
We don't have a result, Yasser, just yet. They haven't reached move 30, which they need to do so in order to get the draw. But with a completely symmetrical pawn structure and really no danger at all against Vichy's position, the bishop completely worthless as opposed to the knight. I think they're going to at some point. I think they're going to find some way to repeat moves because they can't actually draw right now.
Right, because we haven't reached move 30.
I see. Well, again, fantastic pressure, fantastic neutralization, I meant to say, of White's opening advantage by Vichy, and the players clearly expecting that a draw is in the cards. And we've just seen some quick moves as the players putty right along to move 30. That's the requirement that we have, that you can't make a draw by agreement before move 30. Certainly repetitions and the like, perpetual checks are allowed.
Absolutely, another brilliant prep by Vichy. And what's interesting is that when you're in such a situation where you clearly have got something prepared, but your opponent is the one who surprises you at first, it kind of throws you off enough to take the safe way out at times, because you don't want to test your opponent, because it's clear that you haven't seen this line, but in this case, Vichy clearly has. So Wesley just probably decided that, he wants to bail out because it was not what he was thinking was going to happen on the board, takes bishop d6 and easily equalizes.
Well, it's really annoying when you come to a game where you're really all set for a great big fight and you walk right into your opponent's preparations, and there I think the players are just, again, accelerating their play to move 30, both quite aware that a draw is in the cards and a draw agreed. Yeah, round 5, the round of great preparation. Alejandro, I just wanted to, Donald from Minneapolis, asking should they play more games, tie breaks. We've had this discussion.
Well, he was also mentioning to changing the match format to more games and rapid. And that, is music to my ears. More games is fine with me. I really think that 12 for classical is plenty. Of course, when you have a rapid format, you can play even several games a day, which allows you to make longer matches. It's, in my opinion, something more interesting to watch. However, I think that the rapid format doesn't necessarily really lend itself for the match format. I think that it's more for the tournament, the round robin. The knockouts, I think, are more in the rapid spectrum, whereas I think the classical can definitely remain in the match format that it has. I really think that 12 is fine for classical. I wouldn't really change the number too much. As far as the rapid, as I said, perhaps you can have a long match of rapids, but I would much rather see either a knockout or a double round robin in that scenario.
Thank you. And Tanya, by the way,
well, and speaking of rapid and blitz, more good news for you, Alejandro, and the rest of the world, because the 2017 Grand Chess Tour has been announced, and how we have got an additional 5th event, an additional rapid and blitz event to be held in St. Louis right after the Sinkfield Cup. And there you have it. The schedule for the 2017 GCT starts with Paris. We move on to Leuven. We've got the classical Sinkfield Cup, and then our big additional event, moving on to the end of the year, the traditional London Chess Classic. And also the other news was that instead of 1 wildcard entry, we're going to have 4 wildcard entries in the rapid and blitz segment of the GCT.
right, so 3 rapid blitz tournaments with extra players, wildcards, and turning it over to Alejandro. Queen D3 by Veselin Topalov. Mr. Energy, not backing down.
This guy doesn't like to defend. He says, you're going to sacrifice a pawn. I'm going to sacrifice 2. And that's exactly what he's done with the move Queen D3. He's sacrificing 2 pawns in order to retake the initiative and open diagonals for his bishops. Michael Adams has absolutely no choice. If he doesn't take on G7, Black simply going to long castle, consolidate his position, and be in a much, much better position. So he really needs to take on G7. Let's take a look at a couple of variations. Queen takes G7 seems like the most normal to me. Now, possibilities. You could go completely crazy and sacrifice that piece with long castle, queen takes f7, and hope that there's some kind of attack here on the king side, taking advantage of the fact that there is not enough development. I don't believe in it. The computer doesn't believe in it. It is a possibility. I just don't see it working. The computers are saying that after bishop e3, the game remains complicated, but I don't think so. But before we go into more of these deep lines, we're going to go to London with Maurice and Vishy Anand.
We are with 5-time world champion Vishwanathan Anand, who played really some spectacular preparation today to get a draw against the tournament and tour leader Wesley So. Vishy, everybody wants to know about this move, bishop takes a3. When you played it, he paused, he looked shocked. Took a long time before he decided to make a move. What is this move, bishop takes a3?
Well, I can say 2 things. One is that when my second showed me this move, I had to do a double take to realize it was even legal. I mean, somehow this move never even occurs to you, and apparently not to many others. But, well, the idea is not to get in for this. But the second thing I wanted to say, it's no matter what you find in this position, it'll always be the second most beautiful move in the position, because the most beautiful by far is knight e2.
Yes, we saw that move.
But, well, it's to avoid this maybe slight advantage that white can get with pawn on c4. I mean, that's been played a lot of times. And white generally puts a rook on a5 and tortures black a little bit. I was happy to get in bishop a3 because it allows me to bypass that.
So a great opening prep for you. Going into the rest day with the black pieces, well, you're getting a draw against a player who's leading you at the moment in the tournament. You can't affect him anymore. What do you feel about your chances about the rest of the games?
Well, obviously I'm happy with an easy draw against Wesley, and yeah, now to enjoy the rest day and maybe get some work done.
We had a little joke from a guest in the audience, one Anish Giri, who said, "When are you going to retire? You're making it too hard for the young guys."
Yeah, he's teasing me too much, but I'll try to outlast him. That's
Good answer. You'll try to outlast him. Well, the way you're playing, you're the ageless wonder. We totally appreciate everything that you do in chess, the history that you've already built up, and we continue to look forward to more of your games.
Thanks so much.
Vishwanathan Anand still showing spectacular novelties. Bishop takes 3 being just the latest in his book.
He's right. Bishop takes a3 is the second most beautiful move after knight e2. Let's go back to Alejandro, who's in mid-thought, showing us some really sharp, spectacular lines.
Well, we do have a couple moves here on the board. After queen takes g7, Veselin played the move rook g8. And of course here there is 0 choice about what to play. You must take on e5 with check. And here I am assuming that the move also force is going to be king to d7. The king is actually relatively safe on the d7 square, as I cannot maneuver my rooks to the d file. And now it's where it becomes tricky. Black does have some strong threats here on the king side. You can imagine bishop going to d5, queen on e2 is going to be very possible after I kick out your queen on e5 with rook e8. So rook e8 is also a problem. There are very immediate threats, and you can see that I haven't developed my pieces here on the queen side, which is a big problem here for Miki. You would like to bring the knight either to f3 or especially e4 and throw in the knight f6, but of course that leaves the rook on f1 hanging, a lot of problems to be solved. The computers are saying you must absolutely play the move queen e4. There's really not a choice but this move. Now, you would like to play the trick bishop d5, queen takes d3, bishop takes g2 checkmate, but of course this is not legal. The queen takes d3, pins the bishop against the king, so that just doesn't work. After queen e4, you don't want to trade queens on e4 because after knight takes e4, there's a knight f6 check on the board. Computers are suggesting this very clever move of queen d5. The idea is that if you take on d5, I'm going to take with the bishop, and I'm going to be able to pressure you on the g2 square. Very powerful initiative. Therefore, you must kick out the queen yet again with c4, and the computers are suggesting don't take on e4, maybe play queen d4. Let's look at the knight, queen takes e4 lines, though, because this also can get very interesting. Computers are suggesting knight takes e4. You can now take on c4 since it hits this rook. Knight f6 check. Computers are saying, doesn't matter, give up the exchange. Take, and the two bishops say it gives some compensation for the black side, but still prefer white. It seems that with very precise play, the computers are favoring the white side, but defending in this position can be very, very tricky.
Absolutely. You sit there and we're in the studio, we've got chess engines, we've got ourselves to bounce ideas against, and there's Mickey clock ticking under a horrendous looking attack. King d7, bishop d5. Black's moves are really, really clear what he's doing, and white has to be very precise or he's just going to be busted. What a turnaround. We thought it was Mickey who had sacrificed the pawn and was seeking the initiative, and this guy, Veselin Topalov, he refuses to back down.
No, he just doesn't want to be on the defense.
Never.
Highly combative play by Veselin Topalov in this game. I think just looking at this position, of course, Mickey must want to exchange the queens right now.
Right, and you feel it.
Because despite having black's king on d7, it looks like it's white's king that is actually in trouble, because once just imagine that bishop on d5 and the threats against the g2 pawn are
severe.
And you look at the position and you think, but wait, black's king is the one in the center, but it really doesn't matter in this position.
No, it's quite an extraordinary turn of events, because again, you just think that, wow, you've played queen g4, threatening the pawn on g7. You've accomplished your goal of winning a pawn and forcing black's king to move. What could be sweeter? And then you're sitting there looking and you're saying, uh-oh, rook on f1 is hanging, bishop on d5 is coming, rook in e8 with a tempo, the rook on a1, bishop on c1 are not in the game. Where did I go wrong? I mean, why am I facing such challenges? And again, let's look, queen e4, absolute box. I don't think there's any way to say it other than you got to do something with the queen. Again, as Alejandro was pointing out, you don't really want to capture and bring the knight into the game, because this move, knight f6, is really a nasty threat. Let's go to Maurice and our tournament leader, Wesley So in London. Maurice.
Not just the tournament leader, but also the tour leader, the Grand Chess Tour leader, that is Wesley So, who after 4 games, he had 3 black pieces. He was able to go +2 despite having 3 blacks. He had a white today, a great opportunity to maybe push that edge, force the other players to chase him. But Wesley today, Vichy, the ageless wonder we called him, came up with yet another genius novelty, one that will be added to his history book.
Yeah, I think I've seen this idea before, but I didn't realize that it's possible in this position. So, yeah.
When he played it, I noticed you were surprised. I mean, you stood quite a while to make sure everything was okay for you, at least.
Yeah, I was studying a lot earlier today, and I was making sure that I out-prepare him. And then suddenly he made this novelty on move 10. So obviously here, I probably should take with the pawn, capture towards the center. But at the same time, it's hard to go against a very well-prepared Vichy. As Anish once said, he would like to play Vichy, not against his machine. So
Anish asked Vichy, when is he going to retire so you can maybe get rid of this guy because he's just unbelievable. You must have felt that at the board. When he played Bishop takes A3, you knew quite well that he was well prepared. He even got up immediately after he played it and started strolling around.
Yeah, definitely. He's really, really well prepared in opening. Also, he's played this fourth move, knight BD7, many times this year. So obviously he's check and recheck his lines. And when he played Bishop takes A3, I knew that he studied this move probably all the way till the end. So then I decided to make a safe move, Queen takes C3, Bishop D6. But then it didn't really give me anything. As the computer says, maybe Bishop takes C4, but then I get this double pawns. And it's not really sure why white would be better, how to get compensation for the double pawns.
We talked a little bit about psychology in this moment. What do you feel, tell us, when you've made all that preparation and somebody makes it very clear that they've out-prepared you? How do you stabilize yourself to make sure you play good moves from that moment? Because obviously it's a dangerous moment in the game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when someone out-prepares you and, they make a novelty and you can sense that they're very well prepared. You got two choices. Either you go all out for the most critical moves, but then you can be sure that they've analyzed it, or you can try to play a more quiet line. At the same time, both have advantages and disadvantages. Obviously, I can go for the more risky approach and probably should take with the B pawn. But at the same time, it's not clear how white is better. And that's why preparation is really important in chess these days, with the ever-advancing strength of the computers and the strength of the hardware. And it's always an unpleasant feeling to have spent so many hours preparing before the game and then just someone out-prepares you and makes a move that you haven't considered. And actually, Bishop takes A3 might be the best move in that position. I don't know, because in the very least, black gets past A pawn if I take with the pawn on C3. So, black is probably objectively all right. So, the game just went for exchanges, but
and
clearly
was pretty equal. Well, okay, maybe you were out-prepared, but you're still in clear first place. It's a rest day. You must be feeling pretty good in your position in the tournament.
Yeah, and after having an early finish today, I still have a vacant afternoon. So, we're halfway through the event. I think everyone is happy to have a rest day tomorrow to get things reassessed. And for me, I'll try to play the second half as if it's the start of the tournament. I think that will work out best. I play Veselin Topalov next, who fortunately is giving us some excitement for today. That when they play the Berlin, you'd think that it'd just be a quiet, solid line. But fortunately, Veselin and Michael Adams, they're slugging it through, and it seems to be going to a very exciting finish.
Will you have the attitude that a lot of players have when somebody's not playing so well, that maybe this guy I have to get a point against, that is Veselin Topalov, he's not playing up to his normal strength?
Yeah, he missed many chances in this tournament. If you look at his position, he has pretty decent positions. He's just not playing his best chess right now. I mean, in the Singfield Cup, he was one of the leaders the first half. But at the same time, he's a very dangerous player, and he plays for a win every single game. So,
is that something you're happy to see? You want him to play for a win against you?
We'll see, but that's how he is. He always plays for a win with white, with black. We'll see how it goes. Too early to say. He might be last place right now, but still, he can be very dangerous, and he can cause damage and surprises. So he's not to be underestimated. But just play my game.
You don't want him to play spoiler against you. Well, congratulations right now. You're still in first place. You got a great afternoon and a whole day to rest.
Thank
you. And we want to see you energized coming into round 6.
Yeah, and tomorrow we have this. We're going to the Parliament to play against the House of the Lord. So that might be a good substitution to just playing 4-hour games every day.
Yeah, you get a little bit of easier game against those guys, hopefully.
Yeah, we'll see you there. Yeah.
All right, well, congratulations, and look forward to seeing you in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Tour leader and tournament leader Wesley So making a draw today after being surprised by Anand, but He'll be back. To be sure, he knows he's got 4 tough games ahead.
Thank
Thanks,
you, Maurice
Wesley.
and Wesley. Yes, he stole my line. I was saying that when Topolov plays the Berlin, don't count on a quiet draw.
Absolutely. And well, yes, here we've got the current standings in the tournament. Wesley So leads with 3.5. Levon Aronian is at 3. He's had a draw today. Hikaru Nakamura is playing, Fabiano Caruana is playing, and they can still catch up with Wesley if they are able to score. Fabiano Caruana's position looks quite promising, but if he's able to pull this one off, that will be a big result. Vishy Anand had a good draw today, showing amazing preparation yet again against the tournament leader. Vladimir Kramnik is still playing. He is currently on 2.5. And Anish Giri also a quick draw with great preparation.
And we do have a phone call.
Yes, we do.
Thank you. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling from.
My name is Roy, and I'm calling from Ohio.
Hi, Roy. Welcome to the show.
My question, Grandmaster Seirawan, is about the Nimzo opening where White plays D4, C4, and Black is trying to play the Nimzo, but playing Knight F3 on the next White move kind of prevents that. Could you kind of touch upon why the Knight F3 kind of prevents that? And I also want to say I love watching your video lessons, Grandmaster Seirawan. I've learned so much from you. Thank you so much for being such a good instructor.
Well, thank you indeed. All compliments gratefully accepted, especially early in the morning. We have a theoretical question out of the opening. The caller, well, in fact, let me turn it to Alejandro, our theoretical specialist. Alejandro.
Well, what the caller is talking about is here after D4, Knight F6, C4, E6, Black is getting ready to play the Nimzo Indian type setups with the move Knight C3, and then following it up with Bishop B4, pinning the Knight against the King, which in some cases creates the strategical threat of taking on C3, doubling the pawns on the white side. On the other hand, you do give up the pair of bishops, so we get this fascinating titanic struggles between the initiative and the bishops and the strong center against the pawn structure and the solid position. Knight F3, it doesn't necessarily say prevent you from playing bishop before check, but it was just have a completely different effect. In essence, you can still play bishop before check. Few people answer it with Knight C3, but it is completely possible. The old main line is definitely to play bishop d2, and the reason that a lot of Nimzo Indian players don't like playing this kind of positions is that it accelerates white's development. In some cases, after you take on d2, and either if I take with the queen or with the knight, you've kind of pulled more of white's pieces towards the center, whereas you're exchanging a piece that you already played. Now, that's not necessarily that bad. This is known as the Bogo Indian defense, and it's been played very, very often. So it is completely playable, and you see it at the top level quite commonly. Here, a5 has been tried, queen e7 is a move, even c5 has been tried by Hou Yifan, so it's completely logical to play this as well. It doesn't prevent bishop b4. However, most people think that there are better, more solid ways of playing in this position. The more classical approach is definitely to play b6, known as the Queen's Indian defense, and this is a very solid approach in this type of positions. The bishop actually very often goes to a6 to weaken this c4 pawn after white goes g3 in order to fianchetto his bishop.
I wanted to...
Now, the more common idea, I think, right now between top grandmasters is to play the move d5, which usually transposes into a queen's gambit decline after knight c3, as we see in the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Vladimir Kramnik, and that might have spawned the question that we had. Or instead of playing knight bd7 the way that Vishy Anand played today against Wesley So, it's also possible to play the Ragozin with bishop b4, something that Vishy essayed himself against Hikaru Nakamura only a couple of days ago. So you can see that this is the more fashionable way of playing, but that doesn't mean that bishop b4 check directly instead of playing d5 is wrong by any means. Knight f3 doesn't really prevent it, it just changes the character of the position, as it eliminates the threat of bishop b4 takes on c3 immediately.
Thank you, Alejandro. Very flexible a line of play indeed. Round 5 has been a round of great preparation, as we've seen these two brilliant takeout games drawn. But we had this game, Alejandro was in mid-thought of a very exciting duel that was going on between Mickey Adams and Veselin. and I wanted him to share some of the sharp variations with our viewers. Thank you for being on standby there, Alejandro. I didn't know we were going to get to you. What's going on in that Vesely and Topalov Mickey game?
Well, I hate to disappoint you, Yasser, but I was going to show you something else.
All right.
We are still waiting on Mickey Adams' response after King D7, as Topalov has just put his king in the center. He was thinking for a while before doing that, but I want to pay attention to a game that we just have neglected for quite a long time, as we haven't actually looked at the Hikaru Nakamura against Vladimir Kramnik duel, which we said was one of the matchups of the day. It just has fizzled out into very little, and let me explain how it happened. We were actually talking about this position, and the players were very well prepared, or at least I felt that both players were very well prepared, and I just have to say that this is a sharp contrast to Vicious preparation today. He came with a novelty, he came with great ideas, whereas Hikaru Nakamura, I think, is just fallen flat completely. He could have easily guessed that Kramnik can get to this position, as he just played it literally 2 or 3 months ago against Pablo Elianov. So here against Rook A7, you think that he's going to come up with some great idea, he's going to really put the pressure, but he played G3, which is the novelty of the game, and after the most logical of moves, we're just going to quickly go through this game, it seems that we've reached this position and Black has completely neutralized any kind of advantage that White might even get claimed to. Here after, for example, just moving the queen back and forth on the A file looked completely fine, but you can even be a little more forcing. Takes, rook takes b1, like rook, sorry, you cannot take on with the rook already because of queen c4 winning a piece. I was trying to take with the queen. And here I can even play something like queen c4, start bothering your pawn on d4. Your threats on the b file are really not that clear. I don't have to worry about my king, already has a loft. I think this is just a completely fine position for Vladimir Kramnik, who seems to be neutralizing Hikaru Nakamura yet again completely. Now, still baffling to me are the moves by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, because after queen d3, Caruana said, if you're going to encourage me to play e5, it's something I wanted to do anyway. Let me go ahead and do it. And he's retreated the bishop to c1, which seems incredibly passive. And I have to say that if you told me that I can get this pawn from e6, bypass this guy on f4, and put it on e4, that's like a dream come true. And it seems that's exactly what Maxime is letting Caruana do. He has just put the pawn on e4 because, well, thank you very much.
Why not? Yeah.
And I really like Fabi's position already.
Totally agreed. Yeah, no question about it whatsoever.
Especially now with the pawn on e4, I thought that fe5 was the most logical way for White to continue. And
why else play f4 if not to capture the pawn? But then this move queen d3. So some very serious logic glitches occurring in this game by MVL, and Fabi in the driver's seat looking very, very good. I still wanted to get your thoughts on this move queen d3. Alejandro will come back to that. By the way, did we have a phone call?
We do have a phone call, yes. Let's get him on board. Hi, tell us who you are and where you're calling from.
Yes, hello. Tanya, this is Greg from Chatham, New Jersey.
Hi, Greg.
Hello, Greg. Welcome to the show.
And Yasser, hello. How are you? First of all, I wanted to say to welcome Tanya as the new addition there to the A team of chess coverage in the world, and you bring a refreshing amount of energy and enthusiasm and analysis, and I think you're a wonderful matchup.
I think I'm going to faint now.
Okay, let's get out our checkbook,
Thank
Greg.
you.
Where do we send our checks?
You made my day.
To the great Yasser Seirawan, the two of you are a natural pair, so you're doing a great job, and of course, GM Ramirez and the staple Maurice Ashley, the energetic wonder. You guys, all four of you, are just doing a great job.
Thank you.
Hey, a couple of quick comments. Number one, I just went through the Forbes top 10 billionaires in America, and they have a combined wealth of $523.3 billion. And I wanted to take the opportunity to publicly make an appeal to them to each donate $1 billion to the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis to promote chess, which is there's no debate about the benefits of chess in our school system, as you're already doing a great job. But to have a permanent contribution and start a fund with $10 billion to promote chess and chess tournaments for the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis. So that's my public appeal to the top 10, to to the Gates and the Zuckerbergs and the Koch brothers, etc. Many of them do contribute to educational causes, but clearly a pure guaranteed benefit to education in America would be to further promote chess. So that's one comment. And the second one, Yasser, I heard you talking the other day about your column and your idea to have the World Chess Championship go to an odd number of games. And I had an idea that I've been thinking about for a while for an addition to the Grand Chess Tour, and that would be this: take away the choice of openings and responses by black, and have a tournament where you have, let's say, 7 aggressive gambit, highly tactical openings for white, and then a response of 3 different choices picked out of a hat for aggressive tactical defenses played by black. Put out what those openings for white and black are ahead of time so that the participants know the choice that might be made for them to study those different openings, and then none of them know what they're going to face each round of the tournament. As they, number one, white they don't get a pick; it's picked for them. But then black has a random choice of 3 responses for that.
Okay,
and
Greg, I've got to interrupt you just for a second. I think we get the point of a theme tournament. First of all, thank you once again for your
questions and comments.
Compliments, I should say.
Compliments,
and
yes.
I just have to go to Maurice and get his feedback on your call. Thank you again, Greg. Sorry to interrupt you.
Bye.
Well, first of all, who can complain about billionaires donating $10 billion to the chess club? That sign us up. I'm ready for that. And by the way, I want a pay raise while we're at it. Absolutely, it is a great idea. We know that Zuckerberg is a fan of chess. Bill Gates is a fan of chess as well. So if they want to make that happen, then I second the motion. Let's definitely put that. Maybe I'll talk to the parliament tomorrow, see if they can put some elbow grease the politicians to make that come about, because it's definitely a great idea. As far as spicing up the World Championship with openings, set openings, preset openings, that one would be a hard one to pull off. The players would certainly object to being forced to play certain openings. I actually think it's a very interesting idea, but I think it has to be tested beforehand somewhere else. And I think a lot of interesting ideas have been posed. I know, Yasser, you've written an article for Chess Base, so have I, about the changes in the World Championship and the kind of things they can do to spice things up. But we have to be careful not to throw the baby out with the bathwater, and clearly there are a number of ideas, and all of them have to be tested first. My big issue in chess, I think it's the argument between the traditionalists who feel like everything should stay pretty much as they have been versus those who think that novelty is very important in chess. And I think that a lot of ideas have been put out there that need to be tested. As Yasser has said, not enough organizers out there to come up to the plate to try some of these really cool ideas. The players are all ready to do them. The players, you put some money on the table and say, come on, show up, give them some good conditions. They will try out these ideas, and I think we need to see more of these intriguing ideas so that chess can continue to grow.
Thank you, Maurice.
Very interesting. I do agree that this is a team tournament is actually a great concept, but like Maurice said, you can't probably try that at the World Championship. I think the World Championship has to be purely about the players, what is their style of play, what they want to bring to the board, and to have combative play in that sense. Yeah. But this idea of having a team tournament with predetermined openings, I think it could be a lot of fun.
And it's been done in the past. The famous Rice Gambit tournament, there was a fellow Rice who was a very wealthy individual back in the 1920s, put together a King's Gambit tournament based on a novelty that he had invented, and so the players were forced to play that. A wonderful book, by the way. I loved it a lot. It's called Sicilian Love. So there was a tournament where Lev Polygaevsky said, okay, everybody, you're playing Sicilians, okay? Open Sicilians. And it was a really enjoyable event. Again, not
so
something...
no Berlin there, at least,
no
for
Berlin.
sure.
You didn't want... you don't want to hamstring or handcuff the World Championship match contenders. But there's something to be said for these stylistic events. And by the way, my favorite charity, of course, is the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center. Yvette and I donate to the club here. And we really admire what Rex and Jeannie have been trying to do. It's a tax deduction, and so please join us. Any billionaire who wants to write a check, welcome, welcome, welcome.
No, absolutely. The work at the club is completely phenomenal. Chess has been recognized as a great tool for the development of the mind, and not just for kids, for people of all ages, but especially young kids. The Chess in Schools program that is also supported by Jeannie and Rex here in St. Louis. They've got thousands of students under them, and the whole idea is not to create a grandmaster out of them. Well, if that happens, great, but just to provide them with this tool that develops their brain further for whatever academic or professional course that they choose to do later on.
Absolutely.
Well, we are going to be back really soon, but until then, take a look on chess24.com, the puzzle of the day. And before we go, take a look at the current standings as well. We've got tournament leader Wesley So at 3.5. Levon Aronian, who had to bail out and has drawn his game today against great preparation from Anish Giri, is on 3. Hikaru Nakamura still playing, Fabiano Caruana still playing, and these are the players who can really catch up with Wesley So, because Vishy Anand showed some brilliant preparation and, well, drew very quickly with the black pieces as well. Vladimir Kramnik also can catch up with Wesley So, but the position doesn't look like it's going anywhere. Yes, it looks like it's should also be ending in a. Well, I would bet on a draw here.
Probably, but I'm still. I like Vladimir's game.
Okay, well, and we've got Veslin in trouble, but we're going to be back with the action real quick.
Really quick.
See you soon.
Until recently, chess was like this. Chess24 brought you this. Live interactive broadcasts from top tournaments with computer analysis and video commentary by the likes of Jan Gustafsson, Lawrence Trent and Peter Svidler. A play zone where you can take on opponents from all around the world 24/7. Interactive beginners courses ensuring you pick up the basics fast while having fun. A tactics trainer to sharpen your chess by solving puzzles adapted to your level. Hundreds of interactive videos letting you watch and learn from star players such as Vishy Anand, Peter Svidler, Paco Vallejo and Hu Yifan. You've given up on that outdated computer? That's why there are more reasons to use Chess24 on mobiles and tablets. Full playzone access, including pre-move. A tactics trainer so you can stay sharp wherever you are. Computer opponents you can challenge even when you're not online. Live broadcasts of top chess events. And the half? It's free. Well, that's half true. Most features are free, but limited for registered members. You can step up to premium membership and gain unlimited access to our video library. That and much more. See you at chess24.com.
Welcome back. 3 games remain, and here is the Kensington playing hall. The one that has got the maximum fire on the board, yes, has got to be Mickey Adams versus Veselin Topalov. And we just saw a very, very strange queen retreat to a6, which had us all baffled during this break.
Well, I mean, what can you say? Reaching into the mind of Veselin Topalov, one of the most creative attackers, that without a doubt, Black wants to keep the queens on the board, but I wouldn't have picked the move Queen A6. That move really stunned me, and I wanted to give it over to Alejandro as to the first take. I don't like it, but Alejandro.
Well, Yasser, definitely creativity off the charts here with the move Queen A6. As you said, it's trying to keep the queens. This is the entire point of the move. Now, the problem with the queen being so offside is that you can easily imagine it being cut off the king side by the move c4. Once I get c4 in, the queen's not even going to be able to come back. But there are other pieces here for the attack for the black side. Notice that the knight and the bishop, they still can't develop. It's going to be very slow. If white's facing the move rook e8 and then king c8, it's very likely the black's going to get full compensation for the pawn, if not more. You can imagine that this king on h1 is just eventually going to become very weak, and even though the queen is offside on a6 for now, it might be able to get back in the game. It's very important for white to still develop his own initiative, and for this I want to go back to a concept that Mark Dvoretsky was talking about in one of his great books, great coach Mark Dvoretsky that passed away this year. He was mentioning that when you're up material, you shouldn't just retreat. You should use the extra material that you have to put pressure on your opponent and try to restrain him as much as possible. And in this case, white has an extra pass pawn on the f-file that he should not just wait for the endgame to use. He should powerfully use it right now. And so the correct move in this position is the move f6. The point of f6 is, first of all, I'm threatening queen e7 check. That's pretty obvious. But more importantly is that in the lines of, for example, rook e8, I have queen f5 check. I'm not allowing the king to return to c8 and seek shelter on the queen side. It's forced to go to d8. And now, when I have this setup and I'm restraining the bishop from going sometimes out of its way because I have the move f7, I can finally play the move c4. And now I'm shutting out the queen here. Notice that it's important that the king is a vulnerability here on the d8 square, and this is actually giving white a huge advantage, but he has to find the move f6. If he doesn't find the move f6, it seems to me that Topalov will have complete compensation for the pawn. So a crucial decision here for the white side in the crazy game, absolutely crazy, Michael Adams against Veselin Topalov.
Thank you, Alejandro, but I don't want to let you go away, because as much as I do like the move f6, and I'm a big admirer, big fan of Mark Dvoretsky, rest in peace, Mark. After the move f6, how about rook on a8 to f8, because I do want to get my king into shelter, and I do want to menace bishop d5. So rook a8 to f8.
I think it all comes down to tempi here, Yasser. The rook f8 move, the problem is it doesn't really do anything besides allow your king to go back into safety. So for example, after the move rook f8, it's more useful for white to have played f6 than for you to have played rook f8. So if I continue with the move c4, king c8, I can finally kind of finish my development, just go b3. You can imagine the bishop will want to go to b2. I'm threatening knight f3 as well. And it seems like the computers are saying black just does not have enough in this kind of position.
Okay, thank you very much, Alejandro. Let's go to Maurice for further thoughts on this particular game. Maurice.
Yes, and everyone is looking at that move f6. It is the move that the engines are screaming to play in this position. Clearly, Veselin didn't realize the strength of this move. Otherwise, he would have played into the other line with the move queen to d5. This queen a6 move looks very artificial to have a queen all the way over on the square. It's not really applying any pressure to the position. The move c4 just kills it completely and also blunts the effect of this bishop, nothing going to d5. But it's interesting, from my perspective, the ideas of when we look at positions with computers, it's very easy to understand a move once it has been played. Once the computer says, hey, f6 is a great move, let's play that move. You see it and you go, wow, I see the point of it. That's a strong move. He should see it. But it's entirely something different for you to find the move when the computer hasn't said the move at all. And a lot of people watching online often suppose that these moves that we show with the computers, when they see it, they say, oh, these players should find a move like that. It looks so strong. It's not so easy. The variations they're calculating, all the challenges in the position make it very difficult to judge each and every position. So don't be fooled just because the computers are making chess look easy that the game actually is. We always show the moves anyway because, of course, these are fantastic moves and they're worth analyzing and we should look at. Otherwise, we do the audience a disservice by not looking at these moves at all. And if we don't see them, then an audience does, then it's like, well, why didn't you talk about that move? But it's not so easy to find it as a human. Michael Adams trying to judge the effects of the move, and he spent a long time in this position. But guess what? After a big think, he did find the move F6, and kudos to him to be assessing all those possibilities, and now he's completely in the driver's seat.
Well, thank you, Maurice. F6 after a good thing. And look at the clocks just for a second. Oh, it's an hour. Sorry, I thought it was 7 minutes. I was like, what? No, F6, not the first move that comes into your mind, but I mean,
logical move in this position.
Neither player is backing down. Both players are really playing for the initiative.
Westlin, yes, talking about this move that Westlin chose, Queen A6. Honestly, I mean, there's something as a creative move, and then there's just a very strange move. This, for me, falls into something that is so unnatural in the position, just simply because it puts the queen on the corner of the board where it can be at any moment. Yes, F6 is a great concrete idea, which works, and that's brilliant. But even after a move like C4, the thing is that your queen is just stuck there, and it's just an unnatural retreat. I mean, you want to put it on D5, you kind of want to think of doing something on the king's side. And Westlin with this move, Queen A6, has completely shocked me. And then how do you come to a point where you realize F6 is a good move? It's clear that Black's idea is to go Rook E8 and bring the king back to safety. Now imagine this position with Black's king on Rook on E8 and Black's Rook on E8 and the king on B8.
Right.
And Black is very, very happy. So you always ask this question in chess. How can you stop your opponent from doing exactly what he wants? And that is a great way to come up with a good move in the position. And I think you don't need computers for a move like F6 and that, simply because you realize if you're able to give Queen F5 check, you can prevent this king from escaping from this fire.
From crawling back.
Crawling back. And keeping that in mind, I think your move Rook F8 as a reply to F6 also makes a lot of sense, simply because with the king on D7, it's clear that Black cannot survive too long.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things where grandmasters try to impose their will on others. There's a wonderful book by Edmar Mednas, How to Beat Bobby Fischer, and he analyzed all of Bobby Fischer's losses. And one of the central tenets of that book was this idea that Bobby was always looking at his action. He was really focused on what he wanted to do, and that led to quite a number of losses. And in this case, we really have Westlin saying, look, I want to attack White's king, I want to play bishop d5, I want to keep the queens on the board. I'll, quote, temporarily sideline my own queen for my ambitious attempts to getting at White's king. F6, great move. I don't like Rook A8, E8 for reasons that Alejandro's mentioned. I like the move Rook F8. We will go just down that line that Alejandro
C4 is great. It cuts off the queen, stops bishop d5. It's just what the position ordered.
Right, and then Alejandro was mentioning B2, B3. Now, with my king finally getting into safety, it's time to resurrect the queen, bring it back from the dead. Queen A5, idea of moving across, getting over towards towards White's king. Okay, it's still sharp position. It's a pawn, but okay, now finally White has got ready for his options with Knight F3 and getting his
you
stuff
weren't
going.
afraid of the trade of queens? Do you have something specific in mind?
Sorry.
Queen A5?
Queen A5? Oh, Queen F5 check. I'll trade, and I unfortunately have to trade.
No bishop d5.
But I do have bishop d4.
Yep.
Give me the
Yes,
rook.
you do, and then bishop g6.
And I do have bishop g6, so it's not that simple to neutralize the advantage. But this game definitely has our attention.
Well,
and we have a phone call.
Yes, we do. Hi, tell us who you are and where you're calling from.
Hello, hello, my name is Silko again.
Hi.
I'm still living in Bulgaria. You can be my guest for Christmas if you like.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. We can play some chess. I have chess here. So, welcome. Again, question to all of you. Grandmaster, sorry if I don't pronounce your names right. Seirawan, Ashley, Ramirez, and Tania. I don't know your last name. Sorry. Well, my question is maybe a little bit stupid. It is arrived from the call from the previous caller. I think his name was Ross, and he said about something about there should be particular to force the players to play particular opening. And I really like to watch Counter-Strike, and in Counter-Strike when two teams play, they have map veto, and this means they have 7 official maps from which teams have to select. And first team, number 1, they remove 1 map from the pool, second team remove 1 map, and until 1 map remain, and then they play. So it can be something similar maybe to make 7 official openings, or if you wish, you can call them defenses, I don't know. And after that, the last opening which remains from which 2 players choose, which this one they will play. And I think it will be more funny, it will be more adaptive. Commentators can guess the moves, for example, guess which opening they will choose.
Well,
so
thank you for the question. Thank you for the. Well, it seems to be thematic.
Yes.
The idea of forcing the opponents to play a specific line. And again, the theme events have been seen in the past. But again, I kind of don't like handcuffing the players myself. How about yourself?
Yeah.
Would you like me to choose your opening? You can't play the King's Indian.
Well, I'm happy about that one.
Okay.
But I agree, yes. I think you have to leave the option of what the player chooses to play from move 1.
Okay.
You can't take that away. I think one way that I would really enjoy chess, if you want to get out of this whole idea of theory, is just simply Fisher random.
Okay.
That's a concept that I subscribe to. And I feel like that could be a future of our game as well.
Okay. Alejandro, do you agree with that? Fisher random. It's been made. The point has been made by others as well, including Bobby Fischer.
Fisher random is a cool game, and I think that all of the variations of chess deserve a chance. I've been mesmerized by Basque matches where players play both white and black at the same time. I love themed tournaments called thematics. I've encouraged more rapid chess. I absolutely adore Bughouse, especially with my favorite Bughouse partner here, Yasser Seirawan. We did crush some top 10 players last time they were here. So I encourage and I like all these kind of alternative styles to chess, and I think they're all worthy of having their own tournaments and their own following. But when it comes to chess, I think chess should still be prevalent as the game that we have right now. As we can see from the games today, even in slow time controls, we're not running out of ideas. So at no point is the game being dull because they are open to whatever openings they want to play. I mean, this is a Berlin that we have on our boards right now between Michael Adams and Vesely Topalov, and we cannot keep our eyes off of it. One side has an extra pawn. Both kings are in severe danger. I mean, what more do you want from a position? So I think I like the ideas of having all this kind of thematic events. I like the veto style of opening choices that you were mentioning, similar to the video games used for their scenarios or their maps. And yeah, they're all things that could be tried. But as I said, this is kind of a fun and different chess. It's not what I would prefer to be the mainstream chess.
And let's hear it from Maurice, what he has to say.
I think one of the main flaws is we talk about the idea of switching up with openings or forcing the players to play certain openings is one of the problems is that you become a strong player based on the openings you become familiar with. I mean, it's your repertoire. And if you force other openings on someone, then they have to learn something completely different that sort of is not in their blood. It's sort of, you know, if you force me, for example, to play a French, then it's something I haven't done all my life. There's certain things that made me highly competitive in the variations I like to play. And suddenly you have to play this particular opening, and you make tactical errors, positional misjudgments, and that will lead to an inferior match. And that's the only danger. Chess is so rich, so broad, so many openings, you could go on forever and just keep putting people in situations that are not comfortable for them. So I think some of the other variants make a lot of sense. Of course, like Alejandro, I love the idea of rapid chess. But at the top level, there's certainly a difficulty in figuring out how to keep the World Championship, in particular, to be the pearl of chess and really fascinating, because right now when you have two people playing against each other, it's very hard to maintain the attention of folks over 6 or 7 hours. Of course, if you have a tournament like this one where you have 10 people playing, it's much more interesting. The U.S. Championship, which we'll be calling in a few months, has the U.S. Championship and the U.S. Women's. That is a lot of fun to call. So we have to look for different methods to try to figure out how to make this World Championship stay the pearl of chess that it is.
Thank you, Maurice. And talking about getting players out of their comfort zone in openings, that's exactly what we saw in today's early draws that we had, with Vishy's great preparation, unexpected by Wesley So, and Anish as well. Showing great preparation, throwing her opponent off. So chess is extremely rich, and as Alejandro said, all these formats are great, but for exhibition purposes or for events. But you've got to keep chess as chess.
Check this one out. Things have really heated up in the game between MVL and Fabiano Caruana. We didn't like the way MVL was playing it. Look at Fabi just coming steaming down the board with this move, d5, d4. Queen e2, MVL definitely on his back foot. There goes a pawn. And we get this crazy position. I strongly recall, once again, Veselin Topalov. He loves weak square complexes when playing against the opponent's king. Fabiano is looking at an opportunity of playing rook d2 with the idea, if you capture this rook, this diagonal could be opened, and Veselin Topalov is one of the players of the world who would be smacking his lips at such a possibility. Alejandro, this looks like Fabiano's on the initiative.
Spectacular move here by Fabiano Caruana, sacrificing an exchange in a pawn. Unfortunately, just because something's spectacular doesn't mean that it's the most accurate.
Oh.
Rook d2 does have its point, and it's going to be a fascinating defense here that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has to endure. But the problem is that rook d2 is not actually the most accurate of the ways he had of exploiting this diagonal. He had others, and I think the one I liked the most was this idea of knight b4, simpler chess. And after queen takes e4, for example, there was this idea of knight d3. And I think I like eliminating this dark square bishop in certain variations. You can see that the knight is, of course, completely taboo, as this allows checkmate in one. So I like knight b4 a lot. Bishop d2 is, of course, very tempting, and it's sometimes hard not to play a move like this because it looks so cool. Of course, here Maxime has to take the rook. If he doesn't take the rook, he loses instantly. If he plays, not queen e3. Let me go back to rook d2. If he takes on e4 here, then knight d4 is just crushing. You can see that there is no good way of defending this pawn on c2. And if you take here, well, you might as well have taken last move. Now you take on d2, and I allow not only all the dark square complex weakness, but also a passed pawn on d2. Therefore, you should take immediately. C takes d2. And here again, you don't have a choice. You have to take this pawn. Queen takes d2. Now, there is no checkmate with queen a3, because I always have the resource of pushing my pawn forward and the queen covers this square. I could also have played queen c1, but this is the simplest. Instead of this, black can play bishop c3 and recover the exchange, but that seems like you just lost the pawn for no apparent reason. There was no real reason to give up the pawn on c3. It still gives black an edge, but I don't think this is what Fabiano was trying to do. What I'm suspecting is that he was trying to play something along the lines of knight d4 anyway, with the idea of a very quick knight b5 threatening both knight a3 and knight c3. Here, white is just in time to defend. He actually has a couple of ways of doing it. One is queen f2, pinning the knight against the queen, following it up with c4. seems shaky a little bit, but the computers are convinced that there is no immediate threat. There's still an initiative for black and enough compensation for the exchange, but not more than that. Instead, you could also just take on e4, which I think is incredibly cold-blooded. And as I'm analyzing this line, rook takes e4, knight b5, here attacking, threatening knight c3 check, rook e8 check, king a7, and here again, very cold-blooded. c4, knight c3 check, king c2, the queen penetrates to a3. The computers usually don't care about such positions. They again say there is enough compensation for the exchange, but not enough for an advantage. Very, very difficult for humans to play like this, because really what you look at is that your king is basically being attacked by all of black's pieces and you have no defenders. The computers are easy to evaluate these lines and say, I'm not getting mated, but over the board, this thing can sometimes be disastrous.
Scary, scary position for MVL, but we have a very nice piece with Fabiano Caruana recorded earlier from London.
Absolutely. Well, Maurice caught up with the world number 2 earlier in the tournament.
You've had a great year so far. You won the U.S. Championship. You led the U.S. Olympic team to a gold medal. How important is it for you to win the London Chess Classic?
I'd say that I haven't had a great run in this Grand Chess Tour so far, so it would be really nice to end on a good note. And especially, I mean, to win a tournament of this caliber is always a fantastic achievement. So I'd say personally, and especially to end the year on a good note, it would be, I think it would be a really great achievement.
You're the number 2 player in the world, and people are talking about you as the natural heir to fight Magnus Carlsen. Do you feel any additional pressure because of it?
I don't feel any pressure. It's something that I'm aiming for. I want to qualify and win the next candidates, but it doesn't weigh on me at all. And it's still a long way away, so I'm just trying to keep my rating, possibly to improve it, to see if I can get closer to Magnus in terms of rating, which I think is possible if I continue to have good results. And I'd like to win tournaments. That's always my aim, to prove that I can win tournaments amongst all the top players in the world. That doesn't mean that I'll, even if I have, a good year, a good 2017, that doesn't mean I'll win the 2018 candidates. Just like we saw, Karakin didn't have a very good had a bad period for some time, and then won the World Cup, and then won the candidates. So these things are unconnected. When you have 8 pretty much equally strong players in the candidates, it's very much possible that any of them could win it. But I think that if I get into the next candidates, that I'll have a decent chance. I was close once, and I think I'll have a decent chance again to win it, and we'll see after that.
Fabiano Caruana with the champion's attitude. And well, we've got another caller with us. Hi, tell us who you are and where you're calling from.
Hi, this is Nabil from Pittsburgh, PA.
Hi, welcome to the show.
Hi, how you doing, guys? First, I'd like to say, guys, superb job, right? Best chess internet coverage, hands down. So just keep up the good job, guys. So I really enjoyed it.
Thanks.
Thank you.
My question is about time pressure, guys. How do you handle time pressure? Myself, I lose a lot of games during time pressure. I'm like a 21-handed player. When it comes down to the last few minutes, I start playing like 14 hands. The funny part, I'm a decent blitz player, but I don't know how that happens to me. So I'm just wondering if you have any techniques or any stuff I can try to improve on that part of the game. That would be great. And I'm just going to hang up and listen to you online.
You got it. So the question is, how do you handle time pressure? Brilliant question, because that is actually something that weighs on everyone's mind, every chess player, no matter what level you are. And I can say for one that I have suffered a lot in time trouble, but it's very important to remember that when you start playing chess, you have to treat time trouble almost like a disease. Just avoid getting into the habit of time trouble from the very beginning, because once you get used to playing in that style where you're taking too much time and coming into time trouble, even if you have good positions on the board, you mess up so many times. On the other hand, if you've got time on your hand, but the position's unclear and you might even be slightly worse, you'd be surprised at the amount of points that you can gain. And well, if you already suffer from the problem of time trouble, because well, it's very easy to become a habit. I've gone through that myself. Then you just have to consciously make an effort to break that habit. Make a move on the board. Don't just sit there thinking for half an hour on the board. Give yourself a time in a position, 10 minutes, and then I make a move no matter no matter what I think it is, if it's good, bad, if it's a reasonable move, I'm going to make it in this much time and not go on this endless thinking rampage.
Yes, it's about self-discipline. I like from the Pacific Northwest, Dr. Elad Mashkasi, the doc. Play faster. Alejandro.
Well, that's all good and true, guys. And of course, if you want to avoid time pressure, that is the best thing you can do. But let's be realistic. Sometimes you get into it. And I think like once you're in time pressure, your mentality has to change completely. And I think one of the most difficult things for chess players is to realize that time pressure is not blitz. They're very different games. In time pressure, you've been accustomed to be thinking for many strategical things, for thinking long times on many different moves, while in blitz, you're just starting with that modality from the get-go. So it's hard to make that transition in the middle of a game. The most important thing in time pressure is to remain a practical player, to stop going for such specific notions and just play something that is practically good, something that for you, you can understand easily, something that you can say, I'm doing this because of this and this and this. Don't get bogged down by the subtleties of the position that normally would consume your attention in a classical game. I think the most important thing is to make that mentality switch and say, now I'm in time pressure, this is not a blitz, just play something that's very practical and easy for you to understand. You don't have to choose the best move when you're in time pressure. You just got to make a move that will make you survive through it.
Yeah, well, I would say if you're not a Grishchuk, avoid it like plague.
Oh, of course not. Alejandro, great situation between Mickey Adams and Veselin Topalov. We've seen this move, King D8, and now C3, C4, sidelining Black's King. What is Veselin going to do to get his pieces against White's King?
Well, he can't. So that's the big problem for him. Is that now that the queen is on f5, you can see it's cutting out the queen from coming into the game. There isn't that much room for improvement for Black's pieces. He would love to just bring this bishop into this diagonal, but there's no easy way to do it. Bishop on d5 cannot go because of the pawn on c4, but what else to do?
What about rook e2?
Rook e2 loses a rook, right?
Oops.
Rook
Queen d3 check. Oh,
Queen d3 check, and I just capture your rook here on e2. So
that's why I wanted my king on b8. Sorry.
Yeah. No. Now this would be all fine and dandy if this was the only problems that Topalov has, but he has an even bigger problem. Is that White's basically threatening checkmate by moving the knight away and playing rook d1. So he has to somehow safeguard his king before he can activate his pieces, and this is where it becomes very hard. The computers are suggesting things that I don't think will happen. First of all, queen a5. I don't think anybody wants to trade queens. There is a caveat, though. Trading queens is actually good for Black in this position.
And the queen is too strong on f5.
The queen is too strong, but also after queen takes a5, for example, bishop takes a5, suddenly there's a threat against the knight, the pawn on c4 is hanging. You cannot play b3 because of the tricks of bishop c3 we're already looking at. So this position becomes very, very complicated. Queen a5, I think, is a very human approach, and I think it's not the computer top choice, but I think it is the human approach. And that would force Michael Adams to find the move queen h3 if he wants to retain the initiative. Now, this is not as illogical as the move queen a6 that we had seen in the other side of the board, because queen h3 does stay around the king side, so at least it defends this side of the board for now, and it keeps the king from running to the queen side, which allows me to create some checkmating patterns. The idea is, of course, that if bishop d3, e6 at some point, I have the move queen d3, and then f7. So this is what I was talking about, putting the pawn in good use. So queen a5, I think, is a very logical move here for Veselin. The computer's choice, however, and what I was mentioning, I don't think will ever happen, is the move bishop d4, which I completely failed to understand. And I think after the simple knight f3, White is just way better. He can also play the move rook d1. I expect Veselin to play queen a5, noticing that you cannot really trade the queens and allowing himself to maybe transfer on the 4th rank. But the advantage is certainly with Michael Adams here in this position.
Thank you, Alejandro. I mean, it was funny. I actually thought bishop d4 because I wanted to play rook e2 and I didn't want to lose my rook to queen d3. So I'm thinking, oh, I'll put my bishop on d4, put my pawn on c5 so I can play rook e2. So bishop d4 I do find attractive, but from what you've said, also queen a5.
And I like this approach of queen a5. Also, this brings us back to the point of, well, it makes me at least think about the point of time trouble. You know, if you've got such a position on the board when your king is under fire and you don't have that much time, you kind of want to get rid of the queens on the board.
Oh, without question.
So you're not checkmated immediately, and queen a5 would be, well, that would be amazing. And So queen a5 is the kind of move that you want to make quickly in such situations. Taking practical decisions. Maybe bishop d4 and c5 is interesting, but you continue playing with fire then.
Exactly.
And so queen h3, of course, you don't want to go something like queen h7 because I think immediately that runs into rook h8 and rook into h2 sacrifice, which should be pretty much tables turned completely because queen f7 just runs into rook h2 and rook h8, queen g5 mate. I think.
You are a tactical wizard, Tanya. I can realize when we play, I'm going to close the position up. I'm not going to give you any chance to show your tactical skills. That rook sacrifice is
so queen h7. You can't. You can't take the h7 pawn in such positions.
I'm greedy, but not that one.
Don't even think about it.
So queen h3, however, as Alejandro was saying, not letting the king pass over to the c8 square, still setting up for rook d1, knight f3 checks when it's black's king in trouble. But there are other games too that have our attention. Alejandro, what do you like?
No, I'm just here to burst the bubble of the tactical geniuses.
Oh no, don't do it.
After the move queen takes g7, there is the idea of playing queen g5, and I agree that opening the h-file seems to be incredibly bad. But unfortunately, guys, your line doesn't work. After king h8, rook h8, I can take, rook takes h2, takes on h2, and I can actually escape to the
rook
g3.
H8 check just to finish this line?
Yeah, king g3, you can check me again. And
is your king really escaping from here?
Yeah, not only is it escaping, white's completely winning.
Oh my gosh.
You don't even have a perpetual.
So where there goes, yes, you can still open up the position against me.
There goes that.
Goodness.
But I do want to pay attention to something that happened, to a little bit to my surprise, and I think that Hikaru is getting a little bit of something against Kramnik. And in this position against, we left it off quite a while ago, queen c4, queen b2, and we had some moves played. And Kramnik came up here with the idea of f6, and I really don't like this move. I don't understand it at all, actually, because it weakens the pawn on e6, whereas it doesn't weaken anything from the white side. So after this trade of f6, f4, takes, you can imagine the knight going to f4 and starting pressuring the e6 pawn, whereas I haven't actually weakened any of white's pawns. Yeah, you weaken g3 slightly, but you're never going to get to it. After knight f8, knight e2, I am starting to like white a little bit simply because you cannot trade queens, and the power of trading pieces is something that's very common in chess. The ability to trade pieces allows you new possibilities. The problem is that if I take on d2 here, I don't think black has any good way of preventing just this rook maneuvering either to a7 and c7 or just to a6 and attack the c6 pawn. And if I'm forced into a passive position, you can imagine I'm simply going to win easily by putting a rook in an attacking formation, putting the knight on f4, and eventually your situation is going to collapse. At the very least, this is very unpleasant. So if you cannot trade queens, that means you probably open up the wrong sides of the board. And I think that Hikaru, he doesn't have a big edge, but I think it's slightly more pleasant to be white now.
Not just slightly. I agree wholeheartedly with you, Alejandro. Very strange decision to voluntarily weaken the e6 pawn with this move f6. I do agree that this knight on d7 is no great shakes, and I really expected some maneuvering by
knight b8 was considered.
Knight b8 to a6 to c7 and over here to b5, putting pressure on the d4 would be the ultimate goal. But I thought knight b8 was definitely a step in the right direction. f6, very confounding, because after this move knight e2, white's spatial advantage is beginning to shine, and again, what you were saying, the trade of queens is actually helpful for white.
Here, yes?
Yeah, queen a3
because
is
queen
probably...
d2 is definitely a very bad endgame, and I don't think anyone
Except you're
would want
walking into this move rook a2, which is what Alejandro wants to say, that once the rook comes over to a2, that pesky on the c6 square is really vulnerable, and it's crucial that black structure simply doesn't collapse.
As long as the queens are on the board, I think Kramnik is still okay.
So queen b5 or...
Something like queen b5 or queen b7, but
queen
okay,
b5, yeah.
The rook just slides over across. By the way, just keep in mind that black's king is potentially vulnerable to queen f4 and rook a8.
The ideal exchange, I mean, the one that you probably don't mind doing is the rook with the rook here. The queen exchange would be absolutely terrible for black.
Right.
But if you're able to trade off the rooks, I think then there's no danger for
And you just said something that's really on, for me, that's always on the, you hit the nail on the head with this comment. In chess strategy, you have to ask yourself, what are my good pieces? What are my opponent's good pieces? And you just said that it would be in black's best interest to trade the rooks. From white's point of view, it's in white's best interest to play the trade the queens. So learning to judge which of your pieces are worse than your opponents and trade them off and keep your good ones. That's all what a great chess strategy is about.
And also it's trickier in this position specifically because you might feel my rook on b3, oh my god, it's extremely active, attacking the pawn on g3, and you know, the rook on a2, well, it has an open file, but it hasn't entered yet. But actually, it's white's rook that has got more potential for attacking black's weaknesses because the pawn on g3 has got this e2 defender.
Right.
But imagine the queen's off the board and the pawn on c6 just falls because of this rook a6, this open
it's a
file.
disaster.
Yes.
And another game, I really enjoy the way Fabiano Caruana. I want to turn that over to Alejandro for a second. I thought that Fabi, he did end up playing rook d2. Sometimes the spectacular move just catches our eye.
It's too tempting to miss.
And it's too tempting to miss. Alejandro?
Yeah, we do have this position on the board already after a rook d2 and bishop takes on d2, which we said was forced, pawn takes and queen takes d2. And now Fabi is deciding between the idea that I was mentioning of knight d4, knight b5, trying to attack on the dark squares, or bishop c3 recovering the material. It's of course a very difficult practical decision because one seems like you just dropped the advantage but you're going into a safe position, and the other one you might win because the king is very exposed, but on the other hand you're down the exchange, you might also be risking too much. This is the kind of positions where grandmasters, sometimes the stylistic choice is what matters, and you know what Topalov would choose.
But, that was easy.
But it's possible that the best move is actually to just play bishop c3 and play the endgame, even though I don't think white is in any real danger, as the bishop should be sufficient compensation for the fact that the pawn on e4 is quite annoying.
Take us through what is the main line after bishop c3, Alejandro?
You have to retreat to either d1 or c1. Of course, retreating to the e2 blunders away queen a3. To me, it makes most sense to retreat to c1. And here I have to take on e1. There's already no choice. I don't think that keeping the attack on the queen side makes any sense. Queen takes e1, and probably e3 is what you want to play in order to keep the pawn on a dark square and as annoying as possible. Now, it's very important that white plays the move c3 in order to keep the knight out of any attacking pattern, and also to play bishop g2 even attacking the pawn, and in some cases, king c2, king d3 in order to attack this pawn. Probably g5 is what the computer is suggesting, with the idea that after takes, I can now get the e5 square for the knight. Computers are assessing the endgame as a little bit better for black, but almost equal.
A smidge.
I do
And
like
there was
black,
no.
yeah.
Well, after the move e3, Alejandro, there was no opportunities for queen h5 and keep ramming that pawn forwards.
The problem with c3, queen h5, I think, is that I can just play bishop f1 or g2. I'm not really sure where. Bishop g2 looks fine to me.
And I was trying to get the pawn to the e2 square, but
and absolutely, you can get it to e2 if you want. The problem is it's not going to go anywhere from that. The only place it's going is back in the box after something like bishop e4, bishop d3, and we're going to eventually capture this guy. Yeah. So it's just not going to become a queen.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Alejandro. And Tanya, where would you like to take us? What game is attracting your eye?
Well, I have to say this one. I mean, rook d2 was such a spectacular move, but that's what we were just talking about, that how spectacular moves do not equal to the best moves in the position, because it seemed like black was doing really well before the rook d2 sacrifice. Super tempting. You were making this bishop on f6 a monster, but if you look ahead, the best variation that we have is ending up with this pawn on e3. But I have to say, even at the end of it, this... yes, this position. So we saw queen to c1, which looks like the most human response.
Exactly.
You don't want to allow queen a3.
Exactly.
Bishop e1, queen e1, and e3. And I don't think it's over yet. I think black is... I mean, 9 out of 10, maybe 10 out of 10 players would choose black here. And if he's still on the driver's seat, the pawn on e3, the combination of the queen and knight definitely gives a lot of practical chances to black. The other game, of course, is the big Mickey Adams versus Veselin game where, well... white is more than on the driver's seat right now.
Right, and queen a5.
We do have queen a5. It does make the most sense, yes, what we were talking about, getting the queens off the board in a position when you know that you can get checkmated any second. It's always a good idea.
And again, the queen trade, strangely enough, being very favorable for black, White wants to keep the queens on the board because with the move queen h3, he does have this rook d1 and checkmating patterns against the black king. So we should expect queen h3 because the alternative, strangely enough, after queen takes a5, bishop takes a5, black is now a happy camper. The rook is threatening to come to e2, menacing the pawn on g2.
The c4 pawn is under attack as of now. You can't play b3 because of bishop c3.
b3 walks into those bishop c3 ideas we've mentioned earlier, and as well as rook e2. So the queen trade is actually turning out in black's favor. So queen h3, and now you've got to come up with something extra special because rook d1 and knight f3 are on white's agenda. So
I really want to get my king on b8.
I really do too.
Can I do something like rook e6 just to block that?
Yes, it's
I
legal.
want
yes.
But you still go knight f. No,
Oh, no, I'm going to go knight f3.
Knight
that's
f3
for
looks
sure.
good because if I go king c, I could go king c8.
You are.
No, I've got.
No,
rook,
you've got the
I'd
rook
take
on
rook
g5.
g5. Yes.
That's even something that deserves attention because there's. Let me try this one.
All
Sorry.
right, I've got to take. I
You
don't have an
gotta
option,
take,
right?
You got to take. Got it. Oops, sorry. Queen takes on g5. Now, I've given up two bishops, but I've two pieces for the rook. I've done it for a specific reason. There's an annoying threat against the rook, and there's a secondary threat as well of grabbing this pawn. You can't play the cool move queen takes f6 because the rook is I'll take the queen and you can't take my rook on e1
So
for
can
a
I go
checkmate.
king d7 here?
Yes.
So strange.
King
And then you
d1.
just take on e6 and queen h7, I think, right?
Yes.
Or rook d1.
Yes, or rook. Yes, rook d1
Yeah, this
check.
is just.
Yeah.
This
Oops.
is
So
not
there
good.
are problems. It's not so easy to get your king back into the cave. The other idea I had in mind was, and it's maybe not that special, is something like queen here with the idea, similar idea to once again play bishop. But I don't like this construction with the rook on e8 and the king on d8. I think that rook f8
So
had to be played.
For knight f3, you just want to take on f6? That was your point, right?
Not really. I actually was going to play queen e6 for some strange reason. I thought I had to stop rook d1. I realize I am walking into queen takes e6,
Knight
bishop
g5?
e6, knight g5.
Bishop c4, rook d1.
Rook
You could have
d1.
started with knight g5, right?
Oh yeah, because knight f7 is a check.
Knight g. I could have started with that. Yes.
Perhaps. Yeah, this looks lethal. Queen f6, I think rook d1.
Yes.
That looks completely winning.
Rook d1 check. I got to play bishop d5. Nope. This is why the queen on h3 is so effective, and why Veselin is currently seeking the trade of queens.
Okay, so let's go back to the position with queen h3 and try and see what is the best way for, because there's a direct threat of knight f3 and rook d1 mate, right?
Precisely. Well, we might.
We want to move that rook somewhere, maybe, so we've got
I
this
mean,
king e8.
one idea that comes to mind is bishop d4 followed by c5, trying to gummy up the d file. The problem is that this is actually walking into a knight b3, and I don't like that one bit. So after queen h3, we're going to have to do better than bishop d4 or rook e6.
So, yes, what if I was to... No, rook e2 doesn't help me at all.
Rook e2.
No, it doesn't
I blundered the rook a moment ago.
Oh,
I was
queen
like,
d3, of course,
I
besides
did it the
everything
same.
else, yes.
But
That's
it's
still there.
but it's what you want to do. It's the tempting.
So if
problem.
you go queen h5 here, if I
Queen
continue
h5, maybe.
trying to just get these
But-
queens off the board.
But the problem is you're releasing the f7 pawn.
And there's nothing on the back rank, yeah.
Thanks to the knight coming to f1 to block any back rank checks. Definitely
tough
a
position for
challenge
Veselin.
after queen h3. Let me throw it to Alejandro. Queen h3 is a
with
tough,
the computer saving
tough one.
Veselin here.
How are we saving our bacon, or Veselin's bacon after queen h3?
Who said the computer had a resource? The computers are saying white's winning, so there is no
Ouch.
resource. There are very complicated variations still in the position, but they're not finding any way to save the black side of the game. I mean, they even come up with some cool stuff that just doesn't work. Like you can play rook g6 with the idea of taking on f6 in certain variations, but even here after knight f3, they haven't been able to find anything. They come up with the idea of queen g5 in certain lines, but again, knight f3 is just every move, basically. Knight f3 on the next one, I'm going to go and attack your king. And, I mean, you might even just try something like bishop e6 and say, okay, let's just go for something like this, queen d3, king c8, f7, takes, but again, the computers are saying this is just completely dead for the black side. They haven't found anything. They think queen h3 is just winning. In most variations where they try to survive, they're just playing queen h5, so which is clearly not what you want to do. So in these positions after queen h3, I think they were throwing around queen h5 for a while. Let me think. What was it? Was it in this position? Yeah, I think they just want to play something like this. This f7 takes, rook e1, rook f1, and they look at this position just like, yeah, this looks like the best. You're just down a piece. And this is as good as it gets. They said after rook g8, you can see there's some kind of mild pressure here on the back rank, but it's not nearly enough to compensate for a piece, especially with this passed pawns eventually rolling down the board. They just think Topalov is lost.
Sometimes chess is a simple game, and a lost position is a lost position and nothing to be said. Turning again to actually a crucial game in the standings, as both players are in second place. Vladimir Kramnik now slightly on the back foot. Hikaru Nakamura, with a plus. He's got this knight. You can just see from the piece activity, certainly this rook on b3 is well placed, but this knight on f4 is pressing against this pawn on e6. The last move, I think, has just been queen back to b7, knight f4, and I can easily imagine that Vladimir, wanting to protect the pawn on e6 and to release his knight from this anchor, will play the move queen f7.
And also queen f7 allows queen f5, which finally puts some pressure on the white king.
Queen f7 with the idea of playing queen f5 to second. I'm getting better at my arrows, but sometimes not so good. And then queen e4 check. Yeah, so kind of a big circle. But black's queen went from b4 all the way around the board to come to e4. But now, having said that, I thought that it was white's. White was going. Oops, hold on. Oh, no wonder. I'm thinking it's white to move with queen e2 to queen g4, but it's actually black on move.
So black would go queen f7
Absolutely.
here is what I'm thinking. Because white doesn't have enough time to put pressure on the c6 pawn because of this move with queen f5, queen e4. I mean, you want to go rook 8.
Yeah, I wanted to do this, but I'm not in time.
You're not in time for that.
Now I'm a little bit worried that this rook is actually going to be better than my rook. My rook's not going to get to the c6 pawn anytime soon. Perhaps I just have to play a move like, well, yeah, okay, let me just throw rook c3 down. Because I think if I could get a straight knight ending, for example, if you were to...
Queen d3?
Is that's the ending as white... I'm looking for. I'm not saying it's necessarily winning or anything like that. I'm just trying to judge a position and say, what endings...
Where are my best chances?
Yeah, where are my best chances? Thank you.
It's probably
still a draw, though, because even if I get the knight to b4 going after this tender guy, you've got knight e7. Don't see ways, actually, for either player to break through. How do the engines evaluate the position, Alejandro?
Just a very slight edge for the white side. As we were mentioning, Kramnik was fine if he decided not to trade the queens, and he's done so. And I think maneuvering to f7 was just his best try. Very small edges everywhere, but I think that Kramnik is very close to getting back to that full equality that he had just a few moves ago. And I think that the idea of queen f7 in this position is the most precise. Probably not the only one. He can also start considering the move rook a3 in certain scenarios. You can imagine that setting ups on the first rank might be useful now that the knight is not on e2, it's on f4. So rook a3 is fine, probably queen f7 is the most logical move. And I do see that Michael Adams has found the move, queen h3.
Not a big surprise. Mickey is tough, and you give him a good position, he's also a bit of a headhunter. He's known as being really a positional guy, classical guy, but he likes attacking. He's won some really brilliant attacking games his career, as have all of these 2,800 players. But queen h3, once you start to realize that rook d1 is just so powerful a threat, you'll keep
Knight
queens.
F3, Rook D1.
And Veselin Topalov being pressed now to come up with his best practical try. I'm going to take a break.
No, these are the two players, yes, who are right now at the bottom of the board. So it's actually, I mean, I think whoever is the one who goes down in this game, it's going to be a very, very big downward spiral for them, because clearly this was the big game where you're looking at kind of jumping back. And
where am I going to get my points from? Oh,
Yeah.
I'm going to get the points from the guy at the bottom of the table.
And it's, I mean,
For Veselin,
Veselin
this
is
is
going
really,
to be
really tough.
so tough after this
Yeah.
loss, because this is unsavable now.
Well, unsolvable. I was thinking that Veselin was going to beat Fabiano Caruana, and we saw a big turnaround. Of course, that was a time pressure game.
Yes.
And it was actually Fabi in time pressure who played brilliantly, while it was Veselin who got unnerved by the fact that his opponent was short of time. Here,
Veselin is short on time. It's a nightmare position for Black.
Well, one of the frustrating parts is you have the feeling that there ought to be some cheapo potential in the position for Black. I mean, after all, you know, it doesn't take a genius to see that, you know, with Queen C5, there's a Queen G1 mate. Rook is coming to E2. You think that there's some ways that you could make White's life difficult. The tough one is where do you look for your best practical chances in a position where your back is against the wall and you've got to say to your opponent, okay, I'm going to make it hard on you to find the right moves.
No, Veselin definitely needs to stop this bleeding in this tournament at some point. Otherwise, yes, he's going to be out of the world top 20.
Oh, yes, no, it would be dreadful, and he's having a nightmare of a tournament right now. Let me try another try Queen E5 to E2.
But before you do that, we've got a caller. Hi, tell us who you are and where you're calling from.
Yeah, hi. My name is Carlos. I'm calling from Puerto Rico.
Hi, Carlos. Welcome to our show.
First of all, I have to say what an amazing job all of you have done. It's really great. Here in Puerto Rico, it's kind of hard to see and follow those big events, and you guys make it so easy and fun to watch. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
I believe that my question is, I believe that during the round 3, during the game between Fabiano and Kramnik, Yasser was saying something about the players not being able to offer a draw before the move 30 or something.
Yes.
I didn't have that clear, so I would appreciate it if you could explain.
Absolutely.
And okay, well, thank you so much.
Thank you for your question. Yes, and well, actually, it came from the Sophia rules. It goes back to Silvia Danilov. Silvio wanted to essentially forbid the players from offering a draw. So the Sophia rules basically said if you want to offer a draw, you first have to go to the arbiter and get his permission. The arbiter would look and say, well, there's still some play to go, gentlemen, continue play. They thought that that was the extreme, the Sophia rules. No draw offers, full stop, play. And then it was modified to say, okay, well, look, the first time control. No draw offers in the first time control. Play your 40 moves. Here we're a little bit softer and say 30 moves. And obviously everybody wants to play on once they, when they can. They're not just going to make a draw.
Right, so the Sophia rules forbids the players to agree for a draw before move 38 unless there is a repetition on the board. And I think it's actually a great rule because we see a lot more fighting chess, and I think that's the reason why more and more tournaments, top-level events are actually subscribing to this rule, making it a part of their format.
Well, it's been a long-held contention of Maurice Ashley. I won't jump in and steal his thunder, but he says, come on, guys, what are we talking about? Is there any other sport in the world where they say, let's stop? We've given the fans enough appreciation. Let's just call the game a draw, a tie. Well, there'd be a revolution. So he's one of those who just felt that over the course and history of chess, how did that draw offer rule ever come into existence in the first place? And shouldn't we just get away from it altogether? Alejandro, your thoughts?
Well, This has been a rule that has been around since there was a severe draw problem. Not so much with these players. I think it was more of the previous generation of players. I remember, for example, Peter Lecco taking a lot of early draws in a certain Linares tournament, which was plagued with not only draws, we've seen a lot of fighting, interesting ones here, but just like 10, 12 move draws that were strategically done in order to save energy for the rest of the event. And some of the players felt that this was not the way to go for chess, and a lot of the organizers were really upset about the fact that tournaments would end anticlimactically with like a simple 12-move draw. So ever since, there's been some rules that have been made in order to prevent this kind of things. The 30-move draw is still there, but the players have also changed quite a bit, and I think nobody in this field would be okay with a 10, 12 move draw, considering that they have such fighting spirit, and you can see it every time. Even if they get neutralized, well, they still have to find a way to either repeat the position or reach move 30. You see that sometimes it happens, and it's not because they agreed to a draw just to kill the game. It's because they got outplayed the way that Aronian got outplayed today, the way that Wesley So got outplayed today by Vishy Anand. It was a fight. It was just that one of them lost their advantage with the white side. They didn't just agree peacefully before anything happened on the board. They had to show us their good ideas on the opening. And of course, Maurice Ashley, I know, has tons to say about this subject.
Yes, I think that the tendency has definitely changed things quite a bit. I remember when I first wrote this article back in 2003, the end of the draw offer, and I mean, there were people who were really angry about the fact that a draw offer could be taken off the table. It seemed like a birthright, something you'd like inscribe into the Constitution or something, to be able to draw even in 4 moves, 5 moves. Of course, it's so anti-sport. There's just no activity in any sport you can look at where somebody says draw and end the game prematurely. Just think about Game 12 of the World Championship when Magnus actually played 30-plus moves, but basically forced a draw by playing a tepid opening with the white pieces, and people were very upset. I can imagine all those players, those fans who paid so much money to go watch the last game of the World Championship match, only to watch it end in a quick draw. Of course, Magnus has got to play what he's got to do in order to win his title, and he did. But certainly, it's not something the fans want to see and ought to change in some way. There have been a lot of proposals in this, and as you said, Alejandro, this generation has changed quite a bit. But because of the efforts of organizers to see it happen, you see the 30-move rules in place. Now it's just standard that the players are going to play. The younger players who never had this to worry about in a previous generation, they don't see it as their birthright. They say, no problem, we'll just play chess then. And I think that has caused a great trend in fighting chess these days. It's a good thing to see, and I think the more of that we can do, the merrier, to make sure that our game stays vibrant for the century to come.
Thank you, Maurice.
Couldn't agree more. Yes, I think it's. I think the 30-move rule is absolutely great to have at tournaments, simply because it discourages draw offers, and it's not just at the elite level tournaments we see, but at all opens across the world for all levels.
Absolutely, and again, I think this generation of players in particular, and this group on the Grand Chess Tour most especially, are just so combative. You don't have to sit there and say, guys, you know, play it up for the crowds. They're like, what are you talking about? I'm here to win.
Are you doing that?
I'm doing that. You know? And speaking of somebody who's trying to do that, we have the game between MVL and Fabiana Caruana. We did leave it around these parts where that crucial move C2, C3, defensively stopping this black knight from transgressing into White's camp on either the B4 or D4 squares was played. C2, C3. Knight said, well, if I can't go there, how about B3 and A3? Nope, said MVL, I'm going to play bishop back to F1 to discourage. And Fabi said, okay, well, if you take my knight, we're going to go into a queen and pawn endgame, and I'm going to have the most dangerous pawn in the position, this pawn on E3. I still like Fabi's chances. His clock time, not so bad, not so great, 22 minutes to 34 minutes. That's not a factor at this moment, but is the advantage a big one or not? Alejandro.
The advantage is simply non-existent.
I I prefer white. I prefer black, pardon me.
The problem is that there's just no way of making progress already in this position. I can just shuffle my bishop d3 and back, and there is just nothing you can do. You have to keep some kind of pressure here on the queen side, because if you don't, the king can actually come and take the pawn in certain variations. There is simply no way of making progress here for black.
Let me throw out e3, e2.
Right now?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take it.
Yes, you do. Good choice, by the way. Queen e3.
All right, I'll pass. I don't know, king c2, I guess.
Well, aren't you somehow gummied up? Come on.
Queen d2 is next, and well, I won your pawn.
Oh, well, I got knight c3. I got.
At this moment?
Can't I do? I mean, come on.
You can offer me a draw, and I'll take it.
No. Knight c3.
Knight c3, I'll take it.
Queen
Queen e2, I'll just trade queens.
You guys are party poopers.
I mean,
you're
that's the second time you've thrown that at me.
Well, you hit me with the gobstopper a moment ago. I gotta fight back.
The problem for Fabiano Caruana in this position is that he only has one thing to hold on to, and that is the advantage of having an extra pass pawn here on e3. But there is nothing that you can support it with. The knight doesn't have a good anchor square that will support the pawn, and the queen is now currently stuck to actually defending it. There is no angle from which the queen can also allow me to push even further. The king on b2 and the queen on e1 are all that white needs to hold on to the queen side. Yes, it's true that optically black is better, but he's maximized the position already. There is nothing he can do anymore.
No, I have to agree with that. With you, Yasser, it does look like it's really strong for black with this pawn on e3. But that gets me to a question, Alejandro, that a lot of us might think while playing that, you know, generally queen-pawn endings are easier to draw, and with this pawn on e3, maybe my king can come and capture it. Is bishop into b5 an absolute disaster on the board? And if it is, can you show us why?
Right. Yeah, I can show you why. After bishop f1, knight b5, you definitely don't want to capture this knight. Now, the reason is that there is the possibility of maximizing pieces. I had talked about all this already, and here black can even increase the advantage that he has by moving the queen into a better square. You can see that, for example, if the queen gets to e4, you're going to be very close to losing. And there is no way for the king to penetrate into the d3 square and attack this pawn. So already you have problems. For example, if you ever play king to the c file, b4 is an issue. Immediately king c2 loses to queen f5 check, and I gain the d3 square from my queen. You can easily see how that's a lost game with the queen completely stuck to the pawn on e2 with a queen on d3. I mean, both of your major pieces are stuck to a pawn. That should be lost. So pawn takes b5, it doesn't actually improve your position, because even though you would like to simplify it, the truth is that the bishop is just fine on f1. Just leave it there, put it on d3.
It's protecting e2.
It's protecting e2. The bishop's chilling. Don't trade it. After knight b5, taking on b5 probably doesn't lose. It's probably not a disaster, but it just seems like it's inviting trouble.
Right, because all of white's pieces get dominated by this pawn on e3, the king and the queen.
Well, it's just that passive white queen on e1.
Absolutely, yes. Well, we're going to go into a short break. Be right back.
There's a weekend vacation on one tank trip in a nearby city you won't want to skip. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family. Infinity plus a ton. There's museums full of art and super fun slides. Upside down concretes, twisty turny rides. Houses full of magic, some with butterflies. Gardens growing flowers, parks with giant eyes. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family. Infinity plus a ton.
And we are back with our show here live from London. I have with me Grandmaster Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the number 5 now player in the world in the live chess rankings. And he was in a bit of trouble today against Fabiano Caruana. Maxime, were you first of all surprised by his choice of the Petrov as something that you thought would be coming in the game today?
No, I didn't really think so, but you know, it still doesn't explain why I got into such troubles. And yeah, I made a few oversights, and then I was suddenly in trouble after his move e5. Because the point is, my original intention was like to play something like Queen f1. The knight c4 is huge.
You noticed this when you were analyzing?
Yeah, and pawn takes rook e3 is the issue, yeah, with queen b6 coming up.
And all of a sudden the queen is coming to the b6 square, of course.
Minus 10 is actually.
Minus 10, yeah, that's a bit much.
So, and then my backup plan was queen d4, but after knight c6, let's say queen d3, now there's rook takes e3, which is quite unpleasant. I mean, I thought I was worse. Computer apparently disagrees, but this looked very tricky.
Yeah, the kind of position you don't really want to play with the white pieces. Getting a black, getting white and not being able to produce anything, is that disconcerting when you're playing in a tournament like this?
Yeah, it's not very pleasant, of course, and I mean, but also there were a few moments where I thought I was just going to lose because my position was really bad, I think I thought at some point. So, you know, I mean, given the way I've been playing, let's say -1 at this point of the tournament is kind of a lesser evil, and you know, I hope to be able to refocus back, because I've not been playing simply not even my best chess, but simply my chess.
How do you do that? You know, you're in the middle of a tournament already. It's 5 rounds in. You know you haven't been playing all-star chess like you're used to. What do you do? I mean, you get a rest day. That certainly helps. But what do you do to get the machinery working again?
Well, I mean, of course, it happens. You know, you can't always be on a high, but you know, I'll make you know, everything I can to actually refocus. I mean, I'll stick to my usual routine and hope to be have a bit more energy and a bit less oversights. Yeah,
you say your usual routine. Usual routine doesn't seem to be quite working right now. Maybe you need to go out on the town in London and have a little bit of fun?
I've done that already.
Maybe a little too much?
Probably not. No, I've been quite reasonable, but yeah, somehow I've been lacking energy so far, so, you know, I hope to make use of that rest day.
Well, rest day, maybe just with a doctor order. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave still at -1, looking for a way to break through so he can make a run at the leaderboard in this tournament.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, MDO.
Not happy with the way his
And
game.
I wouldn't be happy either. I mean, he expects so much from himself. He was the world's number 2 player, as do we, and he just has not acquitted himself well, neither from the openings nor from some middle game decisions he's made. He talks about an unacceptable result at -1, but he's lucky he's not even worse. I mean, he's not played a good tournament. Hopefully the rest day will see him back in shape. Turning to our game of Mickey Adams versus Veselin Topalov,
we do have
decision.
a result.
Well, we have an interview with Fabiano Caruana
Yes,
in
first
London.
let's go to Maurice and Fabiano in London.
We're with the world's number 2 player, Fabiano Caruana, who had a promising position today, Fabi. It looked all right that you were doing well, and this is the critical moment in the game that we were asking some questions about. Why didn't you take with the knight on d8 in this position? It seemed like you had a healthy advantage.
I thought that rook takes d8 and rook d2 was very strong, and I for some reason I didn't even seriously consider him taking on d2. I thought that if my bishop is opened up, I'll have a very strong attack, and I still think that there might be something very strong like knight b4 here.
Knight b4 is actually hugely strong according to the computer. There was another opportunity on the next move. Did you see the move at all?
I saw this move, and I saw the ideas that, let's say, like rook d1, knight c1, rook d8, bishop d8. If he takes, there is this important check on g1 winning, mating, in fact.
And of course, he cannot take because of this big problem.
And
so knight d3, apparently the only move here was to first, well, maybe not the only move, but the best try was to try this sequence. Did you?
No, I didn't see that.
But you saw this maneuver,
Yeah.
knight d3? What stops you from playing it?
I thought rook d2 was even more convincing.
Wow. So it was the choice between two moves, and rook d3 just looked punishing.
Rook d2.
Rook
very
d2, I
strong.
mean, looked punishing.
I mean, I should have just. I had a lot of time. I should have calculated it to the end. And this looked somewhat less clear, and I don't know. For some reason, rook d2 just felt natural. It's what I intuitively wanted to play, and I decided to trust my intuition. And then I realized that. Despite all my pieces attacking, I really don't have anything, what I have is very minimal.
Well, that's a shame, having actually seen the move and not playing it because it was so murky. You had some chances yesterday as well. Now this one, but you did have a game where you may have lost against the Apollo. Is it all balanced, or do you feel like maybe you should have had maybe at least another half a point?
I mean, right now I'm only thinking about this game, and I am pretty disappointed I didn't manage to make more of it. But if I look at all the results, I'm probably lucky to have the score I do. I don't think I had anything yesterday, though. I don't remember having anything serious there. I mean, today was a very big chance. I think he was more or less one move from collapsing. And if I had played something like this, I would have won the game. Although it's not the end. I thought it was even more of an advantage than it looks like. But Queen E3 maybe. Holds on for some time.
Still murky, to be sure.
Yeah, it's not the end of the game.
So now what? You got a rest day. What is the typical theme for you on a rest day? Is it just complete rest and relaxation, or maybe go check out the city that you're in? What do you do?
Yeah, I think I'll go and maybe see a movie in the center. That's what I did last year. And from what I hear, it's pretty good weather tomorrow. Actually, it's been amazing weather since I've been here, so yeah, I'm going to go out and enjoy myself.
Well, you do that, and we look forward to seeing you after the rest day.
Thanks.
Fabiano Caruana missing a golden opportunity to tie for first with his countryman Wesley So. We'll see what he does after the rest day coming soon.
Thank you, and I would recommend the British Museum of Natural History, one of the most phenomenal museums in the world, just extraordinary exhibits.
It would
Much
be quite
better than a movie.
interesting. It would be quite interesting, though, to see how these chess players really spend their rest day, because everybody chooses to do such different things. I know Fabiano Caruana is a massive movie buff.
Okay.
He loves to go to the movies. I know that the French guys really like to go to the casino when they can, so I wouldn't be surprised if he might find MVL there tomorrow.
Right.
But also, yes, and also it's, you know, these tournaments, there is so much pressure and so much competition and stress that we don't really understand as spectators.
Mm-hmm.
But it is a very, very high level of stress. So these rest days are most welcome. And yeah, it's very interesting to see how different chess players choose to spend it.
Exactly. Well, hopefully MVL will come back with more energy. I want to turn our attention to the game of Mickey Adams and Veselin Topalov. Queen takes h7. That was a surprise decision for me. I thought that the really big problem was simply knight f3 and rook d1. I just didn't see how black was going to handle it. Queen takes h7 presents other problems. Was that a good move, Alejandro? Well, I'm a little perplexed.
Yasser, the move knight f3 was more accurate, and it does point some real problems after knight f3. Bishop e6, queen takes h7 anyways would have reached this kind of position. The move queen takes h7 first is very greedy, but it's not a bad move at all. It's actually not easy to meet. So after queen takes h7, Topalov already down to 5 minutes for many, many moves to play still in this position. He decided to retreat with the queen, defending this bishop on f7. Now is the time where Adams needs to stop being so greedy. He cannot really defend this pawn on c4 because after b3, bishop d4, this allows a little bit of counterplay. He really needs to get his pieces into the game. So knight f3 is finally something that he really does need to play. You could play rook h8 and kick out the queen. Black has a ton of choices in this position. Probably the best is actually to just at least try to recover some material with bishop takes c4, attacking this rook on f1, which forces again white's reply. Here, bishop g5 tactically defends the rook because f7 is a huge threat in this position. Black cannot afford to take here. You absolutely have to move the king to the c8 square. And here after rook fe1, it seems that white has already developed all of his pieces. He's ready to start trading some of them. At the end of the day, it is 3 passed pawns on this side of the board. The computers see no real hope here for Topalov.
Alejandro, I have a question for you. So Westland went queen b4, right? Now, we've been talking about this idea with knight f3, rook d1. I get that after rook d1, he wanted to go queen d6 and pin the knight probably, but what happens if he would have gone knight f3 first? Am I just missing something instead of
No,
queen
as I mentioned, knight f3, bishop e6.
Okay, yes,
yeah,
knight f3,
that
bishop.
was the most accurate.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Knight f3 was the most accurate, but this is also winning. So nothing spoiled so far by
Right.
British
Because rook
number
d1
one.
runs into queen d6, right? Instead of knight f3, if I go rook d1 first?
Rook d1 first.
Or is bishop e6 still the move here?
Oh, rook d6, you mean instead of... Oh, you're saying here.
I want to threaten mate, right?
Yeah, I can see. your evil intentions are quite clear. But both bishop e6 and queen d6 seem
Both
to
are
give
fine.
some kind of counterplay. I wouldn't say fine, but definitely not the most precise continuation here for the white side. It does run in checkmate, but it does seem that knight f3 is a more logical way of coordinating the pieces, since it allows me to bring the bishop into the game, and I think that's what's really lacking in white's position is some development. As soon as I can get all of that in, and I think the machine has found a way to do it, it's just pretty much game over. There's too many pawns on the king side.
Very good. And let's just go take a look at our fight for second place in the tournament. We do have quite a number of moves since we last left the game between Hikaru and Vladimir Kramnik. We saw this maneuver queen f7 that we applauded by Vladimir. Rook b2, again, that whole idea of strategy and trying to trade off your worst pieces for your opponent's best. Trade of rooks and g5. Wow, that certainly sharpened things up. Vladimir not backing down. He's not saying I'm worse. I'm playing for 3 results.
G5.
Looks right. Knight has to move. Knight d3. It was d3 or h3. Usually you'll choose the center over the side. Knight g6, finally coming off the back rank. Knight f2, eyeballing any potential opportunities of putting our knight on the ideal square f6, pardon me. Knight back. Queen d2, queen g6, g4. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Lots of questions about these last 2 moves because I think many of us, including myself and the audience, would say, why aren't we putting our knight on this f6 square? That's certainly, well, it looks good. I'll have to ask Alejandro. Alejandro, the move g3, g4 has me a little flummoxed.
Well, the move knight g4, knight f6 definitely looks pretty, but the computers are not very impressed. They think that moving the knight to f6 is just completely inconsequential. It doesn't really achieve very much since the knight doesn't have a good path to attacking anything. They're actually more happy with the idea of playing g4 and locking in this pawn on g5 that I can now use as a target. And in this position that we have right now on the board after the move king g3, we had a couple moves, king h6 and king g3.
Yeah.
It is black to play, and it seems that he only has one saving move. Otherwise, he's just lost.
Wow. I do tell. Knight g8, queen e3, I'm getting zugzwanged or something?
You're not getting zugzwanged so much as the fact that black's counterplay currently relies on the fact that if the queen on d2 leaves its spot and goes to attack the pawns on the queen side, you have something like queen d3 check, and you're going to be able to do a counter attack against the king, and that should end in a perpetual. So the real threat that white has in this position is to play knight g1, knight f3. And once my knight has reached f3, it's completely safe for the white side to move the queen out of the way and start munching the pawns. Therefore, black has to initiate counterplay immediately. He should play knight c8.
Knight c8 to try to get the knight to the b5 square so that after that maneuver you were mentioning, knight to f1, knight to a7, knight to f3, knight to b5.
Yeah.
So far, so good, huh?
Yeah, and when the knight reaches b5, I'm going to have another attacker on the king side because d4 is always going to be a threat. And there should be no problems for Kramnik. So if he finds knight c8, I think the game is very close to a draw. If he doesn't find knight c8, he's just lost.
Just continuing the line for a moment, queen h2 check, king has to drop back to g7, queen h5, I always look at the knight endings. First of all, I'm attracted to king and pawn endgames, and I think that knight endings are somehow kind of cool. I can see one situation that black definitely has to avoid, that after a move like king h6, I do have king g4 and a near zugzwang in the position, not zugzwang. So after queen h5, a trade, I have to do something different.
Yeah, again, a couple of forced moves here in this position. I think that even moving the queen out should give some compensation, but apparently not. You have to play knight c3 in this position.
Not to trade queens,
Not
but
to
knight
trade
to
queens.
c3.
You just defend the pawn with knight c3.
With the tactical idea of knight c3. So again, continuing the play, knight takes g4.
I think now you're asking to lose because you're going to lose the d4 pawn, right?
Ah, I was only looking at a check on e4, but there's a check on e2, asking to lose. I don't like asking to lose. That doesn't sound right. So knight e2 check, king h4, and this is what Alejandro is saying.
Yeah.
I have won the g5 pawn, but the d4 pawn is much, much more important.
And Kramnik needs to find all of these resources if he's to survive. Otherwise, he's just losing.
I have to say that Hikaru has created problems in a position that actually seemed to be quite harmless. I mean, this move g4 especially doesn't come into your mind. No, yes, not in this position.
Yes,
where
but
white
as it
went
came
g4.
down later, it definitely struck me as unusual that g3, g4, because again,
you weaken the f4 square. You know, you're worried that knight might come jump to f4. It just doesn't seem like the kind you want to come knight g4 and put
you
your.
really do.
And in fact, Kramnik did find the right move. He has gone knight c8. So.
And I think the rest just comes kind of easily. You anchor the knight on b5, and
this all looks quite standard fare. Isn't there a way that I can out-tempo the knight somehow? Like, I'll play a move like queen e3, asking the knight to go to a bad square for a moment. So just to put on the board the kind of position I want.
Probably don't want to blunder the knight, but yes, I understand the
Oh,
point.
yeah, sorry. I don't want to blunder the knight, but I want to get a position like this where it's black to move, so black's knight goes, for example, back to c7, and then I want to enter that whole king and knight ending.
This all looks fine and dandy, Yasser,
until you get to this position and you've got knight b5 again.
I just really don't understand.
Yeah, knight b5
at the
again.
beginning, even at the beginning, I don't understand why you moved the knight.
I thought you were in zugzwang.
Why?
You mean you can move the king?
You can move the king.
Ah.
King to g7.
I love this expression of Victor Korchnoi. He'd say, it's so simple, so simple. So simple is it? So queen, simply king g2. And so long as you've got play against the pawn against d4, the pawn on g5 is untouchable.
Yeah.
So a very crucial idea to get the knight to b5, and that should hold it. However, I do have this feeling that Vladimir is the one that took some very strange risks. The move f6, and now this move g5. If he hadn't played the move g5, if he had played conservatively and just played the move knight g6, there is an annoying check, and don't get caught in the eternal pin. King h7 would probably be
and that's game over.
Yeah,
right?
a catastrophic error because of queen to b1. So there wasn't knight g6. Maybe he was compelled to play the move g5 after all. And, well, okay, this is what we're expecting.
And this plan of trying to get the black knight to b5, the only way to defend this game, this brings us to that whole saying of how offense is the best defense. I mean, you might look at the position and think that you can stay passive, but you actually absolutely cannot.
Exactly. Yes. And Alejandro, you have a thought to share.
We have new moves in the game between Michael Adams and Veselin Topalov. Michael perhaps taking a little bit of a practical decision, but not the most accurate by a long shot. He decided to play the move b3 in this position, and this allows, of course, the bishop to now come to d4. I don't like this kind of opening in the queen side. He had a very specific idea in mind, is that he plays queen d3, and here Tapalo decided to unpin himself and defend the bishop at the same time with queen d6. Michael Adams has two choices in this position. He can sacrifice some material and go knight e4, get his forces into the attack, or he can play the move that looks most logical to me, is bishop a3. Of course, the bishop completely poisoned, as you don't want to trade bishops, but after locking out the bishop of the game, you can at least bring the rook back into the game with rook a e1. The computers are definitely not impressed with the way that white has handled this position. You can see the king is now going to run to the queen side and be completely safe. With so many pieces on the board, it's not so easy to convert the pawns because you can't push them forward. And you can see that this bishop on a3, compared to the variations where we had put it on g5, it's doing very little. On g5, it was basically hemming in this rooks on g8. I think that Michael is still much better. The computers are even giving a decisive advantage, but he's definitely letting go little by little here.
Well, b2, b3, let's face it, that's greed at its best.
Yes.
You know, man's noblest emotion, holding on to what you got. And b2, b3, just protecting the pawn on c4.
At the time situation.
All right.
Veselin is down to 4 minutes, and we're still on move 26, is it? So that's 14 moves to go to make time control, if I'm not wrong?
That's correct.
26, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and that's there's no
That's huge.
increment. Yeah, it's all Mickey has to do is actually make decent moves, non-blundering moves, because black is still on the back foot here, still has to find defensive resources. Down to 4 minutes. If Veselin gets out of this, it's a miracle.
Truly.
Despite Mickey blowing it up to quite an extent.
Yeah, well, again, b2, b3, when knight f3 was begging to be played, not just once, but for the last two moves. So b2, b3, I agree with Alejandro. Once you see this move, queen d3, you can almost imagine
Bishop
that
a3.
bishop a3, c5, rook a e1, getting your rook into the game finally, and you're about to play knight f3. But again,
Or
you
knight
just...
e4.
Or knight e4. But you just get the feeling that, well, a little bit offsides over here. Yes, sure. You've got 3 connected pass pawns, but no, there's more counter chances right here, right now,
I think it's more
than there's ever been.
I think it's more human to go knight e4 first instead of bishop a3, now that I analyze it a little bit.
So then I've got to go rook e4, right?
Rook takes e4, queen takes e4.
And I think you're getting the piece back no matter what, because there's always the problem on e7.
Bishop takes and bishop f4, yeah?
Yeah.
So I can't take on f6 because of bishop c7, is it?
Yeah, that just wins too much material.
Bishop f4, queen takes f6, bishop c7.
Bishop c7.
Yeah.
And then queen f4 check after
and
bishop
then
f6.
queen
so that's
f4
game
check.
over.
That's game over.
Yes. And
Right.
that does do it. The bishop is hanging, as is the king in check. So
he has to play rook g4 after bishop f4, which is a little counterintuitive. He could also play queen d7, but I think that actually keeping material on the board is kind of scary for the king.
So rook g4.
Bishop takes d6.
Bishop takes d6.
Rook takes on e4. Bishop e7 is forced. King e7. And you're going to have to try to hold on to that opposite color bishop endgame. Success rate, I expect, is quite low, but I don't see anything better.
It's like on those survival charts, and you see these graphs where
It's going down.
The older you get, your survival chances keep going down. This is 3 pass pawns. I mean, okay, power to the opposite color bishops.
But not that much, not that much power. I mean, this should be winning.
It should be winning, yeah. And again,
And the line with bishop a3 is also pretty strong for white if he wants to keep the pieces, because so many times when we're playing and we see our opponent who's really short on time, often we think that how can we just keep all the activity on the board going and to complicate the position even further. So I won't be surprised with that thought in mind to keep more options on the board. Actually, Mickey chooses to go with bishop a3 simply because it's a more complex position, keeps more pieces on the board, and given Veselin's time situation, it might be an interesting practical choice.
True that, but on overall, it's like you're just looking for the cleanest winning line that you can find, right? And right now you're up so many pawns, and you're ready to embrace numerous endgames.
Yeah, that being said, I mean, the reason we're not saying like, oh my god, it's just winning, this 3 pass pawns, it does feel like black at the end of that variation with 94 did keep some chances. The opposite color bishops, the fact that your rook's so active, your pawns are going to be blockaded for quite a while. Maybe it's not so obvious. Instead of queen f6, you had the move here. Rook g4, bishop takes d6, rook takes, and we got into this line. And I finish off with b5. And you can see that, yeah, it should be winning.
It's funny because even though the game was a Berlin, we've hardly spoken at all as if the game was a Berlin. This has not been a dry Berlin game.
And he's gone for 94.
Yet the vestiges of the Berlin are now clearly visible after this move, b7, b5. Okay, putting your majority to work late in the game, but still it's working, and this bishop is a great bishop.
Yeah, and sometimes they're going to be able to even put it on d5. It's attacking the queen side. It's defending all the pawns on the king side. The king on h1 is vulnerable. I can't even move my pawns on the king side yet. I mean,
on a very good day, this is definitely holdable chances. No
yeah,
question.
there are chances. I mean, so many passed pawns. Yeah, I want to say it's winning, but I don't know. I'm not 100% sure.
Agreed.
I mean, talking about Berlin, yes, it's definitely a very non-Berlin Berlin, but let's not forget we're talking about Veselin playing the Berlin
Yes.
here. We're two very different things, the Berlin and Veselin playing the Berlin.
Right.
And he also has to find rook g4 in order to get into this variation. He's in severe time trouble, already taking a minute in this line.
After 94.
Yes, after bishop f4.
Because if he doesn't find rook g4, he might just think this is losing.
Indeed. And then to properly judge that his chances being 3 connected pass pawns behind still
sometimes you just stop
there.
calculating. You're like, okay, that's 1, 2, 3. I'm not
Stop.
going into this variation. And it's
Right.
very easy to do so when you're in time pressure.
Right, but then what's the next best alternative after
Well,
94? I mean,
94 is an extremely forcing move.
if you don't take rook e4,
The
then
only
what's...
alternative has got to be to drop back with the queen. That just feels wrong. But,
Yeah, it
okay.
also allows rook d1.
All right,
Which
rook d1.
is not winning instantly, but
I was
it's
thinking of knight g5.
Whoa, rook d1. Hold on. Maybe Veselin can see his way to some tactics here.
Queen d4.
Okay, he did play queen d7.
He's gone queen d7. He did not take
I
any...
think you're running into tactics yourself. I don't have to take your bishop, right?
Yeah, but what's my move now? Because I've got this
sorry?
back rank problem at the end
Right,
of this
that was the thing that attracted my eye, is that there is a back rank check here. Well, there's some crazy tactics with f7 still to be
F7
considered.
queen.
No, not immediately, but still to be considered. So,
Right.
I mean, well, against bishop h5.
Oops, sorry.
I don't understand why you're taking on d4, honestly.
Okay.
Pretty much every move here wins.
Probably.
Like even bishop g5.
Well, you
Bishop
think
anywhere, bishop b2,
Yeah, even
bishop
bishop
e3,
G5.
bishop a3.
f7, bishop g5, lots of. Well,
F7 you're allowed?
yes, f7. This looks pretty awful.
No,
hopeless.
it's just completely lost. Rook d1, you cannot play bishop h5.
Okay, so I have to play c5 then.
No, that loses to knight c5, right?
That's also very,
Yeah,
very
just knight
simple.
C5.
Knight c5. Dope. I had a dream. Queen g4. My dream is not coming true, but okay.
It's a check. on d4.
You have to play
Okay, sometimes a spike check is a goodie. Sorry.
You have to play king c8. That's the only move instead of c5.
King c8.
Everything else loses instantly.
And then queen d4, c5, perhaps?
Yeah, and then we
Is
get
it?
something very similar to what we had in the other
Except we
position,
have
but
four
perhaps
rooks.
this is better for Adams.
Well, and like you say, there's no reason really we have to take on d4. There's a lot to be said for just clearing the first rank, maybe with bishop f4.
Not so sure
Not
about
so
that.
sure?
Bishop f4, queen g4, and I think black's
Oh,
winning.
that was what I wanted to do a moment
I wanted
ago.
that.
I was like dreaming of queen g4, and I walked right into it. Dope. Hate that. Okay, so...
Well, Mickey's having
Well-
a think on this position. Rook d1, or is knight g5 possible in that position as well instead of rook d1, or is rook d1 the only way to get the advantage here?
No, after 94 queen... Oh, sorry.
You
Queen.
can be very greedy in this position that I have on the board if instead of rook d1, you can even essay the move rook b1 if you felt like it. I mean, it's actually completely possible. I haven't analyzed knight g5. Let me take a look at it. The computer says it's losing.
Doesn't work.
Because of bishop g6.
Yes.
I'm attacking your queen and I'm attacking
And my
your
rook on a1.
Yeah, it seems like you're just giving up too much material here. So yeah, the computers are deciding between rook d1 and rook b1. You can also play bishop a3. It's possible in this position, but I don't see the need to sacrifice an exchange.
And by the way, bishop g6 is a move that's lurking.
He's gone for rook d1.
Yeah.
He's gone for, yes. That looks
And
like...
if Vaseline doesn't instantly play rook king c8, I'm going to be very worried for him because he's down to 2 minutes.
And let's just look at that line, because like you were saying, Alejandro, very similar to that previous ending we were looking at. But now, in this case, there's 4 rooks on the board. Please don't play knight takes c5 and allow a back rank mate. So after c5 attacking the rook, let's say the rook comes back, let's say we take. So a very similar ending, except with 4 rooks on the board.
But it also feels much better for white, because here you don't have
b5, right?
There's no b5. Also, he has gone king c8, so we'll probably see this variation. But also, the king on h1 doesn't feel as weak. I can definitely bring my rook on a1 to the game, and I couldn't in the other line. This feels like it's just a much better version of the other one.
Agreed.
Right, because I'm not able to play b5 and also get this d5 square and loosen my pawn structure a bit. So
yeah, this looks
the
bad.
Missing b5 without any counterplay. No, then slowly, the 3 pawns are going to save the day. Take a quick look back at the game of Vladimir Kramnik between Naka and Vladimir Kramnik. The players are kind of stuck in the position that we had left it after king g3, knight c8. The only move, Hikaru is not at the board. So
Hikaru is Vladimir is not at the board yet.
Sorry, yeah, that's right. I'm looking. Never mind.
Right. So
Okay,
we were seeing this line with knight g1 and transferring this knight from h3 to f3, which is just a better square to put pressure on the g5, and you always think about how you can improve the pieces, the position of the pieces. So a very nice maneuver. Black is just in time with this plan of putting pressure on the d4 pawn.
Precisely.
And it's very, very interesting to note that if Black does not use this idea of being on the offense, it's actually lost for Black.
Exactly. He has to play actively. Yes. Not to simply try to hold the position, because
yes, we can just show that to our
untenable.
viewers. Maybe if Black did not take this opportunity at this very moment to play the very accurate knight c8 and instead goes
passive,
knight g8, for example, because you think there's no difference.
Right. And the difference is that once this knight, which was on the square h3, is magically transferred to the square f3, it's actually protecting the king. Protecting the king so well, in fact, that the queen can now go on a sojourn and enter into Black's position and start attacking his pawns.
So queen e4
whereas
here?
queen d3, or queen e4, sorry. Queen e4, I'll go and tickle the
queen
knight,
f4?
and I'll have to step back.
Just king
f2. And again, we see the power of this knight. Not only is it blocking the check, it's actually covering all of the crucial squares that Black's queen would like to go to. And this is a very dangerous, probably simply lost position. And that's why you can't play passively with the knight, and that's why we've been, we were praising the move knight c8 and getting the knight to b5.
Right, absolutely. Well, you have to understand that in chess, you've got to play actively, and there's no other option in certain positions.
You can't just hold the position, and this was certainly one of them. Again, back to, Tanya, I was going to say, we got spoiled in round 1. We had 3 decisive games. Then spoiled again in round 2, 3 decisive games.
Yes.
Then it was up to Nakamura to score victories in rounds 3 and 4, and maybe this is a case where it's up to Mickey Adams to deliver the goods for us in this round 5. But I'm not complaining. The games have been very combative. Great preparation today by the players. And here's our current standings with 2 games pending.
So we've got Wesley So, he is leading at 3.5, and the only players who can catch him right now are Hikaru Nakamura and Vladimir Kramnik. But while this game seems to be ending in a draw with correct defensive resources shown by Kramnik. Levon Aronian, Fabiano Caruana right behind Wesley So on 3 points. Vishy Anand on 2.5. We saw some brilliant preparation today with Vishy and Anish, who are both on 2.5 right now. And well, Veselin is still fighting, and if he remains at only half a point after this round, yes, it's going to be difficult to imagine him to make a comeback. And thank God that he's got a rest day tomorrow.
Oh, for sure. He's been in a death spiral, and after the move, Queen takes d4, we have a desperate lunge here by...
I guess he just didn't want to go into the endgame, and in time pressure he just chose something, but this doesn't quite work, and let me explain why.
Please,
here after
Alejandro.
Queen G4, he's trying to create some counterplay on the king side, and you see it is dangerous, so you have to be a little careful here as the white side. I have it here up on the board. After Queen takes Queen to G4, the most accurate move is to play Bishop G5. I'm already up a piece, so I'm not worried about you winning 2 pieces for my rook. Rook takes G5, knight takes G5, it's just completely winning. You might want to play something along the lines of Queen takes E4, and if Queen takes E4, maybe you're getting into this endgame in a better version, because once I remove the bishop, I'm going to play Rook E2 at the end. However, no endgame for you. I'm going to play Queen takes A7 and start trying to checkmate you. After Bishop D5, takes, Rook takes, check, King D7, takes, takes. I'm getting mated here, but hold on. There's Queen A4, check, and I'm able to trade. Here the queens, and obviously the endgame is just completely hopeless. There's just way too many pawns here. So if Mickey calculates accurately this move Bishop G5, I just don't see what Topalov can do. I'm just playing H3 on the next move and winning. So you don't have the choice of playing this slow. Rook takes G5 is just losing against Knight takes G5. You can't trade queens, just losing. Queen takes G5 loses to Queen D7 check. If you win my queen, well, congratulations, you won my queen, but you lost the rest of your army. So this is just hopeless for Topalov if Mickey finds Bishop G5. There are other moves that also give him an advantage, but they kind of spoil it quite a bit. You can see that if I don't play this move, Bishop G5, there's the threat of Rook takes E4, and with the queen still on the board, you have to be a little bit careful about your king being so weak.
Well, he needs to find Bishop G5, and he needs to find it pretty fast, because Mickey is also down to just 6 minutes on his clock.
Oh, that really crept up on me too. I thought it was Veselin who was in severe time trouble, but okay, Mickey feeling the heat as well a little bit with 6 minutes. The problem is Bishop G5 is a move that's so compelled.
Yes.
I mean, you've got to develop your pieces.
You've got to defend the mate on G2.
You defend the mate on G2. You block the mate on G2 threat, and you cover the first rank, and you defend the rook on D1. So a lot of reasons, very compelling reasons, that sometimes you just force your opponent to find forced move, and he did it. Bishop G5, not a big surprise.
Back on Veselin, down to 1 minute and 20 seconds in a very, very tough position. With pretty much no good answers.
No, this one really does put the kibosh on Black's hopes, because again, anytime you capture this knight with the rook, this pawn on A7 is just, and it's not that you're losing a pawn, which of course we all love, but it's also the additional threats, and time is now ticking down under a minute, 50 seconds for Veselin Topalov. Hopeless position on the board. And I think we're going to see a handshake very, very shortly. I don't see any resources for the Bulgarian.
And don't forget, yes, he's still a good 11 moves away, and it's
already hard to physically do it.
Yes.
It's not about finding one move. So he's played Rook E4, and we're expecting Queen A7 on the board, just grabbing that pawn, threatening Queen A8 mate. And immediately blitzed out by Mickey.
Well, it was the only move also. So
and Bishop D5, the only move again to defend against the Queen A8
all of these only moves being placed. Bishop D5.
Yeah, but now Mickey can take all the pieces if he feels like it. Queen A8, King D7, Queen takes G8.
Yes, no, that's the simplest, of course. Bishop D5. Sorry, let me catch up.
Veselin is down to 9 seconds on the clock. It's actually, I think, physically impossible to make 9 moves in 9 seconds in this position.
Yeah.
No. Don't do that. No. Take the D5 first. You're blundering Rook E1.
Rook E1 and Queen G2 mate. Oh, that would be amazing. Oh, blunder.
No, you have to first take on D5 with the rook.
I first take on D5 with the rook.
And then you take on G8. And then
take on G8. That's a great track to fall for, by the way. Oh, boy, we'd have everybody in Bulgaria jumping out of the seats. their seats.
Yeah, you can also
rook
do it
e1.
the other way around. You can take on d5 with the rook first.
And then give a check.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or
Okay.
even CD5 as
No,
a point.
CD5 now becomes a little bit complicated because I take on G5, right?
And then Queen A check, I thought.
And we do have, sorry, what move?
We've got Queen A check on the board, King D7. So just not to play Queen G8 at this point.
Yeah, okay.
Queen G8 runs into
And
Rook E1
rook
and
takes
immediately
D5.
Rook
And I
E5.
think he's just going to resign here.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, there
He
you
is.
go.
And there you have it.
Beautiful.
Yes,
Impressive game by Mickey. We may have double guessed Queen H7, but otherwise his play with F5, E5,
Yes.
Queen G7, all of that stuff really was impressive. Didn't like Rook A8, E8 by Veselin. Maybe things were already wobbly at that point, but when it came to victory and playing precisely, Mickey was really impressive.
No, I have to agree. Yes, extremely inspired play by Mickey. Going for E5 when the position was calling out for it and not going on a backseat, because that is so easy to do when you're kind of behind in your points and you've had a very shaky start. It's so easy to kind of, play a bit passive and not take too much risk. But I have to say that Mickey did go all out in this game.
And having said that, sometimes you need, a foil, so to speak, a rival that will let you look really good. This moment where Veselin played this move, Queen D3 to A6. I mean, okay, we can talk about creativity and insanity. That really was a shocking move, especially when Queen D5 looked like, well, you keep
natural
your queen
and
centralized,
logical.
and you're still dreaming of a very pleasant bishop. One of the really funny variations, we never really got into it that deeply. It was suggested by Alejandro. It was an exchange sacrifice that went around these parts. And the more I looked at it, at first I blushed. I was saying, okay, White's got to win. White's got to win. I mean, he's material ahead. This pawn on F5. But once you really start to look at the position and appreciate how powerful this bishop is going to be on D5.
And that bishop on B6
as well. I mean, this was definitely the way that Veselin had to go. He saw what he thought was an opportunity to attack White's king by keeping all the pieces on the board. Bad judgment.
I mean, Queen A6 was just shocking because 2 moves later, he was literally begging to exchange and trade off the queen. So why not play Queen D5, keeping it all centralized and, no resistance, I would say, by Veselin. And then the idea of Rook A8, putting the king on D8, where it's so open to being mated with these ideas of Rook D1, Knight F6. At least in that way, Rook F8 made a lot more sense.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. And I think it's just a question of bad judgment. And, somebody's going to have a bad tournament. You've got these elite players. Somebody's going to have a bad tournament. This looks like a colossally bad one for Veselin Topalov, as he's Father Christmas giving away a lot of rating points in this event. I don't know who just stepped in front of the camera.
I think it's one of the arbiters.
An arbiter, of course, of course. That would have been my first guess.
Well, and that is our final game of the day going on. Hikaru Nakamura trying to do everything he can against Vladimir Kramnik, but it's really not coming to anything. And
doesn't look like he's going to pull off a hat trick, does he?
Yeah, and the position is very level, but since it's really riskless for him, he can try.
After Knight C8, Hikaru repeated the position a bit.
I don't think he's repeated anything, actually.
Yeah, he played, Queen E. Okay, so when we left it at these parts. After Knight C8, we expected Knight G1. Instead, we saw Queen F2, threatening a massive check on the F8 square, and that was protected. Vladimir played the move King G7, protecting the square. Queen E3, renewing the threat against the pawn.
Only way to defend it.
Same idea once again of Queen F8. King
So they're all
G7.
different moves. There has been no repetition. But
it just felt like a repetition. But no, indeed, they still have the same position. Now, we expected the knight to be rerouted to F3. This repetition, is there a different route that is the knight better? I don't know.
I want to go knight a7, knight b5 in any case.
Oh, in all cases, I can definitely
And
see.
the problem for him is that I don't think the knight can really go anywhere. I mean, if
Other than f3.
No, I mean, the knight is faster coming to b5, which gives you immediate counterplay against d4. Remember that as soon as I take that pawn on d4, I'm defending my own pawns. Not to mention that a knight on d4 is going to be threatening all kinds of checks against that king on g3, which is very annoying. The knight doesn't really have better square than f3, and that's the problem for Hikaru. He doesn't really have any way of improving.
All right, so let's just put that position on our boards for a second. We're coming back to the same spot, so to speak, we were a moment ago. And now, queen d2. We had some ideas in mind. I think it was knight c7. I was trying to get a knight ending, but not very successfully.
Right. Well, we're going to keep an eye on this game, but first, let's go to London. Maurice with Mickey.
Well, there was a big applause in the live audience room when Michael Adams walked in, definitely scoring his first win of the event. First of all, Mickey, congratulations on your win.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, quite relieved to finish the game, yeah.
I can imagine. Before this tournament, I had asked you, considering last year where you made 9 draws, would you try to move up and do a little bit better? And you said, well, there's certain to be some decisive games this tournament. Well, there have been a couple you weren't happy with, but it seems like you've stabilized the ship, and now a nice bounce-back win.
Yeah, well, I'm happy I won a game because that was, yeah, something I wasn't at all sure about. So it's nice to have one win at least, yeah. And yeah, last 3 games, not too bad from the scoring point of view, but plenty of tough games to come.
This game in particular was, how did you feel when it seemed like you had a really good position at some point? Did you feel like it was at any time easy to execute? It wasn't so clear.
Well, I sort of knew the opening a bit, and I kind of knew the computer didn't really believe this queen d3, but of course, you know, trying to work out all the details, it's a bit tricky, and he kept on finding some tricky moves. Queen a5 I saw, but this queen b4 was quite clever because he just sort of waits in the position, and it's never easy to develop my queen side without him. Whenever I go b3, there's always bishop d4, and that's all I need to do to win the game very easily, but it's not so easy to accomplish. And queen h7 felt wrong to me, but I mean, he also said queen h7 he didn't like, but I wasn't sure what else to do, so in the end I took it. But at least I had a good position on the clock today. I was ahead on time.
When you came into the game, given that he's not playing well, I know how you guys are sharks. Did you see him as somebody you really wanted to go all out, given that the points are never going to be easy in this tournament?
No, not really. I mean, it was a change of pace to play someone with less points than myself. But no, I don't know. I just prepared normally, and I wasn't sure what he'd play. I actually thought he'd probably play knight off and try and be more aggressive. So Berlin was a bit of a surprise, but I just made the decision to play this line. But it was an idea I had anyway.
Well, the momentum seems to be going in the right direction. What are your aspirations for the next 4 games?
Well, if I can play decently, I'll be happy. That's all you can really aim for. If you play decently, normally you score better as well.
Well, you did play more than decently today, so congratulations on your win, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Okay, thank you.
Mickey Adams, the hometown favorite, winning a scintillating game. The fans are surely happy, and he's back in a stone's throw of getting a level result and maybe looking for a bit more.
Congratulations, Mickey. Indeed, a much
Gentleman
needed
Mickey Adams, no?
win,
You're
and
always
he's got
soft-spoken, you know, and just modestly, you know, I'm looking to play good in my
Well,
next
he's
few games.
modest, but he's an absolute legend there. He's been the England #1 for as long, the board #1 for
15,
their
20
team.
years, yeah.
Huge fan base there. But, well, we've got another game going on, which is and that's Hikaru Nakamura trying to see if there's anything that
He's
he can
trying to
do
pull
at
off
all.
a most extraordinary hat trick as he's playing 3 former world champions in a row. He took the measure of Veselin Topalov and Vichy Anand. He's trying his best against Vladimir
The goat
Kramnik.
comes off, which means that he's actually not ready to settle for a draw just yet.
Frustrations perhaps settling in a little bit as Vladimir Kramnik is keeping the position. That's not the update position, that's actually analysis. Let me just update my board.
Yes, I'm looking at the position as it is right now, after we had Queen F3, King G7, and I'm wondering if there's any idea of transferring the Queen, because I see Knight A7 is a huge threat that not a threat, but black wants to go knight a7, knight b5.
I think he wants to play.
Can I go queen a3 and just
Yes.
stop your knight a7?
I follow your train of thoughts. That's very logical.
I was afraid of queen e4, but I think I can just take on g5 because I don't think that you have a perpetual. So I take on knight g5.
Knight takes g5, queen e1 check.
Because queen d4 is knight e6, so
Yes.
queen e1 check.
That's the royal fork.
And Alejandro will, of course, stop us where we go wrong immediately.
Exactly.
Oh, no. I'm going to let you guys go.
Okay, so I wanted to go king f4 initially. And, yeah, okay, let's go with king f4.
I think you're walking away from a perpetual.
I'm trying.
Well, let's just have a quick see. Queen f2 would be egregiously bad thanks to knight f3. So I
hoping for that.
Yes. So I'm more or less obliged to check you from the side. Queen d2 check.
And now you know
queen
what I
e3
want to
is
do. Yes,
forced
queen
because
e3, get
you
my
have
queen into the defense.
Right, and now I'll check you once more from the side. Queen comes to h2 check.
So I've got to move my king away now because
King
I don't.
f3. Yeah, because you don't want to move your queen, so king
If
f3.
I go queen g3, you repeat with queen d2, so it's my only.
Okay, well now we've got some trickies. Notice that your knight is a little bit, how do you say, in the air. There's queen h6 if I'm not satisfied with the outcome of queen h1 check.
Queen h6, I thought I could go queen f4.
And then
Queen
knight.
f4?
Yes, it's legal. Okay, before we really make fools of ourselves, Alejandro sitting
Who's just
there,
enjoying himself.
He's sharpening the knife. You know, it's very intimidating.
Probably just laughing at us.
Certainly, Alejandro.
All right, well, you got this right. Queen e4 is a move, knight takes g5, queen e1 check, and king f4. So far, so good. Anything else is a perpetual. Your egregious move, queen f2, is the best move in the position. Instead of
That is quite
surprise,
surprising.
surprise.
If queen d2 check, queen e3 check, king f3, I think you guys got this far.
Yes.
Check is really no point. Queen h6, queen f4. Computer says it's almost losing here for the black side. I'm going to play king e3, knight f3, and I'm up a pawn. Your problem with queen f2 for white is that after knight f3, I have knight e7. And yes, you might be walking away from a perpetual right into checkmate. So now you have to be a little bit careful here for white. It's still a draw, so nothing has escaped.
I have to go.
You have to go queen a7. You don't have to go queen a7, but it's one of the moves, king f8 in this position. And the computers are thinking that this is just not enough for the white side. For example, if I play queen d7, knight g6 check, king here, queen takes f3, and if you capture on g4, I start checking you after queen. On g6, I capture on g4, and that's obviously a draw. You can even try to play for a win with queen takes e6, but that's not going to really lead you anywhere. The knight and the queen will easily perpetual you after knight h8, which is forced. You could try to play knight queen f5 and maybe play this endgame, but I don't have to take. I have knight f7 check. A lot of forced variations. So queen a3 is something that has to be calculated very deeply. Now, that's for Hikaru. For Kramnik, he doesn't have to find queen e4, but it does feel like everything else is a lot slightly passive. Computers are saying you can still play something like king h6 and put the knight on e7. They're not seeing anything too dangerous right now. They think that with the knight on e7, it's still close enough to go knight c8, knight a7, b5
So
if need to be.
Sorry, knight f2 right now, Alejandro, if I want to just get my queen in and try and attack your pawns.
Yeah, knight e7.
Queen a8.
Queen a8. You're not threatening anything right now.
Well, I have a check in mind.
Okay, queen g8.
You shouldn't have given that away.
well, I play with open cards. Queen b7, come on.
Queen b7, queen f7, knight d3, right?
Well, knight d2, knight f5.
Oh, no, knight f5.
No, knight f5. We
But
have
you
to
can
drop
play-
back with the king.
Yeah, but here
Yes, king g2.
I could just stay.
Now, can't I improve this?
Queen d7, continue the line, Alejandro.
Queen d7, I'll play knight g6, and now...
Taking a pawn, yum yum.
Queen c6.
Queen c takes.
No, queen e6, I take the pawn.
Queen-
That's good. Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
queen
yeah.
e6.
Okay.
Taking this guy. There's just a little bit too much counterplay. If
You're-
I'm
I'm
allowed...
losing control. I agree with that. That
Yeah,
is
you're
for
losing
sure.
too much control over this position.
Wow.
I mean, it's still obviously better for white in the sense that he's the one pushing.
Very
But
forcing
it
lines,
seems
yeah.
like in every case, black has enough resources It's still a little unpleasant to play this for Kramnik, I think.
Definitely.
Queen A3, interesting idea, stopping the knight A7, knight B5 maneuver, because if black is able to get that knight on B5, yes, I think he solved all his problems.
That seems to be the case, no question about it. So Queen A3 is definitely a challenging decision, but at the same time, we are seeing definite counter-attacking chances in the position for Vladimir, giving him enough play to hold the position. Let me go back on the board. This is the exact moment where we're considering this move, Queen A3, just stopping the knight from jumping in, and we've been looking at some very forcing lines like this. Actually, the one that I found really most confounding is this check on F2.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, just stop and think about it. You know, you're just so happy when he checks you on F2 because you get to bring your knight back and dominate the queen until you discover that after knight E7, there's other forms of counterplay, of checking that don't just involve black's queen. Queen F2, question mark, really confounding.
And
Chess
this
is tough.
It is tough. This is the impressive moment where actually a king and knight make a great defender. We often talk about how a knight is this brilliant attacking piece, but
it's a great defending piece too.
It's a great defending piece, especially against checks with the queen. I mean, when you normally a knight on F3 is defending all the checks with the queen here. It's basically dominating the queen.
But let me continue that. I mean, I'm just so shocked by that the move Queen F2 was the best move when. Okay, I'll play Queen D3 with the idea that after knight check, I want to play King G5. Don't you dare tell me that a move like knight H4, no, that can't work. I mean, please, no. So how would black deal with Queen D3? Alejandro, turning it back to you for a second.
Knight F8.
Oh, just check a knight F8.
Check a knight F8 in this position, and again, your king is a little bit too weak. It's also very hard to make progress in this position, actually.
It is annoying.
It's very annoying. Your king just feels like it's on the wrong side.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You want to have the king on C3, and then you've got an easy journey to the queen side. Wow, a confounding position for sure. And
it's a lot to calculate, especially considering the few amount of pieces that are on the board. Just the power that the queen and the knight can have combined against the king shows you how complex this apparently simple position is. And I think the move Queen A3 is just the most testing of black's resources.
Challenging.
And I see Hikaru Nakamura is having a long think in this position because, and I'm sure he's thinking about this option of Queen A3 because this is the moment where he knows he can just bail out, play Queen E3, repeat the moves, and you know, well, it's been a long tough day, and but then knowing Hikaru, he wants to take every resource that's possible in the position.
Well, again, and how crucial a point and a half point this would be for Hikaru. He knows he's got any ambitions of winning Grand Chess Tour. He's got to take first and only first place. He's playing against a key rival who's sharing second with him. What a trot that would be, 3 in a row. What a hat trick, beating all of these world champions. That would just be huge. So he's really... and he's got a rest day tomorrow, so he's bear down and try to win what seems to be an advantage.
Well, talking about rest days, they've got this huge psychological point to them as well, because honestly, there is nothing worse in a tournament than losing before a rest day. You know, you always want to sort of, because a lot of players, after they've had a tough game, kind of want to get back immediately into the game. But when you have a rest day, it often gives you too much time to feel very, very bad about what has happened. And so sometimes you might feel like it's an okay result to agree for a draw in a position where you don't see anything clear. Right. But like we were saying, that is not the case with a player like Hikaru and most of these top-level players, because they don't get these chances too often.
Exactly.
So I would bet my money on Queen A3 right now to see Queen A3 on the board.
Alejandro,
and not a repetition with Queen E3.
As the arbiter, do you feel that
is Hikaru going to take his chances?
He has to, right?
That's a bet that's worth taking. Queen A3.
Yeah, I think Queen A3.
I think so too.
It's the most testing.
I'm with you. Only because the alternative of allowing the knight to B5 does nothing. I mean, that knight on b5 is guaranteeing key counterplay. And let's have a look at this lines of play that we're looking at again. Queen a3. By the way, another compelling reason to play the move Queen a3 is that even in these positions, even in this positions that we've been analyzing, it's not like White's taking any risk. He can always meet checks with a blocking and trading queens, and it's this Queen f2. And again, White's not taking any risk here, and it's up to Black to find all the accurate moves to stay in the game.
Right. No, I mean, when I look at Hikaru taking such a long think in this position, I'm pretty sure he's thinking about Queen a3, Queen e4, allowing this queen onto your camp, because of course it can also mean a lot of checks and putting that pressure on the d4 pawn and this line with knight g5. And just look at him, that is intense concentration, and don't forget they've been playing for almost 5 hours, is it?
Absolutely.
And
here's a question that I actually had a long time ago that I wanted to bring up to our panel. As Alejandro says, he's a man who judges a book by its cover. It's got to look attractive before he'll read it.
that is such a guy thing to do.
Of course it is. I mean, we'll never admit to that, by the way. Alejandro is
Except
comfortable
on his
enough.
broadcast.
The point, though, seriously, in terms of your favorite opening books, books that have been truly helpful in guiding you to discover openings and opening theories, what has been your favorite? And for our viewers, what books would you recommend for different classes of players? So if we have beginning players who are 1,000 to say 1,500, what books? And for books, if you're trying to get into the master class, Alejandro, I'll start with you. What say?
Well, starting by books that influenced me, I would say that Opening Repertoire, according to Kramnik, by Alexander Khalifman, had a huge impact on the way that I play chess.
Now that's for very, very strong
players. That is for
players.
incredibly strong players, yes.
Sophisticated players, yes.
Yeah, that is definitely a GM or plus level type of book. It's incredibly deep. It's probably all refuted by now, but at the moment when it came out, in the early 2000s, it was the way of playing one knight f3, and it's the reason that I play one knight f3 in most of my games up till today. So that had a huge impact on me. As far as beginning opening books, man, I have to say that I haven't thought about this in quite a while.
Well, don't you have students where you say, hey, look, that's the Bible of opening knowledge, you got to study that kid?
Look, I'm currently the coach of St. Louis University, and our lowest rated player is 2480. So, you know, I know that we bought 5 opening books last month, and my top rated player grabbed the book, one of the new ones. Was the Play E4, the Sicilian, I think, by Parimarjan Negi, so like sharp edge, everything. He grabbed the book, opened it, went like this, said, I didn't know this, this is new. Okay, I'm done. And he said everything else he had already considered. Wow. So, I mean, it's sometimes hard to recommend books at that level.
Right,
but
which we're trying not to do, by the way.
Yes, but as far as having openings that I've recommended for students, usually I recommend that they look a little bit more into themselves. I don't think I've recommended an opening book for anybody in quite a while at the beginning level. I don't really have any beginning students anymore.
Tanya.
Well, I think one book that I thought helped me a lot, especially with my repertoire against d4, was the 1d4 by Avruk. I thought that it's a book that does have a lot of things that can be improved on, but I think in general it's a great book to study. But for today's players who are just starting
I just
up,
want to say widely acclaimed. He got a lot of
it's an excellent opening book.
Continue, please.
But I think a great way to study openings for today, what I would advise, and this is something that I do myself as well when I'm looking at a new line, is to identify one of the top elite players who play a certain line that you're interested in. Once you've identified 2 or 3 of these top players, before you go on to a book, just go through their games. And I'm not saying spend 1 hour on their game or sit for 5 hours on each game and trying to find the truth of the position, but just get a feel of the position. See if it's something that suits your style. Get the ideas and plans in your head. Once you've understood the structures, the system, the way it goes forward, the different plans for both sides, because that's only possible by looking at the games of the top players. Once you've gotten that in your system, then yes, look at the move theory, try to find a book that shows the exact theory. But I think it's a good idea to start with studying the games of a line that you're interested in, rather than just pure moves. And talking about one book that I would highly recommend, especially beginner level or club level players, so a book that I've gone back to over the years was My System by Aaron Nimzovich. I know it's like, what? It's a really nice book.
That is...
You guys are the worst. I quit.
Give me my sword. Oh, boy. Oh, no, obviously.
It is such a good book.
Okay, time out. Sending it to London. Maurice, get in on this. That was awful. You look what I have to suffer through, my friend. Come back.
Tanya, it's a shame you have to sit next to Yasser Seirawan.
Oh, my
because
God.
He's just never been a connoisseur of the fine books. This
Yasser,
poor
you
guy.
have no taste.
We really need to get him a good copy of My System.
Yes,
It's got to be
the
like a
second
late
edition.
21st century edition or something. Yeah, the guy he just doesn't appreciate fine art. It's a shame. But that said, and he's a nice guy anyway. Unfortunately, sometimes he's off base. I mean, after all, he's cheering for the Dallas Cowboys, and my Giants beat them twice. So obviously he can't pick them. But if I may, I'll say that a good basic opening book is Ideas Behind the Chess Openings by Reuben Fine. We're going back to the ancient days. It's a real classic.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, so Yasser does appreciate something positive after all. That book definitely goes into explanations more so than variations. But I must agree with you, Tanya, in the idea that you do want to go over complete games. A lot of beginning and intermediate players just go over the opening moves. And then when they get out a book, they don't know what the heck to do. You have to be able to understand what the purpose of openings are, what players are trying to get into in terms of structure, in terms of favorable end games, which pieces you trade off. And you only get that by going over complete games. So you're really in a golden age of studying theory these days with databases. You want explanations from basic books, and you definitely want to go over top grandmaster games with good annotation so you can see what it is you're playing that openings for.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, now we can definitely forget about Nimzovich. One of the things I do like especially is I love certain authors. I don't know, they just appeal to me. And there's some great authors. My favorites of all time include Michael Tall, David Bronstein, John Nunn, John Watson, Jeremy Silman. I never really got into Mark because I thought he was making me work too hard. Okay, I appreciated what he did. Great respect for his work, and he's left quite a legacy in those terms. But for me, a person like Jeremy Silman, an author whose voice like Jeremy, like John Watson, I really appreciate their verbal explanation rather than here, good move, good move, good move, good move kind of thing. And so authors, find an author that really speaks to you, you understand, and stay with them.
Well, and just finishing the point on the openings, a lot of young kids, I think, today are making this mistake of just studying and memorizing opening moves. And it is so important to know what to do after move 10 or move 15.
The structure, the tactics, the strategies.
Absolutely. Well, let's go back to what has happened in the Hikaru game. Has he gone for Queen A3 or
He hasn't
not?
played.
Well, he's still having a think.
We had a good explanation there about openings. By the way, just the final position, I bring it up, of Wesley So versus Vishy Anand. Does White have an opening advantage? In the final position, we can see that Black's king is a little bit better placed, so... but it's a good time to agree to a draw, but it's clear that Black has outplayed White.
Black's trying here.
Yeah, Black is trying. So Black does have an edge from the beginning position. Now, where were we? I'm going to bring up the current and only game. By the way, we should get a look at the results with one game pending and a game to and a rest day tomorrow. But this is the position. Hikaru to play. He's got 48 minutes. We've been looking at Queen A3 and expecting Queen A3. Tanya, if you would please be so well.
Right, well, these are our current standings at the moment, with the last game of round 5 still pending. Hikaru Nakamura, Vladimir Kramnik, a big fight. Well, Wesley So leads with 3.5, and right behind him are Levon Aronian and Fabiano Caruana at the moment. Vishy Anand is at 2.5. Some brilliant preparation in this entire tournament seen by Vishy. Vladimir still playing. Anish Giri also, well, he also played some great openings today, talking about our conversation about the importance of openings today. MVL on 2 with Mickey Adams, who scored his first win of the tournament, and a much needed score to get back that confidence. And well, Veselin is just having a nightmare of the tournament. He's just managed to grab just half a point. And well, these were our predictions before the start of the round.
Right.
So I'd gone with Levon Aronian, and this is in the order we thought that they would finish.
Exactly.
I'd gone with Levon Aronian, Wesley So, and Vladimir Kramnik. Well, Levon Aronian was neutralized pretty quickly by Anish Giri today in the game. But I'm still going to stick to this. I'm positive
telling
about
you,
it.
It's not like we're giving you a choice.
I'm a little bit envious of Maurice and Alejandro's choice of number 1 at the moment. I thought Fabi was going to really put the screws in, and today especially. Had he won, I would have been happier with my choices, but I'm going to stick also with the cards I have been dealt.
I'm looking at my choices and I'm looking good. Wesley So is currently in first place, Fabiano is in second, and Vladimir is in third after he draws his game. Yeah, I'm not complaining.
Well, I must say, I'm still shocked that Tanya could not support her home countrymen.
No, I do.
You discarded Vishy
but
like
look, Tanya, you look at Maurice. This is what
and
it means.
look at Maurice. What a country. What an American.
Okay, you guys are clearly ganging up against me today. It's just gang up against Tanya.
Well, it's easy when you like my system.
Yes. And let's go to Maurice for his thoughts on his choices. Maurice.
I mean, technically I was born in Jamaica, so, an immigrant to the United States. I was just calling it like I see it, guys. These are the 3 youngins. Wesley So is showing that he's got all the stuff, the goods to do it. Fabiano Caruana is very hard to beat. He's got the highest rating in the entire tournament. And Naka is on a streak right now. Look at Naka. Look at his attitude in this game. He could easily draw this position. There's no question about it. What is he trying? He's trying to say, look, man, I'm not afraid of you. I just beat 2 former world champions. I'm trying to hunt you down as well. So I think he's got the right attitude, and it's going to fare him well going into the rest of the tournament. There was one side calculation I did not make, however, and we should note, is that Fabi still has to play both Wesley and Naka. If I'm not mistaken, they haven't met yet. So that could change the standings quite a bit, as the Americans may knock each other off in some kind of way. So that's important to note that that's still coming. And then again, they might have some friendly draws, and we don't have to worry about it.
And that's exactly where Levon Aronian will step in, and I'll be the queen of predictions.
The queen of predictions. I love it. Well, again, we're waiting for that key move, Queen A3. As Maurice was saying, Naka's got that attitude of being a maximalist. He knows he can draw at will by just simply playing Queen E3 and repeating the position.
And right this second, it's been a 30-minute thing.
It's been up to, that's a good long time. By the way, Tanya, did you read Nimzovich in the English or the German?
English.
Very good. Just asking. I'm told that the German, it's the translation, that the English translation is quite poor. The classical English translations were very poor, and apparently a lot of Nimzo's wit was in the original.
Lost in translation.
Lost in translation.
No, I mean, I think I haven't gone back to that book in a few years, but I think for everyone who starts playing chess, or even somebody who's a 2100, 2200 player, it has a lot of good ideas for positional understanding, and for me, it's a must-read. Say what you want.
There you go.
Well, we do have a move,
No, I'm just making.
He's going for his Queen A, play Queen A.
He's gone for Queen A3 finally after a 30-minute think.
But it's the
I'm happy.
best chance, and he's not taking any really major risks, but anything that allowed this knight a7 to b5 was basically going nowhere. Once that knight got to that beautiful square b5, aggressing this pawn on d4, black was safe. So queen a3, very logical chain of thought, and by the way, kudos to you, because you were the first one to say, what about stopping the knight? And then you were trying to stop yourself by saying, well, queen e4, counterplay.
That's what I was afraid of. But wasn't the king on g7 when we were...
Okay, probably I messed things up by... hold on, I've got my mouse. I'm going to just... Alejandro, if you could take over for me here for a second while I get my board updated, please.
Yeah, of course. Here we have this position after the move queen a3. It's very important that the king is actually on g7. Imagine that, for example, Hikaru had played the move queen a3 here instead with the king on h6. Then in this position, for example, if he plays the move queen a3, I can actually go knight a7 anyway, because taking on a7 is just a straight up perpetual against the king. That's actually not too difficult to calculate. So you actually have to draw the king first to g7 and then play queen a3 if you want to stop the knight. Now I expect Kramnik to go into a deep thing to decide if he wants to return to h6 with the king and hold on to a passive defense, or if he wants to make sure that queen e4 works as the computer says it does, but of course very difficult for a human to evaluate any of those positions.
Yeah, and especially the one coming up with queen f2. Tanya, please.
I just want to go back to that point, Alejandro, you just mentioned about how king h6 makes such a big difference, to just show our viewers that after you take that knight, because we've spoken about the king and knight defending against a perpetual, but in this case it's not possible simply because the queen gives checks from certain squares that doesn't allow the knight to come out into defense. So, for example, after queen a7 in that position, you would go queen d3, king g2, queen e4 check, and not queen e2 and queen c2 allowing knight f2 to come into defense.
Right, as soon as this knight gets to f2, white is completely winning. You're just controlling too many squares, but as you mentioned, Tanya, queen e4 check is key. Now the king, it doesn't really matter where it goes. Let's put it on g1. We already were talking about you don't let the knight come to f2, so you don't play queen e3 check in this position. You can actually choose between queen e1, queen takes g4.
You don't grab the d4 pawn?
You could. You don't want to grab the d4 pawn and allow knight f2, even though you get 2 pawns, there is no reason to do that. You really want to just keep the checks going. So the simplest, I think, is to just play queen e1, I think. If king h2, I can play queen e2. Now there's no knight f2, there's no defense of the knight. King e3, you go queen e3, and I think that's about as many checks as I have to analyze. Queen, king g2, queen e4, and that's pretty much all there is to it.
The main idea is to just keep the knight still at the side of the board and not allow it to defend the king.
Yes.
Yeah, that's pretty much all there is to it. So this is much more complicated what Hikaru has done, and this is what chess is about, putting complications on your opponent, is that after the move queen a7, as we have just refreshing the board here, after the move queen a3, there is no knight a7 because it's check. And the perpetuals after queen e4 are much, much more unclear because they involve quiet moves at certain scenarios where the king is made uncomfortable on g5, and that is a completely different ballpark to calculate for a human compared to the straight up, this is a check, this is a check, there's no way out of it.
Thank you both. And for me, the difficulties I think I would have is my first choice as black would be queen e4. And then I would get myself into this position after takes queen e1 check, king f4. I would see all of this fine, and I would think to myself, okay, what do I want to do? I'm attracted to the move knight e7, but my pawn on e6 is hanging with check. The point is, this move is an anathema to me. Queen f2 check. As a grandmaster, I just don't allow such things as letting my opponent block my check with his knight and dominate my queen. Only after I overcome that initial revulsion, after knight f3, do I start to see, oh, knight e7, I've got counterplay now with my knight. It's not just I'm not just a one-trick pony playing only with my queen. I've got checks with my knight. And if I can overcome that and see this position, I'm playing queen e4 right away, or I'm going to go into some of the passive defenses that we've also seen.
And I think that is the big question right now. What is Kramnik going to pick? Because by the end of it, queen e4 means, yes, you're giving a pawn.
Yes.
And, well, we are going to keep our cameras on the game. Let's go into a short break. are back. The final game of round 5 of the London Chess Classic. What a fight it's been. The players have been playing for over 5 hours, and it's clear that Hikaru Nakamura is not ready to let go of it without trying all his chances and all his resources in the position. We see, yes, that he went for Queen A3, and this was the position that we were analyzing on the board. And now the big question, will Kramnik play the Queen F2 move that goes against all human logic because you're allowing Knight F3 to come back to defense, but the computer says it's the strongest move on the board?
Well, not only is it the strongest move, it's one of those positions that you start to look at and you start to realize that any other check just allows white to consolidate his extra pawn. So it's actually forced. You have to overcome this aversion, this natural aversion to the move Queen F2 check, because you have to realize that after the move Knight F3, you got to play Knight E7, and it's counterplay not just with the queen. You're not just seeking perpetual checks with the queen, but you're also hoping to include your knight into the attack. Vladimir Kramnik, we were actually on break and we were expecting him to go into a deeper thing. He actually played Queen E4 faster than we expected. Alejandro, your take. You think that he's going to find Queen F2?
Seems like everything else was quite easily, because Queen D2 check, you can already see how you run out of checks, but more importantly than that, you can see how the pawn on G4 gets to G5, and once that happens, I think it's just game over. Let's take a look at some variations here after Queen D2, Queen E3, something like Queen H2 check, and here already after King F3, you have to be worried about the queen coming to F4, the queen entering on F7, and black's getting mated in certain lines that you don't trade the queens in. Any trade of queens is of course completely lost, and the knight is currently targeting that pawn on E6. Therefore, it's imperative that you actually bring the knight back, even though it does control the queen in this position. And after knight F3, we have the idea of bringing the knight into the attack. Now, the good thing for black is that both the king is in the wrong square. F4 is actually quite vulnerable, even though the knight is currently controlling the queen, but also that I've dragged the knight back from G5, so I'm not worried about my own king, and the pawn on E6 is currently not under attack. A lot of factors that just point to the fact that Queen F2 is such a forced decision, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if Kramnik chooses to play Queen F2.
Absolutely. And just to continue a line of thought that we had followed some time before, if we get to this position after Queen F2 check, Knight to F3, Knight to E7, there was this really nice idea.
And he has played Queen F2.
Wow. Okay.
Without taking too much time either. This just shows how in form he is, yes, and how you know, he's not shying away of any kind of battle, giving up that pawn, going for the most combative Queen E4, and not taking that much time to come up with these moves.
Except we're seeing a lot of star moves, no question about it, but there's another star move in the position that you also have to see when you play this whole variation Queen E4. Let me just go back to this position. We're right about here, Queen F2, Knight F3. We're expecting this line of play. Now you see the move Queen D7. You have to calculate this all the way since Queen E4, because in fact, in this position, there's only one answer for black, and it's really a fantastic idea. Knight check, King to G5. You don't want to take this knight and allow this king. Oh, you do.
You take Queen F3 here.
Ah, you do.
Yeah,
it was this Knight H8 idea. Hold on, I think I messed it up. I think it was this move that you have to see.
Yeah, Knight H8.
Knight H8. Without this move, it's game over.
Yeah.
But with this move, all three results are still possible. But that is an extraordinary move. You don't, as difficult it is to overcome the move Queen F2, but also this Knight H8. So some real star moves have to be found.
In fact, on the board, we do have Knight F3, and Knight E7 has been played by Kramnik. So looking at getting the knight into the game. And we're expecting Queen A7 because you want to put as much pressure on the black side, and otherwise black just continues with Knight G6.
Well, it's not that clear either, though, Tanya, because also another thing that you may want to play is the move Queen D3, just kind of bringing your queen back into the game. You have a knight check, but you're not really too worried about that thanks to this move King G5. So where Queen A7 is compelling, as is Queen D3. You know, like when you're a pawn up, you want to consolidate that extra pawn, that kind of thing goes through your head. So again, a big decision here for Hikaru Nakamura. Does he see this idea with Knight H8 has Vladimir Klemnik find it.
How would it continue after Queen D3? Very interesting move, just trying to hold on to everything. So Queen D3,
Right.
we're thinking of Knight G6.
Right.
And you've got to go King G5, so Knight H8 here.
The same thing. And, okay, so now I want to do something clever, but I'm not exactly sure what that cleverness is. King H5 just feels kind of wrong, doesn't it? Well, let's have a look-see. Okay, let's just throw out King H5. You don't have Queen immediately over check.
Can I go Queen G3 with idea
Yes.
Queen H3 and Queen H6 mate?
Yes. So I don't like what I've been doing at all, by the way. No, I just don't like what I've been doing now. I was going to go Queen E3, but no.
that doesn't work because of Queen H3.
Queen H6 mate, and I have to put my knight in the way. I have to do, well, Queen F1 is, well, okay, let's in for a penny, in for a pound. I've got a dream of Knight H4 and Queen F6. I think Knight G6 is just ending my glorious run here. Knight G6, and I'm in trouble.
Knight F4 threats.
Well,
you can't go Knight G5. No, you can go Knight G5 actually here.
No.
Queen H4 is mate, sorry.
Sorry, yes. Yes.
I was first thinking of Knight F4, but that walks into Queen F4, but I also have the threat of Queen H4 here.
Exactly, just to show our viewers what you have seen. You've seen this nice little queen, temporary queen sacrifice, but Queen H4 is...
stronger.
Stronger, much stronger. So it doesn't feel like Queen D3, the quote consolidating move, is the most testing. Rather, it does feel like Queen A7, King to F8, Queen D7, most testing. Check, King here. Hold on, what do we got? We got this line once more. Let's just give this a look-see, because how good / bad is this? The knight's on a terrible square. Sometimes you're ready to go into such positions as these. Check,
exactly, I was thinking about that.
check, because you want to make an end run and just scoop up all of black's pawns, of course, if you can. But the knight comes out, one would assume.
No, this is already lost.
This is already lost.
Yeah, you have to go...
I've done something wrong, I apologize.
Queen F6, check.
Yes.
Knight F7, check.
Yes.
That's a very interesting idea. You should maybe take us through what happens after Queen F6 as well. Why is that lost for black despite being despite being a knight up? Yes.
Well, it's the point is this kings can be very, very strong pieces, and it's not just the activity of the king where it's looking to scoop up all of black's pawns, but also black's knight is going to be tied to stopping the G pawn from coming up the board. But it's rare in chess where you have that check.
Yes.
Right? You see it in commercials all the time, but it's very rare in elite grandmaster games that a check is met by a counter check. And by the way, the counter check is really, really strong, and suddenly it's black in the driver's seat.
Well,
we do have a move, by the way.
Yes, we do. So he's gone for Queen A7, and we're expecting King F8, defending the knight. It's the only move in the situation. Well, you can go King F7, but
then
why
the
keep
knight's
it in the
pin? Exactly. King F8. Now, of course, white can do checks. He can check and repeat the position again. No risk for Hikaru Nakamura, but while we were on break, I think we were all just amazed by what a hat trick it would be to beat 3 former world champions in a row. I'm just trying to think when that has ever been accomplished before, and I can't think of one.
That was a massive result for Hikaru Nakamura. I mean, starting with Vishy Anand first, and then Veselin yesterday, and if he's able to pull this big one, this one off, I mean...
I'll have to get our ace researcher, V. Friedman, on the line to tell us
the last time that
has
happened.
It ever happened. It's just an amazing
that brings
series
back
of
the
victories.
Fabi run of the Sinkfield Cup into mind.
The streak.
The streak that
that's
he
all
had.
That's all you got to say is the streak. I mean,
we do have King F8 on the board as well, yeah, so...
The players are following the most incisive lines. Hikaru shaking his head. Alejandro plumbing the position for further Pearls, have you found something?
Nope. There are a couple of interesting lines, but it doesn't seem like Hikaru has any chances of winning if Kramnik plays accurately. That's a big if, of course. Queen d7 does seem like to be the most testing. I don't think he'll retreat with the queen. He could if he wants to go queen a3, and black doesn't have anything immediate. He might as well just go back with the king to g7, although he has other options. Queen d7 looks to me like the most testing. Knight g6 check, king g5. And we could keep going back to this position over and over again. Of course, king takes g6 is no problem here for black. That shouldn't even be considered. But queen e6 is really all of these endgames that we have after knight h8 that are the most interesting. For example, check on f5, knight f7, king f6. I think this is typical of this position, that you have to now trade the queens. Otherwise, I get mated on c8. Pawn takes. But actually, there's no way of winning this endgame. There's a very important resources, and it's funny that Kramnik has to actually make sure everything of this sort of things work. King e8, e6, and the way to draw, the only drawing move is just king f8.
Relying upon a stalemate trick.
Yeah, there's actually no other way of drawing this position. If the king moves, now I can move the knight away to d8 since you don't have e7. You obviously cannot take on f7 because that's a stalemate. And if you play e7 check, I'm going to be able to block on e8 and I don't have any problems. So actually a very complicated position already. It's very easy for Hikaru to go into any of those variations and make your opponent figure it out. But I guess Kramnik has calculated it out because he is going pretty confidently into this line.
Wow. Okay, I like that stalemate position. Could you bring that up again?
Yeah.
That queen. Oh, I'll catch it up on my board. It was actually queen d7.
Yeah.
Knight g5, king g6, queen f3, queen takes, knight back to h8, a star move.
Only move.
Check. Check. Yes. Counter check, king f6 with this threat of mate coming up.
It's not the threat, but that means you cannot remove the queen from the file.
So the queen trade, the knight comes back to stop the potential for king e6, followed by king d7, followed by munchies. E6 looks like a winner until you stop here for a second. Now, I can put the king in stalemate, check, king over. Knight f. I can't go king d6 because if knight takes f5 check. So f6, knight back, and I want it to be black's move so that I can go king d6 and I can't make further progress. King f5, king, well, I'll go...
King d7. Knight h6, I thought king e...
King e5, but okay, now I've got this one. So I'll be able to cut. It looks like a pendulum swing whenever I need it. I can't triangulate with the king. I love that word when I was a kid. I was learning king and pawn endgames, and they called it triangulation. You know, you triangulate with your king, triangulation. I thought of strangulation, but...
it's important to know that actually the knight on f7, if I reach with the king to g7, has just enough moves to not be dominated by the king alone.
So let's just say here, 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 king g7.
You have knight g5.
And knight g5.
Just in time.
Yeah, and if the king stays on g6, I can maybe easily get there by king h6 first instead of king g6.
King h6 first, so, oops, sorry.
No, that's fine.
Yes? And what did you like?
King g7, for just to show an example.
Yes, please.
Knight g5.
Yes.
King h6.
Yes.
Knight f7.
King g6. This is a triangulation that you just saw, this pattern of king g7, king h6, king g6. That's the triangle. And now after knight... The knight is completely dominated, but it has the corner square h8, and
there's no way of making progress.
Wow. Good stuff, Maynard.
Man, he's surviving by
the skin of his chinny chin chin.
Yeah.
Wow, great. All right. Well, this has been an extraordinary battle, a long, long, tough grind. But that is what these elite grandmasters And again,
And
you've
it's
been
easy to
saying
imagine
5
that.
hours. It's closer to 6 and getting closer to 6 now, isn't it?
And look at Hikaru's face. I mean, it's clear that he's very frustrated because he's trying to take out something from this position, and he's really taking all his chances, trying to grind down his third former world champion, but it's just not working out by a move.
Yeah. One other idea, we also talk about ladder checks in chess. So this queen on a7, we're looking at this direct move, queen to d7, but we have another way of getting to d7. We could give a check, king up, queen here, pinning, kind of dropping the king back for a moment, check, king up, queen d7. What about this as a try for Hikaru, Alejandro?
So you're going king, queen b8, king f7, queen b7, right?
Or queen c7, I think I
queen
was
c7,
right.
and now very important, I'm not going to let you in.
King e8, of course, to stop my queen from encroaching.
Exactly.
King e8.
And now the queen doesn't have a way of getting to d7 at all.
But now queen d6. Can I go queen d6?
Queen d6, I think you are actually just going to run into pretty much the same thing, right?
We actually do have queen b8 on the board, but let's continue this position. So queen d6.
Queen b8 check was played, but go
Yes.
ahead, Alejandro. We'll turn it cameras over to you.
Well, knight g6, you just play knight g6 check, and you have to drop the knight, right? This is pretty easy, I think.
Right, and
takes on
king
g6,
takes
takes on
g4,
g4,
and a
and takes on
perpetual
e6,
check.
I have knight e7, so this is
Right.
just a dead draw.
Gotcha.
And actually, I think this is relatively easy now that he's played queen b8, because you're not even going to be able to reach these positions with queen d7 at all. I'm going to be able to play king e8. He might have to, if he wants to try to win, bring the queen back to b3. Because and all of these scenarios, I think, are just way, way too easy.
So you mean queen b8, king f7, queen back to b3, defending the knight?
Yeah, at some point.
You mean, okay, so king e8 first, dragging the king to the e8 square, and then dropping back. Go ahead, put that on the board.
Actually, we have the move queen b7 on the board, so I'm trying to understand the difference. I think if you go king e8, I think the difference in this position is with the king on e8, I can actually play either queen b3 or queen b1 directly, and maybe transfer the queen to the king side as a winning alternative.
Wow.
The computers are saying that after queen b7, you have to go king f8 and just allow queen d7 again, but no, with the same amount of tempi that we had before.
Gotcha.
So yeah, in some variations, you can still consider going back with the queen. Sorry. So Kramnik has to be very, very careful on where he puts the king here in this position. He has the choice of king f8 or king e8 here in this position after queen b7, and the computers are suggesting that only king f8 is really sufficient.
Wow. This is what chess is all about. You keep putting as many problems in front of your opponent as you possibly can. If he answers all the test questions correctly, a draw. But definitely Vladimir Kramnik being tested to the wall in this game.
Absolutely, and well, more often than not, when you do put problem after problem for your opponent, it is what leads to them just cracking up under the pressure. And even though it could be a position that they could have saved according to engines and according to analysis, it's amazing the amount of times humans crack under pressure.
And we see that all the time in Magnus's opponent, Magnus Carlsen, the world champion. He's fantastic at keep needling his opponent until they make that one decisive error, then he strikes and it's game over. Very, very impressive.
That is one of Magnus's biggest approach, actually, to just keep pushing in positions. I mean, he doesn't really care much about the openings, or it might just seem like a completely equal position that he gets out of them, but he just keeps going on, building pressure, just putting problems, and all these problems have correct answers. But more often than not, a lot of players fail. You slip at some point.
Absolutely. Wow. Alejandro, this is extraordinary test. I'm trying to remember the last time that Vladimir was outplayed from what I thought was a pretty even position when you had the queens and the rooks on the board.
He made it hard on himself with that early f6 break,
F6.
I think, and this is the reason that we got into the entire mess. We see that he has played the move king f8, as we can see on the screen, which was the accurate move. And now Hikaru, He has the choice of going back with the queen, going queen b3, and trying to figure out some way of making progress. Computers don't find any. Or he can go for one of those direct attempts that we've been looking at with queen d7, taking on e6, and trying to go and sacrifice the knight on f3 for a couple of connected passed pawns.
Yes. In this position, after the move king f8, the move queen b1, trying to worm your way in on the other side, I suppose is always met once more by the move king g7.
That's very important that you have the move king g7 in order not to allow the queen to h7. Once the queen reaches h7, you might be in some difficulties.
That's one of the big reasons why king e8 is not a great square, and you've got to go king f8 after queen b7.
Right,
but if
to
black,
cover h7, yeah.
To cover h7, but if white would have gone queen c7, then you can go king e8 because you don't have the queen h7 square.
Boy, talk about subtleties indeed. Oh boy, they're piling up, and there you have a great
And look at that guy calculating. You can see how far in the position he's looking at.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, right. You always hear him talking to, yeah, that's the position I want. I can win that one. And what we have been talking about is a piece sacrifice. Let's go to it. This piece sacrifice that goes queen b7, king f7. Now I got to remember how we get it. Is it queen d7?
Yes.
And then we get...
well, you could have played queen d7, I think, immediately, was it? Instead of... I don't know why you triangulated there.
I did something kind of funny. I think we have this position on the board.
Yeah, queen d7 immediately.
Queen d7 immediately, king...
Now, it's important you cannot play king f7 here. You just go face g5 and you lose.
Exactly. So we have to go knight check. King up the board.
Yes, forced.
Queen takes f3.
And the only realistic chance to try to win is to take on e6 after queen takes f3. If you take on g6, that is a very obvious draw.
Right. We have to simply accept a perpetual check at once. We can't even move to the square f6 because yes, that it would be a terrible denouement. Queen f5. So that is why you, after taking the knight, we don't take the knight on g6, rather we take this pawn on e6, this crazy variation that went queen f5 check. The problem with queen f6 check is it runs into this very powerful move, knight f7 check, so we played the move queen f5 check instead, knight to f7 and king to f6. And this is where we get this two pawns versus knight ending, which we've calculated to a draw, but again, it's black on the back foot. He is the one, even though he's a piece ahead, trying to stem the pawns.
And I just look at Hikaru, he's just, I mean, you can see how much effort he's putting into his calculation. You know, he reached out for that piece a couple of times to make his move, but then took his hand back. Is that indecisiveness? I don't think so. I think he's just trying to make sure that what he's calculated, because in this position there are so many checks involved, and the queens just, you know, you kind of don't want to fall into those one-move mates here.
Right.
And don't forget, these players have been playing for over 5 hours, close to 6 hours. It is a level of tiredness you can't even imagine. And he's gone for queen d7.
And now Kramnik absolutely has to play the move knight g6. Everything else loses pretty much on the spot.
Yes, knight g6, because you were mentioning, Alejandro, anything like king f7 just gives white that one tempo he needs to introduce yet another unit into the fight. g4, g5, angling for g5, g6 check. That would be a winner.
They're just completely winning. And for example, if you play queen g2, I think the move g6 is sufficient in this position.
With the same idea, something has to come back to eliminate that pawn, and now that is a killer blow, knight to g5. By the way, during the Baku Olympiad, one of the things that really impressed me about our gold medal performance, not just Wesley So and everybody who made the gold medal possible, Hikaru Nakamura was really ill at a certain moment in the Olympiad, and he played every single game. He was a man possessed. Nothing was going to stop him from winning this gold medal. And you just felt whenever he was in the tournament hall, he was there to give his absolute best. It was really impressive to watch.
No, his zeal and zest for combative play is absolutely unquestionable. He's one of those players who definitely guarantees a lot of excitement on board, and we can see now that Vladimir Kramnik must find this move, knight g6, because it's game over once white is able to bring either the g4 pawn or the f3 knight into the game. So a waiting move like king f7 just runs into g5 and...
Sorry, I'm just going to flash back and update my board because I got a lot of analysis that I wanted to get rid of. So here we are. Come on, there you go, loading.
Knight g6 here.
Box.
And then that entire variation that we saw with that endgame, it is very, very interesting, and he's just surviving.
Absolutely forced for Kramnik. Now the move knight g6 is very easy. That's the easy part because everything else just loses.
And I see him going for the knight, so we are going to have knight g6 on the board. But it's quite amazing that how quickly Kramnik is playing in this position. I mean, he's really not. He's quite confident of his defense.
He's a machine when he calculates.
He's a complete machine.
Yeah, he calculates extraordinarily well. Even as a young boy, Garry Kasparov was the first to spot him out and say, this guy, he understands chess. And he's been calculating long variations his entire career. And he's just got a great feel and great calculative ability. Knight g6 checks, more or less box. King g5.
It's absolutely
nothing to think about there. King g5 on the spot.
Of course, you have to take the knight, otherwise.
And nothing
knight
to
g6
think
is
about.
One of the silliest checks I've ever seen.
Right. So nothing to think about here. A lot of forced sequences of moves. Neither player can escape. Queen takes f3.
Now, will we have queen e6 or king g6 on the board?
We will have queen e6 on the board.
No, of course he'll
sure.
take on e6.
Yes,
you go into this variation to take on e6.
And he's reaching.
Queen.
And Hikaru does that a lot. A lot of players don't like flashing their hands on the board. They only want to make a move. They don't want to indicate any doubts.
A lot of players don't like when their opponents are
and I don't like it either, when the opponent keeps hovering their hands and withdrawing it. But it's a nervous tick. It's something that he's picked up.
No, in most cases, actually, that does... It signals a bit of nervousness and self-doubt, exactly, which is never a good idea. But I think in Hikaru's case, it's not self-doubt as much as him just being sure that this is the line that offers him the maximum chance in the position.
Absolutely.
Just running through those calculations in his head, and queen takes e6, of course, has been taken.
And now knight h8, we said it was forced, and honestly, it's not the hardest move to find. I think everything else can be refuted really easily.
Right.
There are no stalemate tricks with, for example, queen f4 check, king takes g6, queen h6. That just does not work at all, since I can always move my king back out of the way. I don't have to actually stalemate you.
Right, and Alejandro, I think there's a lot of insight in that on how players can actually come to a move or decide what move to make on a board at times, because if you've got 2 or 3 moves that you're considering, but you're not able to decide which one, it's a good idea to kind of just eliminate by the process of elimination.
Right.
And if you see that 2 moves lose immediately, you kind of don't even give that much thought to the third one and you just make it.
Right.
And this is one of those positions where everything else loses.
Yes. Queen f7, queen f4, knight e7, I think actually loses in a nice way. I think it has to do with this idea. What would be really cute from White's point of view is to dominate the knight with the move king g6. Your very next turn, you're going to play g5. The knight has no moves.
No, you're already 6-1.
Oh, yeah, and it's already 6-1. I was about to say you can just, like, paralyze the knight and then move with your king over to the king's side. So there is absolutely no...
Is winning without the g4 pawn.
Really? Well, that's cute. Is that really the case?
After knight g8.
Knight g8.
No, but then I can go knight c8 if you don't have the g4.
No, but king g6
right.
in this position, if you just eliminate the g pawn, it's winning on the spot as well.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's cute.
That is cute. Take pleasure in such things. So there is simply no choice in this position whatsoever. Knight f8, forced move. And then the... Whoops, excuse me. Knight h8, forced move. I've got to make it. My mouse and I we're not friends. Queen f5 check,
You
knight.
can also play queen f6, right? So queen f6 actually is losing, but it almost looks tempting.
No, queen f6 is very, very tempting because, of course, you want the queen trade and to bring your king into and be boss of the whole position until you realize that, oops, knight f7 check could actually win the game for black. So queen f5 check, and this is where we got into that entire sequence that ended in an extraordinary stalemate of takes, knight back to d8 to stop the king from sliding on over. First glance, as a beginner, you would say, I'm winning, e5, e6, game over. I'm going to play king e5, I'm going to play f6, and I'm going to play king d6 and sign my score sheet. And the shocking move, knight f7.
Such a beauty.
That is a beautiful move.
Yeah, it just paralyzes the king.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do here.
Yeah, because you don't want to allow king e5, king d6 ideas. So
Precisely. So that move, knight f7, and after you capture the knight, black says, I can't do anything. Draw.
Still has to find all his resources, but as we
look
mentioned, it is process of elimination time. Everything else is just very easily.
One of the most surprising things for me, extraordinarily strong player, challenger to the world champion Garry Kasparov, Nigel Short says, stalemates should be a win for the player. White should win this game. There's no other sport in the world where you render your opponent helpless and are not declared victorious. What's your view about stalemate? I personally love it. I'm glad for the
No,
rule.
I like it. I mean, they don't appear as much on the board in practice and in practical play, but there are certain positions in the board where so, you know, there are certain lines that become possible because of this availability of the stalemate idea.
Right.
And I think it's such a beautiful concept that if it appears on the board, I think it makes sense to understand that even if another side is winning on material, like, for example, this position, it should be a draw.
Okay, and Alejandro, Nigel Short's dead wrong?
Nigel Short has said some silly things in his life, and that's one of the sillier things that he's actually said.
Okay.
No, come on. Stalemate is part of the rules that we have, and honestly, it would change the game so abruptly in so many scenarios. Imagine that every pawn endgame is now potentially winning because
of the
stalemate final rule.
And I think it's wonderful when you're on the defense and your opponent has the wrong bishop for the A or H pawn. So they're a bishop or pawn ahead and you've got to draw.
Yeah.
I mean, there would be so many things about chess that would it would be
collapse because
collapse.
of it. No,
It would be a
stalemate's
materialistic game only. So that's quite a line, but we do have.
I look at Vladimir here, yes, and I'm not sure.
Moment.
And I'm not sure if he's seen this idea of queen
Yeah,
e6. Was he just expecting king g6 and it's game over after queen g4? Because he's suddenly gone into a long think.
Yeah, I think he's just, well, okay, sometimes even on a first move like knight h8, you do think about the consequences of queen f5 check and you're more or less there. I'm one of those who, when faced with a forced move, you've captured my queen with check. My only move, my only legal move is to play king recaptures queen. I've actually seen people think about that for like 5 and 10 minutes. I'm thinking to myself, what are you thinking about, dude? It's a forced move. It's the only move. You play it and think about the position to come later. Here, knight h8, it's a forced move. There's
But it's not
nothing
as
else.
forced as that instance. And yeah, I mean, it does require a thing. But he did seem a bit surprised, according to me, when he saw queen e6 on the board. But, well, we'll see what he comes up with.
Can I quote you on that, according to me? He seemed a little bit surprised.
According to me, according to what I saw on the broadcast.
Of course. No, I got you. No, I just liked it. True enough. And a little, well, again, a little bit of a strange hesitation for me.
Well, remember that if he doesn't find knight f7, right?
Knight h8.
No, knight f7 at the very end of the stalemate line. If he doesn't find it, and he thinks that it's losing,
He's going for it. He's gone for knight h8.
Right.
And I think we're going to see
confidence.
The following moves relatively quickly because I don't think there's anything but queen f5 to even attempt to win. Yeah, that's Hikaru playing queen f5 instantly. And maybe Hikaru's missed knight f7. I don't know. He looks pretty confident.
I would be very interested to know at the end of this game if he thought this position is winning for white or not.
There's a chance, I think.
A very big chance, I would say. He looks extremely confident about his position right now.
And who can blame him? When you get that position in your head
Yeah.
of the pawns on e6 on f5, you're patting yourself on the back. I mean, let's
Yes,
face
absolutely.
it. You feel like, you've dominated your opponent. Please sign my score sheet. And what an empty playing hall we have there.
And now it's very important that Kramnik doesn't take on f5 directly. We can analyze this position.
All right, let's see. First of all, knight f7 check. You got to answer it with knight f7. But the point is that if you mistakenly were to trade queens, we would presumably recapture like this.
No.
No.
You take with the king, of course.
No.
Of course you take with the king.
Oh, to avoid the stalemates.
Yes, to avoid the stalemate.
Yes, of
variation.
course.
You
Excuse
take
me.
with the king.
Yes.
And the point is that here I'm threatening king e6.
Right.
So, but you don't have time to play king e7.
Because of e6.
And your knight is completely dominated.
That's why knights don't like corners, corner squares.
Yeah,
That's
queen
it.
takes f5 loses instantly, so...
king takes
f5. You just allow the king to penetrate into the game.
Exactly.
And you are way too slow with any kind of knight counterplay.
Right.
So
Which
the big
is why-
difference between knight f7 check, king, for example, f6, queen takes f5. Here, actually taking on f5 with the king loses for white because now my knight is out of the corner and I have time to play king e7, knight d8, e6.
Just regroup your knight and king.
Yeah, and then I'm attacking d4, and you're way too slow. This is easily winning for the black side. After 96, it's just game over.
Stopping g7 and threatening to grab a pawn, and then it's black's passed d-pawn that carries the day. So agreed all around.
Yeah, the sequence of moves is just very forced after this. After knight f7,
pawn takes, knight back, and okay.
I almost forgot to mention something very important.
What's that?
After the move king g6, I mean,
Yes.
I analyzed king g6 at all. My mistake. Here, there's two ways of making a draw. Queen e4 is one, but the most straightforward one is to take on f5, take on f5. Now, the same defense that we were using before doesn't quite work, but I can play king e7. This is actually
Right.
still a draw. If you want to be fancier, you can actually take on e5, and the computers are saying that's a draw. I believe in them because we've been analyzing for like 6 hours. And they say it's a draw, it's a draw. You take, you queen a pawn. I can see that white does the same. They queen basically at the same time. And we see that Kramnik has obviously played the
Knight
move
f7
knight f7 check. I expect king f6 because king g6 seems easier to resolve.
Right, and what you were saying, king g6 gives black a choice.
A choice
Queen
of
e4.
drawing.
Yeah.
How to draw. Yeah.
So you don't want to play.
No.
You don't want to give your opponent. You never want to give your opponents choices.
Yeah, I agree
King
with
f6 is a near certainty in my view.
Yes, of course. And I think those are the only two moves. Everything else actually might lose for white.
Yes.
Well, Hikaru seemed a little disappointed in his own indecisiveness and he's gone for king f6.
King f6.
f6. Now he absolutely has to take, otherwise you get mated.
And immediately he takes the queen.
Now you take
of
with the
course.
pawn or you lose the game.
Now, talk about treading a narrow path.
Yes, absolutely. Very narrow. I mean, Kramnik's going to make a draw, but the way that he made it was...
It's incredible, I think. I
Yeah.
mean, honestly, he's shown like world-class precision and defense.
True that, but boy, he's it's a steep fall. Any one wrong move and it's game over. And now Hikaru may have spied a stalemate that we have spied. That is to say, he really furrowed his brow.
Yes.
Like what?
The first look
like,
of slight
like what?
shock on Hikaru's face. It
And you
could
can
be
tell
the-
because he's not playing the only move in the position.
Instantly.
There's really one move where he loses.
Yeah, I think Hikaru, when we saw him getting up from the board, strolling around the stage, he felt that the game was in the bag.
Yes.
And now it's like,
I think
what?
so.
There's this,
Maybe.
And Vladimir. and he is recaptured with the pawn. Everything else loses. Only one move draws.
Knight
And
D8. I mean, this guy has calculated
King E8 was
everything.
also a draw. It's the same idea.
Right.
So Knight D8 is just one of the ways of making the draw. This is also completely
But I'm absolutely amazed at Vladimir's calculation and confidence. I mean, in a position where there's, you're basically hanging by a thread.
Right.
And it's he just knows that he's seen everything, and he confidently just blitzes out the defense.
Well, this is something that you had said earlier. Studying endgames is like cheating for an exam. You know you're going to have an endgame in your future. And it's sort of like all of these Russian/Soviet schoolboys learn their open endgame basics inside and out. And it's just carried them in their careers throughout. I can't think of a single Soviet grandmaster I've ever played in my life that wasn't very well versed in the endgames. And once they get in a position that they have a familiarity with, sort of like they just bang them out. And Vladimir has seen this knight f7 idea. He knows this is a draw. There's no tricks. You can't outfox or out-tempo black. King g6, king e7 is an easy draw. There's only e5 to be considered, e5, e6 to be considered, and then once you see this move knight f7, then it's sort of like you say. If, again, an amateur player might think, well, I have no choice, I have to sidestep, and that would be a terrible decision because after king e5, threatening king to d6, then it's just over on the spot. The king does finally make its way to d6. Black's whole structure falls, game's over, and game's over. There you have it.
What a big fight we've had in this Hikaru-Vladimir matchup. And I'm just looking at the lifetime scores. I mean, that just confirms this. Yes, exactly. I mean, they've played 18 games together, 9 decisive, 9 draws. All their draws have made for extremely exciting clashes. In fact, Nakamura leads their lifetime score with 5-4.
Right. How close.
Yes.
Great fights between these two really marvelous
This one
players.
is absolutely one of
living
them.
Living up to it.
No doubt about it. I mean, it was been a titanic struggle. Nakamura really disappointed, I think, with the opening choice, but surprisingly it was Kramnik that faltered at some point in the game, giving Hikaru chances. You can see the American, you give him a little bit of an edge, and he's going to torture you for hours.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a game that Kramnik could have not suffered in if he hadn't made that small mistake. And it wasn't even huge, it was just a small mistake, and Hikaru grounded him down from then. He never had a win. Hikaru never let go of a win. But you can see how much pressure he put on Vladimir Kramnik. Any lesser mortal would have definitely collapsed.
Yeah, would have never found all of these ways of torturing and giving him his opponent a problem. Now Hikaru clearly wearing his emotions on his sleeve as he absolutely realizes
this is the
that
moment
knight
that he's
f7.
realized.
Well, with a certainty. Maybe he saw it from far away, but it's so easy to convince yourself.
Yes, this moment that Hikaru is convinced he had the win in the bag, and he
Yeah.
sees that it's not working because of this brilliant knight f7 resource.
Exactly. Oh my.
Look at him.
Yeah, he's just
and this
like,
is when you think that chess is so unfair. I mean, I've given it all. I've tried everything. I've put it all out there.
Right.
And yet it's not good enough to win.
I know. That's cruel. Cruel. I think every one of us, as not a grandmaster in the world, has ever gotten to a position similar to this one. Not exactly the same, but similar, where we felt, boy, we've got this game in the bag, and been stunned by a stalemating
And he's almost smiling
trick.
to himself, yes.
Well, sometimes you just have to...
He's in disbelief.
Right. I remember that happened to me once in Malaga, Spain, where my opponent found a brilliant stalemating idea, and I looked across at him. I started laughing. We both laughed and shook hands, and it was just great. Sometimes you just got to applaud your opponent, and this is a nice save.
I think this is one of the reasons why Hikaru Nakamura makes for such great television, because he is so expressive.
He does wear his emotions on his sleeve, does he not?
No, this is that moment that it has hit him that it is indeed a draw, this position, and there's nothing to be done. I mean,
boy, so
look at him.
close to that hat trick of winning against 3 former world champions in a row.
I almost feel his pain right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I
he
can
is definitely
empathize.
disappointed of the truth of the position at the end of the day. I think he calculated a long line into this endgame, and Kramnik just had better grasp of the truth.
A resource that hidden, and there you go, the half smile, like, holy cow, where did I miss it? Did I miss it? Maybe I didn't miss it.
He actually didn't. He tried everything. He played the best moves, even according to the engines, which gave him a shot and an opportunity at taking the game further, but just not good enough.
Good enough. Well, we'll be winding down our show at the end of this game, of course. Perhaps we'll also give interviews. We want to say that we do have a number you can call if you have any questions for Tanya, Alejandro, myself, or Maurice. That is 314-361-5465. It's been our longest broadcast of London, and right before the free day. That's good for us. Good timing, guys, on this one.
No, I think everyone does need this free day, which is coming up tomorrow. So don't forget, we don't have a game tomorrow, but we will resume play on Thursday. And yes, definitely call us on 314-361-5465. Connect with us on social media, on Twitter, on Facebook. Send in your questions. Just be a part of the show.
Absolutely. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Alejandro, as we're getting ready for final thoughts, what has stood out for you about round 5?
I'll just go ahead and say my final thoughts of the round, as this is over pretty much. The game is obviously going to end in a draw here between Hikaru Nakamura and Vladimir Kramnik. Well, quite a bunch of excitement for the amount of draws that we saw, and definitely missed opportunities, I think. We saw one decisive game, Michael Adams defeating Veselin Topalov in a hugely complicated game, and I think it's just the Bulgarian spiraling out of control here in this tournament. He has not been able to find his footing at all. Michael Adams played quite a nice game today, perhaps not 100% precise, but he always was in control, and I was very impressed at how he's been able to coolly just play a good game after having also a relatively rough start here in the London Chess Classic. Of course, the theme of the day between a couple of the black players was to out-prepare their opponents and easily draw. And I'm very impressed with both Anish Giri's and Vishy Anand's preparations. They said, nope, I'm just going to draw the game. Nothing you can do about it. Neutralized completely any initiative idea that both Levon Aronian against Anish and Wesley So against Anand could have had. They go into the rest day with a draw on hand with the black piece. It's not a bad way to go. And I think MVL is the one that I think will consider himself the luckiest of today's round.
Thank you, Alejandro. Tanya, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. Veselin Topalov spiraling to his 4th loss out of 5. It's been a nightmare for him.
It's been a complete nightmare for him, and he's in fact been just distributing his rating points, and he needs to stop, otherwise he will be out of the world top 20, and these are our current standings. Wesley So, tournament leader at 3.5 points. Well, it looks like he's going to be keeping his sole lead because this game is heading towards a draw as well. So that would mean that going into the rest day, yes, Wesley So retains his lead of the London Chess Classic, and knight f7 immediately on the board.
Beautiful.
A beautiful defensive resource using the stalemate idea. Otherwise, this position is just lost for black. It is only knight f7 or black loses.
Exactly. Oh, very, very, very nice. What a beauty. Yeah. I'm trying to remember the last time I had to use the stalemate device to save a game. And it's been a while, let's just say. But it's a great resource.
No, absolutely. I mean, I think it doesn't come so much into play because so many positions just agreed for a draw, like the one with the bishop and the wrong square pawn.
Yes,
you know,
precisely.
nobody really plays till that point. But
That's
it's
right.
the idea of stalemate that allows these positions to be able to exist.
Exactly. Wow.
And there we've got
quite a fight.
Incredible fight by Hikaru Nakamura and Vladimir Kramnik. Amazing skill by Nakamura to take the game forward and take every resource possible, but what a defense Vladimir Kramnik has put up. I mean, finding the idea of knight c8, knight a7, knight b5, you know.
At the key moment.
At the key moment.
And then it goes to the other side.
Rerouting it back.
to the other
G4
corner.
by Hikaru. I mean, that
Yes.
was impressive. You know,
Right.
taking every chance that you get in the position. Queen a3, just some brilliant, brilliant moves here.
And again, for me, the move Queen F2 check by Vladimir Kramnik, the only move, a move that every grandmaster, you know, would avoid doing, whereby you get your own queen dominated. This has just been some superstar outstanding moves, and kudos to both these players. A draw is a part of the game, of course, and of course we like blood, but this has been an extraordinary contest.
Now, what is amazing is, yes, this draw could have been reached an hour ago, you know, very
All right.
easily.
Mhm.
But what makes it amazing is the fact that how important in chess it is to take everything in the position possible, try every chance possible, because 9 out of 10, your opponent will crumble under the pressure. Well, this was that one time when Kramnik did not.
Exactly. That's exactly right. Sometimes you come up against a person, an immovable object, and you just can't get them. And wow, okay, great stuff. And with this draw, does that mean, pardon me, that there's 4 or 5 players chasing Wesley So at +1?
4.
4.
4 players, including, and this is the standings against a Levon Aroni, and your top pick is a half a point behind. Fabi, my top pick, half a point behind. Hikaru, expected draw, half a point behind Vladimir Kramnik.
All I hear is that your
Expected
picks
draw.
are half a point behind mine.
All of my picks are half a
You
yes,
guys.
because you and Maurice went with the leader Wesley, and again we're seeing just some great chess. London Classic, last event of the Grand Chess Tour for the 2016 tour. The cap at the end of this tour, $450,000 in prizes to be divided over $1 million in the whole tour. Wow, Malcolm Payne is just loving it as the tournament organizer for
Well,
the London
as are
Classic.
we, and I'm sure as are the spectators. I mean, we have seen some incredible chess, and this is after 6 hours of play. Hikaru Nakamura is still in disbelief that this game did not go according to what he thought it would go 2 moves earlier.
Exactly. And there we have
Just
it.
shaking his head in absolute disbelief. But the thing is, he could not have done it better. There was
No.
nothing that he missed.
No,
The position is just to draw with the resources available for black.
exactly.
And well, there we see the Kensington Olympia Hall, where we've got the London Chess Classic underway.
One of the discussions we had in a previous broadcast, we were talking about how the new 5th event of the Grand Chess Tour, this St. Louis Blitz and Rapid Championships, how that opens up the field a little bit more, allowing for more wildcard entries. And we were talking about players we would like to see. 2 of the players I would like to see that I failed to mention, shame on me, Bodor
Jabava.
Jabava, boy,
Yes.
and Jeffrey Zhang, world junior champion Jeffrey Zhang from Dallas. I'd love to see him getting in there with these great elite players.
No, absolutely. Badr Jabava is one of the most creative players, and
What he did in Baku on board
Yes.
1. His game with Ruslan Ponomarev, that's a game for the ages.
absolutely. Well, we
And-
do have a move on the board, and Hikaru Nakamura has gone for King G6. EF7 would have meant an immediate stalemate draw. But of course, this doesn't really help the matters because black just comes back. Knight D8.
Knight D8 indeed. King F6.
Knight
And
F7.
Knight F7.
And
Well,
whoops.
At least you have a
And a draw agreed.
EF7 and a handshake.
And a handshake. Wow. Well, let me handshake and applaud the
Absolutely.
players.
What an
That was
amazing
just-
struggle.
Wow. I think both players are exhausted, but pleased somehow.
Yes, I think
Yes.
so.
Yeah.
You know, such a game is so satisfying. Even at the end, of course, Hikaru might be slightly disappointed, but it is so satisfying to have played a long game of chess, given everything in,
Right.
tried all your resources, not just chickened out earlier on
Right.
and kind of gone like, you know what, I'm tired, let's just go into the rest day, but playing with every single resource, it's got a satisfaction of its own. And these two
Absolutely.
players will sleep very well tonight.
No question about that. And you hear that in a lot of the interviews. The interviewer, and it sounds almost like a cliche, what are you hoping for? Well, I'm hoping to play good quality games. And just as you're saying, the satisfaction of knowing that you've played a really good quality game is, well, I mean,
No, I think the quality in this particular game was extremely high. I mean, the way that Hikaru was pressing and the way that Kramnik was defending was just unbelievable. I think they did a fantastic job.
Agreed all around. We're in awe.
Well, let's take a look at our schedule going forward. We've got a rest day tomorrow, much needed after a tremendous big fight. Hikaru versus Vladimir. Tomorrow is a break day. We resume play on Thursday, December 15th at 10 a.m. Central Time. And only on weekends, it's going to be an early start at 8 a.m.
Absolutely. I'm hoping that Maurice is going to be able to drag one of the two players away from the board for an interview, but we'll just be seeing.
Well, hopefully, but we're going to keep our eyes on for that. Right now, here are the players analyzing their game. And this is another thing that I love about our game. You know, after playing chess for 6
trying
hours,
to kill your opponent for the last 6 hours.
They want to analyze it for another few minutes. But I feel like somewhere computers have taken this away from the game of chess. We don't see as much analysis happening. People want to go back and check the lines with the computer. But this is what I love. You sit and you find with your opponent what they were thinking and what you were thinking and try to figure it out at that point.
We have a webcam blocker, the arbiter scene. But you're absolutely right. One of my greatest pleasures in chess was the postmortems and analyzing with the Karpovs and Kasparovs and Korchnoi. I remember one particular game I played against Gary. It was we were on a trip from Moscow to Spain where we spent the entire 5 hours sitting next to each other analyzing our game, and it was just great. There's no other way of saying it. It was postmortems were a pleasure, and as you say today, people run back to their hotel and check it with the computer and say, "Oh, that's where I missed my chance," and it's almost like they don't want to share with their opponent where they missed it. But here, showing great respect for one another and acknowledging the fine quality of their game. They're obviously having a postmortem together.
And I see this is that moment where Kramnik decided to go g5, another very committal moment, but of course Kramnik did not want to go for. At every choice that he had during the game, he chose the not passive defense. He always chose the aggressive way to defend his position.
Yes. Which is a sign.
Yes, which is a great sign.
Telling all of us that active play is almost always to be preferred. Not 99% of the time, but 90% of the time.
Well, absolutely.
Alejandro, what was your most memorable postmortem? You've played some great players, and you've learned a lot from the postmortems. You've taught a lot. What for you really stood out as a postmortem? Who did you enjoy most?
Wow, that's actually a good question. I have had the pleasure of having postmortems with quite a few players. I've actually even had postmortems with Hikaru on a couple of our games, and I felt I learned quite a bit from them. But actually, some of the most memorable postmortems were not against what we would normally call great players. There are a few grandmasters that I was able to analyze, but I didn't have the strength that they had, and I learned so much from the way that they analyzed chess and trying to emulate the way that they were playing. So yes, perhaps it's not names that you might consistently hear in playing the Grand Chess Tour, but they're respectable players by all means, and I thought that they were giving me a lot of insight that healthily helped me catapult to the level that I got at such an early age.
Exactly, and share a name or two that readily comes to mind that, like you say, they may not have been grandmasters or even masters, but you learned so much and you're grateful to them.
I remember playing the Mexican National Open of 2002, and I got crushed like a bug in the black side of a King's Indian by Mexican Grandmaster Juan Carlos Gonzalez. And he's a respectable 25-plus player. Of course, he's not Grand Chess Tour level, but he's one of the top players not only in Mexico but in Latin America. and he has this incredible amount of energy. I mean, I don't know how the guy does it. He's like bumping against every wall at all the time, and he was just showing line after line after line and concept after concept after concept, and I felt I learned more from the post-mortem than I did from playing the game, and it was quite a fascinating experience. I also learned never to play the King's Indian again. But
oh, a lesson well learned and earned, by the way. Very good. Tanya,
that's
yourself.
Very interesting. I think it's
how about
a really
for you?
Yeah,
Your own personal experience.
No, I think it's so important to analyze your game after you're done playing with your opponent and not just run back to analyze it with your engine, especially if you're playing against a stronger opponent. For me, for example, I think when I was playing in Reykjavik, the most recent example that comes into my mind was my game against Movzizian.
Yes,
and
Sergey from Armenia, very, very strong grandmaster.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, in that tournament, I was playing a grandmaster after grandmaster, so I would make it a point to sit down with them after every game and just, you know, try and analyze the variations that were going on in my mind. And you just learn so much. Something that the computers can never teach you. You might think that they can show you the right variations, but the ideas and the plans behind that, you need a human to explain you that.
Right.
So whenever you're playing against anybody who's stronger than you, try and get that post-mortem.
Exploit that opportunity when it arises, absolutely. I'd like to share a post-mortem story of my own. There we get a different view of the arbiter. She has beautiful hair, by the way, but I just, I was playing in the Melody Amber tournament in Monaco, and Anatoly Karpov was having a post-mortem with Vishy Anand, two great former world champions, and they had attracted the buzzards, you know, all of the grandmasters in the tournament hovering around watching their post-mortem, and it was an isolated queen pawn position. Blah, 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 and Vishy said, I just didn't see how I could improve my advantage. And Anatoly looked at him and said, advantage? You don't have any advantage. And Vishy looked at him and said, no, in this position, I'm better. No, you're not, said Vishy. I'm better. And this went back and forth for a bit. And then Vishy said, look, Anatoly, this is a game from the 1971 Soviet Championship. You were white. You had my position against Tigran Petrosian. It was in your book. You annotated. And Tolia stopped and said, oh, you're right. Okay, in this moment, you're better. But after a little maneuvering, soon I'll be better. So sometimes you play against those players who always believe in themselves. They always believe in the position. They always stand better. But that was hilarious.
No, it's not just your own analysis. I think exactly what you're saying. If you go to any of these top tournaments and see two great players analyzing, definitely there's unbelievable amount of lessons to be learned just watching that.
And they believe in their positions. They believe in what they have done. And that's what makes them great.
And I think these guys might be analyzing for the next hour or hour and a half.
Well, I don't know. We're going to have to leave that up to our producer, Tom, to tell us if we want to hang around and wait for these guys to come and join Maurice, or where would you like to go, Tom? All right.
Well, we do believe the players will be joining us shortly.
Hang around for them because it's been such a game. It would be really nice to record their thoughts and emotions after such a duel.
Right. Well, just thinking about the round that we've had, yes, Giri and Anand showing amazing preparation. Adams and Topolov, I mean, Veselin just continuing his spiral down and down and further down. And then this game, what a brilliant struggle this was. A humongous fight between two of the world's best players. And MVL Caruana, I think that was quite the missed chance of today.
Absolutely, without question. That one especially, I think Fabi had a real, as did MVL. MVL understood he had blown his position. He was really on the back foot. And a lot of very nice attacking opportunities for Fabi. Fabi saw an exchange sacrifice that sparkled. It called out to him. It was a siren, and it was unnecessary.
Yes.
As it turns out.
It was too tempting, but
too
temptations must be resisted.
Don't I know it? And for you, Alejandro, again, as we are hopeful that the players will join us, you saw the interview, of course, with Maurice and Fabi. Real big missed opportunity there today for Fabi.
Yeah, I think that he's going to be quite disappointed that he was unable to at least put more pressure on his opponent, especially when he saw two very concrete lines. And I think he's going to be very disappointed because at some point his variations were just too vague. I think he was mentioning that bishop takes d2 he considered to be too dangerous for white, and he kind of stopped analyzing. And I don't think that's a forgivable offense for a player of his caliber, especially considering that this tempting move that he just assumed the rook couldn't be taken cost him his entire advantage.
Well, not only that, you're absolutely right, and that it was a lazy move. But when you play the move rook d2, guess what? If you don't take the rook, he's busted.
Yeah,
he's going to have
busted.
to take the rook. So he had to look at it a little bit further.
Right, well, we just had one decisive result today, the Adams-Topolov game where Mickey scored, and what a match we've had. Let's take a look at the matchups for tomorrow.
For the
Tomorrow
rest day,
is a rest day bid for day after, for round 6. It's MVL versus Levon Aronian. MVL's been having a tough tournament, and he's going to play Levon Aronian, who's been showing some great chess in this tournament. And Fabiano Caruana, who had some missed opportunities, is up against Hikaru Nakamura, who indeed has shown tremendous fighting spirit today.
Big matchup there between the two Americans who are tied for second.
Absolutely, a big American face-off right there. And then Vladimir Kramnik will take on Mickey Adams, a big game for Vlad. I'm sure he'll be looking to put a lot of pressure on Mickey with white. Well, Westland's been having a very forgettable tournament and undoubtedly is the target for all the players here. Will Wesley be able to make the most of that? He does have black.
White against what? Oh, Wesley. Well,
Yes.
yeah, pardon me. Yes, I get you. I was thinking Westland might be a spoil sport here. If you're going to have a bad tournament, might as well take down the tournament leader. So that's one to watch out for.
Definitely a big game. And then Vishy Anand versus Anish Giri are two big preparation masters from today's match are going to
both
face
of them
off.
only sitting at 50%, both needing a victory to climb back onto our leaderboard.
Right, well, very, very exciting matches to look forward to, but don't forget tomorrow is a rest day, so we're probably going to see, which means a lot of interesting preparation as well, because it gives a lot of time to the players to actually come up with some new ideas against each other.
Absolutely. That rest day, they come back combative, full of energy, new ideas, and so forth. So yes, the rest days are usually when the players are, but one of the things that stood out for me, especially about the round today, is the preparation. These guys really are so very, very well prepared, and when they get a chance to show it, I think they've just exhausted.
Chess players are never exhausted. Or never,
well, the possibilities of their
they
game.
never tire of playing more chess.
Yeah, and talking about missed opportunities.
No, and these are players who play each other on the circuit constantly, so there's so much friendship between them as well. I mean, on the board, of course, there's no such things as being friends.
Right.
But once the game is over, there is a lot of mutual respect and friendship between these players.
True, absolutely. And as you said that, you triggered a memory. The memory I have is from round one. Vladimir Kramnik is being interviewed, and he says, well, you've beaten your key rival, Veselin Topolov. And Kramnik says, oh, it's nothing personal. I was like, no way. I mean,
that is all personal.
Yeah, it's totally personal at times. And there are players, absolutely yes, there are players. They may not even be the higher rated player, but you definitely want to beat that person. They're on your, well,
hit list.
Hit list, yes.
And that reminds me of something that Hikaru said earlier about how there are certain players against which you always play badly, and certain players who you play really well against. And for Vishy, that's Hikaru.
Yes.
For Hikaru, for example, that is Magnus Carlsen.
That's clear.
And for all of us at all levels, we've always got that, that Achilles heel.
Exactly. And Levon Aronian today, he was playing, well, actually Anish Giri is playing against his Achilles heel against Levon. It didn't work out that way. I mean, Levon has his number, 5 wins, no losses,
Yes.
lots of draws.
A
but
big
Anish,
5-0 lifetime score for Aronian against Giri, but today Giri showed immense and amazing preparation that just completely threw Aronian off. And well, when you see these players, I mean, both Aronian and Wesley definitely came to the board with the idea that they wanted to show their preparation.
Exactly.
But well, it didn't go as planned.
No, it didn't.
Well, we're waiting for the players to join Maurice in London, and they're going to be, and we're ready. Let's go straight to London.
We are with former world champion Vladimir Kramnik after a tough fight. Hikaru Nakamura really put it to him. Vladimir, we're all tired, but I can't imagine any of us being more tired than you having to defend this really difficult position.
Well, I mean, first it was good, my position, and actually the problem was that I didn't know whether to play for a win or for a draw. I mean, because, well, from one side I had no problem, from the other side there is a potential problem in the position. So, and then my mistake was that I was like kind of playing one move for a win and one next move for a draw, the next move for a win again. So, and then I confused things. And of course, after time control, it was very difficult, but I couldn't see actually any win for Hikaru. I mean, I think I defended very well with only moves, and it seems to me that maybe he had a winning chance, but at the end it was this miraculous draw with a stalemate, which I saw in advance, and okay, I was, I would say, quite lucky from one side to make a draw. From other point of view, well, if I wanted, I guess after the Open I had no problems, I could have made it much easier.
Yeah, the punishment for trying to win in chess that sometimes happens.
Yes, yes. Well, it was not full punishment, just half. Yeah.
Just a half point. Indeed, though, a long game. When did you see that you had this draw? You know, you had, when you say you had only moves, you really did have to find only moves. It wasn't like you had 2 or 3 options. Everything was razor's edge.
Yeah, but sometimes it's easier to find only moves. When you have only moves, it's easier to play. But no, I saw this whole variation when I played Queen e4. Actually, I saw the whole variation. I was not yet...
You saw to the stalemate?
Not till the stalemate. I mean, till this end game with knights, and I thought that, okay, it's difficult to calculate till the end, but it looks like there is a drawing chance there, and okay, it was difficult to calculate till the end, but anyway, I didn't really see anything better than this. And then, well, fortunately, I was lucky that I had a very clear draw there. It could have turned out also that it was lost, but this time, fortunately for me, okay, I managed to save it.
What does a game like this do for your confidence going forward in the tournament?
Well, I mean, in general, of course, if there is no rest day tomorrow, it would be a bad signal, yeah, because it's a very tiring game. But fortunately, I have a rest day, and well, hard to say. From one side, I've defended well. From some point on, from other point of view, well, my play somewhere between moves 30 and 40 was not convincing at all. So I will think about it during the rest day, whether I should be happy with myself or should I be confident or not. I mean, I don't know. I haven't decided it yet.
I'm sure you'll figure it out, and you certainly regaled us with your great defense. Congratulations and good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Vladimir Kramnik showing why he's a world champion. He's the one who started this Berlin defense nonsense, stopping Garry Kasparov dead in his tracks. It's hard to take him down, and he'll be showing us more of his great moves later in the tournament.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Vladimir. I must say, that's a superhuman effort by Vladimir, as he was explaining that when he played the move Queen e4, he had analyzed all of this ending, the sacrifice of the piece, the move Knight h8, all of these star moves, Queen f2 and whatnot and so forth.
Well, that's a cool 13-move calculation.
And I was looking across, and Alejandro and I were like, both our jaws dropped and said, whoa.
Yeah, that's an impressive line. I mean,
after 6 hours, Alejandro, wow.
He saw Queen e4, he's claiming he saw Queen e4, Knight takes, Queen e1. He saw basically all of this variation that I'm going through very quickly into this endgame that he saw. He didn't see the stalemate trick yet, but he saw that it was drawing chances. And that, from this position, that is an impressive calculation right there.
Oh. Mind-blowing, absolutely. I mean, there's a reason why the former world champion is still world number 3.
Yes.
One of the very few players at the 2,800 mark.
Very
and consistently, well, he's been there. And we've got Maurice with Hikaru in London.
Well, he took out 2 former world champions, and he tried to take down yet a third, but the big Russian bear was just too hard to pull down.
Yeah, I mean, I got quite good chances, considering that I thought after the opening is roughly even. But yeah, somewhere around like move 30 or so, Vladimir started getting a little bit low on time, and he made some inaccuracies. And somewhere around time control, it felt like I should be winning. But you know, I used a lot of time, and I tried to find the best lines. And then at the end, you know, he defended perfectly, and he found this really nice knight f7 idea, which was quite cute.
How soon did you see it? Like, how far in your analysis you think I'm winning, and the guy's making all these great moves, and then finally you said, oh man, he has fantastic defense?
Well, actually, I thought I was just winning right up until he played it, because the thing is that, like Vladimir, I don't think he mentioned, but he saw this other line with this stalemate idea instead of exchanging the queens, which loses, but I saw it as well. And then when I saw that didn't work, after reviewing the line a second time, I assumed everything was just winning. But you know, as soon as he played, what was his move? As soon as he played like knight to d8, I kind of saw it. So you know. So
you didn't see it until that late, actually. You really felt optimistic in your chances.
Yeah, because I mean, I thought the plan. I mean, I calculated all the other lines, you know, the normal moves, and. I mean, I guess I should have suspected, because after seeing the other line with this possible queen sack for a stalemate, I mean, I should have had some inkling that there's probably going to be something funny in the position. But nevertheless, you know, I still tried, and he just defended perfectly. So, you know, that's how it goes.
Totally Herculean effort trying to defeat such a strong player. You've come back in the tournament after the first round. It looks like it's history for you now. How do you feel about your chances going forward?
I don't feel very good about my chances of winning the Grand Chess Tour. But,
you still got a tournament to win, though.
But yeah, as far as the tournament itself, I mean, I feel pretty good. I think, you know, it's very important, much more important when things aren't going well to get up and, you know, just try and play your best, because that's when it really matters. I mean, when everything's just going well, it's not hard to play well and just go with the flow. But, you know, when things aren't going well, that's really, I think, when you kind of really have to focus, you really have to put in an extra effort to get back on your feet. And I'm actually quite happy with myself for having done that and putting myself in a position where maybe I can win the tournament.
Absolutely. Well, we look forward to you getting your rest and continuing to play well in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you, Maurice.
Hikaru Nakamura, after a very difficult round one, now showing why he is a true champion, bouncing back, fighting against all the former world champions. We'll see what he can do to make his mark on the rest of the rounds of the London Chess Classic.
Thank you, guys. What a gigantic effort by Hikaru Nakamura.
Herculean. I love that word, because it certainly was, and nothing but admiration from St. Louis. Alejandro, final thoughts?
Well, as I had already mentioned, guys, very tough struggles today between Hikaru Nakamura and Vladimir Kramnik. That was absolutely gigantic. But of course, a couple of missed opportunities. I think the biggest one goes to Fabiano Caruana, who cannot be happy with his chance that he was given in a Petrov defense against MVL. And well, I think it was an excellent way to go into the rest day, and I hope that the players keep up this fighting spirit returning from it.
Oh, absolutely, and don't forget that we do not have a game tomorrow, so we will be resuming play on Thursday. And before we go, let's get Maurice's final thoughts.
Well, it was truly a classic fight here at the London Chess Classic. You saw Hikaru Nakamura trying his best to take down Vladimir Kramnik all the way into the wee hours of the night, but he couldn't do so, but not for a lack of effort. So we are looking forward to the rest of this event. The players are bunched up. There's no clear leader. Wesley So still, of course, a half a point ahead of the pack, but he's being chased by some players who are very confident that they can play well when it counts. So we'll see whether or not he's going to be able to keep up his great play, or will someone catch him. It's a rest day here in London. I'm going to definitely be a tourist tomorrow, but we'll see you for round 6 and bring you all the great details, exciting details here from the London Chess Classic.
Thank you, Maurice, and happy rest day tomorrow,
Absolutely.
everybody.
That's your chance to get your life back, and we'll see you back on Thursday.